right. We are back. Thing was acting weird. Why is acting weird to me? Alright. Guess this app was tripping and stuff, so we gonna try it again. Dust yourself off and try again. Started. Alright. Wait on everybody to come back, cause yeah. I don't know what was going on. They couldn't hear nobody in the box. Something was up going on with TikTok today. When they come in the box, they couldn't hear nobody in the box. I guess. To check and make sure I had no updates and stuff. I have to reset this. Why? Got that song stuck in my head. What did I just hear from? There would be something on TikTok that made me do that. Yes, surgery that been happening all day. Everybody popping in the box they couldn't hear, so that's why I just refreshed my whole thing. It's stuck in your head too. Got you. Got you, Millie. A millie. I do make most definitely happen. A million here, a million there. Sicilian. Let him know. Not the baby hair bandit maker in his voice. What's the deal, my boy Rebel in the building? What's up, Naeem? I see you, man. Mary, can you hear me fine? Let's see, because I know everybody luck ain't doing well when they come in this box. We
No, I
was
can't hear you. I can't hear nothing. Can't hear
dang,
nothing at all, man. I don't hear
man.
nothing.
I gotta refresh this job again. This wow.
I'm just messing with you. I hear you
I
fine.
can't. You right. That'd be so funny stuff. Like, hold up. He responded to me saying, "I can't hear you. What is going on?"
I was wondering if you was
That'd
gonna
be
pick
the
up on that.
most talking about naive. Like, dang, it's crazy. I mean, you're supposed to hold up. And then you think about it after you restarted the whole line. Like, hold up, wait. He just responded to
Right,
me.
right on cue.
Right on
Like
cue, right
so.
on time. Ain't no delay or nothing. I
No, I ain't hear nothing, man. I can't hear you. What you saying?
ain't hear anything.
You talking to me?
Right. Is you talking to me when you said you couldn't hear me? Oh, okay, yeah, I can't hear you. uh, that's funny.
Yeah, it's good, man. Sure, what's been good?
Man, you already know. You already
Chilling,
know. Well, I sound like
chilling, literally.
you sound like you at home now. Sound quiet.
Yeah, I'm home. Yeah, I'm
About to
home.
say it's too quiet now to be.
Yeah, you don't hear
You
no
get to
smoke
relax
detectors.
now, or you about to be? You just taking a pit stop?
Nah, I'm finna relax for a minute, and then you know what's next. I got
Uh-oh.
about another 30 minutes to an hour.
Oh, okay, I got you. My boy grinding out in these streets.
Hey, gotta keep paying these bills, gotta eat. Ain't nobody gonna take care of me
Feel
but
you
me,
on
so
that.
I gotta keep moving. And then, like you said, you know how it is. You got everybody and their mama got their hand out, trying to get you to help them too. So, gotta do what you gotta do. Just cause your kids grown don't mean they done. I get him there. You ain't freeze, did you? Oh, okay. Now you moving. What was you playing? I heard you
I
say
just
something
ain't
about a
want y'all to hear
dragon.
me smacking. Good looks, Millie, man. Millie over there
Yeah.
stacking somebody with the route was good looks, Millie. You said what I'm playing?
Yeah, what was you playing? I heard you talking something about a dragon.
Oh, this is the same game, that God of War.
Oh, okay. I
God of
gotta get
War
me a
2.
controller. Gotta get me a controller so I can get back into the
Mm-hmm.
game.
Yeah, I had to buy me another one.
I'll
Good
get
look.
one
Oh,
next
Dr.
week.
Surgery. Good looks on y'all, man. Good looks, man. Hey, thanks for the food, man. Y'all getting it going. See how today go, man. Might be up late again. My stuff's so backwards now. I guess it's better to keep it that schedule for the moment because nobody be up in the morning like that, so they come in here.
Okay. Yes. I gotta stay on my schedule. I don't mess with it. Stay on course.
Mm-hmm.
All right, can you hear Dr. Sargi? Can you hear us?
I can hear now.
Sir.
Hey.
Hey,
All
we
right
made
now.
it. Never would have made it.
Yes.
Welcome
Miley,
back.
let's order one more person. Miley, you there? You there? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now? Can you
I
hear me now?
can.
Double
Hey here.
never could have made it. we get it. We getting lucky
Make
around
sure
here.
you
There
say
we go.
that.
I guess I had to refresh my room. I had the unsearchable room. I think before that it wasn't sending people notifications
Invite.
either. I'm like, man,
Mm. You just say
TikTok.
some of that for Friday.
Right, I know. Let me hold that, man. Everybody got to know about that, man. He just don't sing for free around here. Made for do some reflection that day, man. Some reflection and then come decompressing. Let's see where we at. But whenever y'all feel like it, we can get it going. If y'all feel otherwise, I'm just what the heck, bro?
Yes. I like
You said what?
I like the
What is?
topic. I think you have a very interesting topic.
Yes, thank you, Miley, thank you. You want to take a shot at? Oh, hold on. I think Sergi beat you a little bit though, so we gonna get her started real quick. We can do the same order. Everybody do one apiece, so we can get caught up. Because I think we about to do three. But to get everybody caught up, we
Mhm.
can do one. So,
Okay.
Sergi, why
Yeah.
can't women majority be a safe space for men? Majority.
I think I don't know, I feel like early on you're kind of conditioned to almost not feel that men need to be safe or feel safe or protected.
Mm-hmm.
View them all as protectors, and I guess nobody has considered that they may also, have things they need to survive, dangers, mental health concern, all the things that we experience. But you just, even growing up, you just are not taught. Like for me, I think about my father. I never got really to see my father weak. Um, it was just he worked hard. He, broke his back doing all this stuff, and it was just like the norm. But never
Mm-hmm.
considered the impact it had on him. Now he has heart failure, and so
Mm-hmm.
a lot of things impacted him. And so of course we can see how much he went through and how it just took a toll on his body. But I just
Mm-hmm.
think you don't consider that. You don't consider the emotional turmoil. I think as women, like for your husband, for example, like the world that he's in, but um, again, you don't realize. I don't think it's not like a natural go to. Like you have to force your brain to go to that space to understand that he could be hurt by your words, really, or impacted by your words and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Okay. Uh, Miley, why can't women
Okay.
majority be a safe space for men? Majority. What's the deal?
My answer is twofold. So when I think about this, it goes back to a lot of what we was talking about earlier when I was in the other live. But because there are broken, I think a majority of women are broken, and I think a majority of men are broken, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, whether it's due to the pressures of society, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or whether it's due to childhood trauma or whatever trauma that you carry from the people that you have been around. Like I was listening before you refreshed, and I heard Mira say that he used to open up to women, but now he don't, right? He was like,
Mm-hmm.
forget that, right? In so many words.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's sort of like a trauma response, right? To
Yeah,
where
it's
now
all
you
good.
carry that's like a tool or a resource you carry to kind of protect yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
From things happening to you. And so, talking about the first part of it, with women being broken, right? Majority of
Mm-hmm.
women being broken. A lot of women have been through things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of women, they don't have the resources, right? To if you were to be vulnerable with them, they wouldn't know how to respect your vulnerability. They wouldn't know how to help you through whatever it is that you need to. And, that speaks for, and that's for like on the opposite side as well, too, with men, right?
Mm-hmm.
If a woman is opening up to a man and, he's broken, he wouldn't know how to, handle that situation as well, right? And so I just think we have a bunch of broken people walking around that, you know, um, inflicts their own traumas on themselves and on other people. And so that's just the answer your first question.
Okay. Hold up, y'all up here naked. Hold up, let me get y'all real quick.
Plus, a lot of
Uh,
women just mean. That's the other side of it.
son, real quick. All right, so you Sir G, because we're going to the what are the signs that a man is opening up to a woman?
I think the fact that he's telling you something personal about himself, it's that vulnerability, like not
Mm-hmm.
just the basic conversation, but he's like opening up, like, I don't know, level 3 or level 2. It's like, I'm gonna share this, I might tell you a story about my childhood, or I might tell you something I think that they typically just wouldn't share
Mm-hmm.
until they've developed that trust. And for me, that's what it's looked like. It's talking about like family experiences. It's talking about things that they may be
Mm-hmm.
embarrassed about, um, or just things that have impacted them in their life. So like, you know, um, even down to like struggles with career or job or work or finances, like those things that in any other circumstance people may look at it like, well, you're not a man if you're too emotional, you're not a man if you didn't do this, or, when they trust you enough or trust that you won't do that to them, and tell those stories. So that's how it's been for me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Miley, you next. What are the signs that a man is opening up to a woman?
I agree with Dr. Sergi. And I want to add to what she was saying. Also, along with what he may open up to you about verbally, I think also if you look at, his physical signs as well. So, like just just him relaxing his body, right? Just him wanting you to be in his space, right? Um, Also, just how he responds to when you touch him, right? It's more relaxed. You could touch more vulnerable parts of him with him being relaxed.
Whoa.
Um, so Look, Kev, I wasn't going that deep, okay? I'm talking about like behind the ears,
We talking
the
about something
neck,
else, you know what
the
I'm saying?
top of the back. You know what I'm saying? Like those
That'll
sensitive
open him up
spots.
too. Hello.
But he feels
One that
safe
brought the
with you in
shovel.
his space. He feels safe with you in his space, you know? And so I think the add with, the doctor surgery, not only the verbal expression, but also the physical space that he allows you into.
Mm. Sergi always do that. Be having the good stuff. That remind me the other night. I got another one. That was a good one too, though. That is a good one. Let him bother know what his mama look. That's a whole nother level of. Yeah, you right about that. I'm glad. Yeah, we getting these examples out though, because that's why. That's a good one too, though. Both of y'all. Okay. Oh, here go main thing came up here with the one bar. I was gonna ask her next. Let's go ahead and wait, because by the time my voice gets to her, it's gonna be 2 seconds. I guess I get back to May with her stuff back, right? Uh, so okay, there we go. We on number two for you, Smith Surgery. What is being vulnerable too early and not being vulnerable looks like?
Okay, so I think being vulnerable too early, it can be um, before you've really gotten to know who a person is. So I see it a lot on social media. People kind of dump or pour out to people before there's
Mm,
even been anything established. Like you don't know if these people care about you, they trust you, anything, you just dumping. And I think sometimes people do that even in their dating situations now. I think because a lot of people are meeting each other differently,
mm-hmm,
things are maybe move quicker in some areas and maybe move too slow in others. So a lot of my friends I've talked to who do online dating or even meet people through social media, it's like because all they have is conversation, a lot gets shared really quickly and they don't even know the person yet. So to me, that's kind of like a too early. Is like, have you been in there? Like I don't know. Like I get phone conversations, but I don't know. To me, it just looks different. Do you know their real name yet? Do you know? Like, I don't know. There's some steps I feel like get skipped now. Um, Not being vulnerable, I think, is when you kind of have that wall up. So you're a person maybe that's been hurt a lot in the past. You struggle with trust, especially if the person has not given you a reason not to be able to start building trust with them. And you're constantly thinking about what's happened, to you before the past, and you punish the new person for everything the old people did to you. So you
mm-hmm,
refuse to show them anything or give them anything of yourself. To me, that's when you're not being vulnerable and it can be a negative. You have to be able to open up a little bit.
mm-hmm.
So that's it.
Okay. Miley, on next. What is being vulnerable too early and not being vulnerable look like?
Yes. So, uh, this kind of goes back to what I was saying at first with your first question is that I think there are two extremes with trauma, right? And so I think you have two extremes going right here. Being vulnerable too early. So that's a response. You always lay out, everything to that person when you first meet them. You don't, and that's a form of self sabotage, I believe. It's not a form of self care or putting up boundaries for yourself to protect yourself and your peace. And so, with that, with you laying everything out to that person, you don't know what type of person they are. They can use that information to go against you or whatever, right? You have not built the trust yet to know if that information is safe with them.
Mm,
And so, um, giving a person too much about yourself can be, bad. On the other end, not giving, not being vulnerable. Let's say you've been in a trusting, let's say you've been in a relationship for a while, and it doesn't necessarily have to be like a relationship with another person. It could be a friend, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you consistently don't allow yourself to open up and be vulnerable to talk about those moments with that person, because maybe you fear what they may say, if they're going to talk about you, or maybe the judgment, maybe from those past experiences, right? Still, that's unhealthy, right? So in both situations, they're unhealthy. um so not being vulnerable is, let's say you had a bad day all day. You come in from work and you had a bad day. Let's say, as a man, I know we have a lot of leaders and providers out there. So you are paying all the bills. However, and your wife is at home, maybe. Um, and let's say some bills are getting behind, right? You don't know what you're going to do. Being vulnerable is going to your wife and saying, or to your helpmate, to your partner, and saying, hey, normally I like to take care of these things, but I need some help right now. That's being vulnerable, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that you don't lose the house, so that you don't lose the car. A lot of men will not open up and be vulnerable about that. And then their house may go into foreclosure, or their car may get repossessed. You know what I'm saying? So now it's impacting, your livelihood. Now it's impacting, the other people around you. So that's an example of what not being vulnerable looks like when it comes to, like, I feel like a man.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Main thing, you there? See that bar fixed earlier. There we go. I see it
Yeah.
popping. Yeah. We back. We back. Let me get some clothes on you real quick. Hold up. Let me see. About out. There you go. So you got 1 through 2. 1 through 2. So with the topic, why can't women majority be a safe space for men majority?
Um, man, I think, I think depending on, there can be a safe space. Man, hold on. Dang, my connection is messing up.
Oh man, I don't
My
like you. It's
connection
hating on you.
messing up. Yeah,
It's hating
you
on
hear
you.
me?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right, okay. So, what I'm gonna say is, I believe that there is certain safe spaces for men. Um, I just feel like every woman isn't that safe space. No, I feel like you honestly gotta find who's honestly fit for you, to actually create that safe space. And I think that once you actually find that person, um, you will know when it's a safe space,
Mm-hmm.
because it will literally, your energy will shift towards it. You get what I'm saying? Like, you would no longer be, if you was closed off, you would no longer have that closed off feeling. If you were feeling any type of judgment, you would know if your woman is if your woman is judgmental or not. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm-hmm.
or even the women that you consider as family members. Like, you would know if they are even creating a safe space for you. You get what I'm saying? Because
Uh-huh.
because it's all about, to me, I just feel like energy speaks life, and energy literally tells it all. I feel like you'll know when you're in a safe space, because you can walk in a room and you can peep who actually like you in that room.
Mm-hmm.
You can actually see who actually gets excited when you enter that room. Like, oh yeah, this my dude, this my guy right here. Like you survive versus someone making you feel uncomfortable. So I think far as women, we can create a safe space, but I think a lot of women, they get tired of creating safe spaces to the point where it's like, all right, I created a safe space just for his ass to sit up here and cross me or do something wrong to me or whatever case may be. But at the same time, like, it's not, I don't feel like men will ever feel safe because everything is going against y'all, if that makes sense. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I just think that there isn't no safe space because the world not creating it for you to feel safe. Like, the women are only thinking about the spaces that they feel safe in. So it's really like, who cares if you feel safe or not? So it's really like, again, you just got to be out here and find you somebody that's good to create that space for you. Like I said, women just don't create it naturally because past trauma or whatever case may be. I don't know. But I think men will find it. Well, you will know when you found it because, like I said, your energy will gravitate towards that. So, yeah. What are signs that a man is opening up to a woman?
Mm-hmm.
Um, I feel like a man more than likely gonna open up when he feels like that woman is genuinely interested in what he has to say, what he feels, what he thinks. You know, I think a man will open up to a woman, like signs you like, whether it's just let me think of signs. Some signs that you make a man, you'll notice when a man opens up. Mm, like, okay, so let's say when y'all just sitting out somewhere and y'all talking, and he'll tell you something like that's personal to him, but you won't understand why it's personal till you actually hear the full story. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, and let's say when he gets personal with you or that comfortable with you to open up to you about whether it's a family member that done passed that was close to him, whether it was about a past relationship, whatever. You gotta literally be that woman to sit up here and recognize that and pay attention to that when he's doing that, because he's trying to actually see how much do he really mean to you when he's expressing these thoughts and feelings that be going through his mind on a daily or every once in a while when he have a moment to himself. You get what I'm saying? Like, I think also another sign might be, even if if like, it just could be small things. I think little things you just have to pay attention to, because men, like, they'll let you know, but I don't think that they'll let you know directly because they don't want to be characterized or looked at a certain way, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Am I making sense to you?
Yeah.
But yeah. Number two, what is being vulnerable too early and not being vulnerable looks like? I think when you're vulnerable, you're in your most, you're like in a, you're in a very sensitive position.
Right.
And I say that you're in a very sensitive position because you're not thinking logically about anything. You're running off your emotions. It's all emotions. It's like somebody got you in your vulnerable state. It's like at the end of the day, shit, they can tell you the sky is falling. You be like, yes, I understand, but they like your mind just don't give a damn about what's going on. It just focused on what it's focused on because it's like you're stuck in hurt, you stuck in depression, you stuck in sadness. You get what I'm saying? Like it's that moment where you feeling like, damn, like I don't know how to explain it. I just feel like vulnerability is just you showing your sensitive side where people say, oh well, it's just me letting down my guard. It's just me letting down my guard and not being, but I just feel like that just really just a person just being overly in a, like, I just feel like that's like depression to me. Like when I think of somebody being vulnerable, I think it's like they in a depressed type of state of mind. So not being vulnerable, I just think not when you're not vulnerable, shit, you just don't have no feelings towards shit. Shit, it's the opposite of depressed. You're not. That's what I feel like when I'm not being vulnerable. Shit, I'm not opening up. Really, I'm not really caring to express myself. I don't care to have a reaction to certain things, and I don't care to cry about, whine about, moan about nothing. Like I just literally I don't have it. I would say it's people who don't have it in them to sit up here and dwell over things when they know that at the end of the day life goes on. You get what I'm saying? Like I can't sit up here and cry cuz yeah, I understand that things hurt, but I just can't cry. It's not in me to cry. You get what I'm saying? It's not in me to sit over here and be depressed. Like I move on. So I think that's what not being vulnerable is. Like when you really don't have no emotions or feelings towards anything really at all. But I'm a learner.
Nice. Thank everybody. Okay, let's get Black Man Stand Up in the building. What's up, my brother, man?
What's up? What's up, everybody? Panel. What's up, Mirror, Millie, Doctor, and Mister? Let's. What's up, man? Let's see. What are the signs that a man is opening up to a woman?
First we doing the topic. Okay, the topic itself. How you feel about that, and then we're gonna do. You can do a 1 to 2 because to get caught up.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Why can't women majority be a safe space for men majority? Generally, what's happened now in today's society, some women have developed a harder exterior.
But I found these results on search.
A harder exterior. So they've taken a lot of cues from men, and because of the trauma that they've experienced, they say, okay, I'm gonna give him the same energy back in the relationship or in the dating process, they're giving back the same energy, a masculine energy. And because it's something to protect themselves, but now it's gotten overly it's kind of went overboard, if that makes any sense. And because of that, now they don't have the ability to show empathy. They're telling them, oh man, toughen up on every little thing, not and things that are not even like that sensitive, but and then they'll call whatever he does that they deem feminine sassy, you know, and so it's kind of like they're prompt pushing you to be even harder and harder than what you normally would be as a man. And I think that's what's happening in those scenarios and situations for that. Um, what are the signs that a man is opening up to a woman? Well, once he starts to talk about what his, to a certain degree, a level of his fears, you know, not getting the promotion that he was supposed to get, um, not getting to where he wants to be in life to a certain degree, and how he can move and go about that. Kind of, you know, not knowing where to start, you know, even though he, you know, he's trying to be a leader, maybe not making all the best decisions, maybe making a failed decision, and that being, and he, you know, and seeking some type of, you know, guidance or uplift from his woman. And, you know, um, what is it being vulnerable too early? And no, so what is being vulnerable too early and not being vulnerable looks like? Is that what that says?
Say it one more time. Which one you on?
I was reading the second one, second
Yeah.
prompt.
What? Oh, yeah. What is being vulnerable too early and not being vulnerable looks like?
Um, being vulnerable too early is, you know, you're on date number 3 or 4, or you don't really have an established whether you think or know that person really likes you like that, and you're starting to divulge too much of your information. You know, oh, I was this way in this relationship, and I was that way in that way, and I was, you know, you're just
Mm.
divulging way too much information in the beginning. You know, or you know, I had this situation where, you know, my mother, and you start talking about you and your mama drama with your own mother or with your father. You're just going into too much drama situations with that person already too early in a stage to know whether they care about you or not, or whether they're going to be using that information against you as they're dating you or talking to you. Oh, that's a red flag. Oh, that's, you know, you start, those red flags start to build up in their head once you become too vulnerable too fast. And then not being vulnerable is when you're just not giving them anything to go off of. You're being stoic to a fault. And stoicism, you know, is something that, you know, men do practice, but at the same time, if it's to the point where I can't gauge how you're taking anything, and so I don't know if you're happy, I don't know if you're sad, I don't know if you're just not showing any emotion at all. So that will leave a woman just consistently guessing and questioning how you actually feel about her or feel about any situation. Do you have any feelings? Are you angry right now because you haven't said anything or you haven't conveyed feelings? So all of those ends up being problematic. Why are women so
Oh, we
fascinated
ain't on that
about?
part yet. Not yet. Not yet. Oh
Oh,
well.
I'm sorry.
Well, I guess we can start from the top to the bottom then. For this one, so you can start it off. Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. I mean, you know, why are women allotted, or what is that? So fascinated about a man crying with? Oh, okay. Basically, why are they so fascinated about men crying? Because, growing up, if they had a strong father back in the day, he was taught to never show his emotions. He was never taught to. So it's fascinating for them to see it, and then
Mm.
they're not ready for it, and they're never, because, and they want to be kind of a little bit prepared, because if they are not prepared for that man to show that emotion, then they may react wrong. So react wrong to him, you know, crying or showing his emotions. They may mess up that situation and make it even worse. So I think that's the fascination, and also too, is seeing what that looks like. Is that will that turn into abuse? Will that turn into anger? And will that, you know, what will that crying turn into? Will it turn into them not feeling a certain way about you? And it's just, it just dives into a whole bunch of different dynamics of what they feel, how they feel they will gauge it, and that if it gives them the feeling of he's being vulnerable, he must like me more.
Mm,
And because the thing is when a woman feels like, oh, he's vulnerable and he's crying around me, then that means that this is something he's not doing with his boys. This is something he may, he may have stopped doing with his parents or anyone else, and he's only doing it with me. So that's why they feel like, oh, I want to see him cry, because this is something of him opening up to me even more on a more feelings level. And I land.
okay. So you main thing. Why are women a lot so fascinated about a man crying with them or without them? I mean, with
Listen, he
with them
stole
or
my
for them.
answer. He stole my answer, Kev.
And
Okay.
we got it. We got it.
First.
I definitely agree 100%. Like, it's definitely for like, cause like you said, it's either because they feel special and they feeling like, oh, he does this with nobody else, or I just think it's a way to honestly control a man, in a way, because it's like, oh yeah, he can be vulnerable, but it's like, as soon as he be vulnerable and he show that side, then it's like, if y'all get into an argument, oh, that's why your little baby crybaby ass was sitting up here crying about your little mommy, how your mommy and this, like, it just like, I wouldn't open up to a fucking woman either, like, honestly, because it's like, if you just gonna use the shit against me, that's all it's gonna be. It's gonna be her finding out whatever it is, because it's a weak point. She understands. She want to know all the weak points, those spots that actually get under your damn skin, that make you crawl, make your balls itch. She wants to know the things that irritate you, because eventually these are going to be things that she used to get back at you, maybe, if that's the type of feel majority of them do. Like, a nice strong, I'm gonna say, in my community, I'm not gonna speak for every woman, because I start to say every woman, they start to think, oh,
I
it ain't
blame
us, and I ain't about to
everyone.
say, yeah, like, I'm not even about to even start that up, but I'm gonna say, from my perspective, from my culture, I do see that, where a man will open up. Nowadays, women who think that you got these Sukianas out here, who you got type of ethnic, free type of women. So it's like, when you honestly think about that, how can I be vulnerable with a sexy red? How can I be vulnerable with a woman that listens to Glorilla? I
Mm-hmm.
can't. Cause honestly, she gonna be thinking, trying to play me like I'm one of these little tricks, or one of these dudes that literally she can get over up on. Or treat like, oh, he a clown. Girl, all I gotta do is sit up, laugh, and guess what? He wrapped around mama's finger. And that's how they really think. Like, all I gotta do is listen to the stories he tell. Like, I don't know. I just feel like, man, keep the shit to yourself. Like, unless you find an actual woman who genuinely don't judge you, who actually love you fully, don't do it. Don't set yourself up like that. But I'm a land. Sergi, you can go.
Oh no! Oh
Okay.
no! Oh no! Oh,
Huh?
you go ahead, sir. My bad. I was in the
Okay.
game. That was perfect timing too, right?
No, okay, so I don't know, for me it's weird just because I don't know, because I didn't see a lot of men cry. I feel like if a man's crying, something is wrong. Like it makes me nervous. But I think a lot of women do try to utilize like it's the mess. It's the sign that they need to know or feel like they got you under their thumb, or like you in love. Oh yeah, this is love with me. So I think a lot of women use it because they know once they can get you to cry for them, like you said, for them, like, oh, don't call me no more. Don't come over here, and he busts out crying. Oh, then she knows she got you.
Mhm.
Crying with you, I think, with her, I think some women do utilize that, I guess, to understand if you do trust them or you feel comfortable with them. So I won't say all of it's vicious, but you definitely have those others who are like begging, like, you need to just let it out. You need to just cry. Like they're trying to manipulate you. To me, in my perspective. So yeah, I think there are those the negative side of it. There are those that are going to use that, and then like like what was said, once they argue with you, oh no, they gonna definitely throw that one back at you. That's it.
hmm Man, I got two more extra questions. I wish I could add more, but it ain't enough space though. I thought about two, I think. But yeah, and this gonna be towards the man though, because I'm hearing some things. Uh, Miley, yeah, it's on you. Yeah, you know it's on you. Uh, why are women a lot so fascinated about a man crying for 'em and with him?
Um, I feel like there are two types of women with this, and the first woman um, is the one that's toxic. She gets a kick out of it. It makes her feel powerful because maybe she doesn't feel powerful within herself. And so it makes her, there are some people out there that where, your tears, your pain makes them feel better, right? About themselves. And then there's the other woman, I would say that's a little bit, not a little bit, but she is healthy, and she just wants a healthy relationship with you. And she understands that you can't be strong all the time, right? And maybe you're not expressing your emotions in a healthy way, and she wants to help you, right? Get to the point to where you can do that, where you don't feel like you have to carry the world on your shoulders, that it's okay to cry, especially if there are moments where you need to cry and get that out, because bottling those emotions in is not healthy for you. So I just think it just depends on the woman and why that is. And I think there are two types in that case.
hmm let me see. I think my last question, but I'm best before everybody just to throw it in the air. I think 'cause I also think a response is my next question or my last question. If I wish if I could fit it on here, is be like is another reason is that a lot of men might be either insecure or traumatized by the past of how their feelings was weaponized as to why they don't express it. I don't know. I gotta find a way to word that, but basically something like that. So that's something I'm thinking that's another reason because I noticed that we like a lot of times, even when the woman that's taking up for the man, they saying, "Well, they're gonna be used." What's up, Empress? They're gonna get it used against them, but it's like, dang, isn't that like still like a traumatic response or something like that? Like, dang, why you gotta think about that by every woman? You know what I'm saying? So I think it got to get to a point of knowing your person. But that's another thing, though. We're gonna get to that a little later. I think it was already miles in. We did surgeon miles.
Is it
Uh,
Mirror gonna go?
yeah, Mary next. How about that? I was wondering. Go ahead, Mary. It's on you. What up, God? Like just coming through the show. Look, oh yeah, appreciate you, Empress. You already know.
Wait, did cousins go?
It's on you. And then he gotta catch up.
Oh,
Unless you
I
just
gotta let
ain't ready
cousins
right now,
catch
and
up.
I'll let him catch up. Huh?
What's the last question?
So
Or
you
what
on
question I'm on?
number we all on number three. Why are women
Okay.
a lot so fascinated about a man crying with or for them?
Let's see it as some sense of control or connection, um, vulnerability possibly, and kind of like what she just being honest was saying that depending on the woman, it could be something that possibly something that could be used for something later. That may not be the initial intention, but that may be what happens or occurs later. So that's pretty much all I have to say on that.
Okay. So I guess we are. Oh, somebody new now. Constance, where you at?
What up, bro?
So, I guess you since you're in here, you can how you feel about the topic first? Somebody else just left. What that? What was that? Oh, what was that? Who's left?
That's
Oh,
Mirror probably going down to the
okay.
bottom.
Oh yeah, get the
Let me
yeah.
see. What's the answer? I like I like the topic. Hold on. I like
Don't
the
act like
topic.
you
Is
know me.
huh?
So don't act like y'all know me. Don't act like y'all know me.
Right, I straight forgot. I just ain't know
Yeah,
who
I
left.
want
I'm
to
like,
jot
who was
down in
that?
my corner too. But
Yeah, what was
why
that?
can't women
Sergi, I'm
be
tripping.
in a safe space?
Thought I had to mute the mic for a minute.
It's a it's a very intriguing topic, and it's gonna bring out some truth of how some people feel about men and how some men feel about women. But it's gonna bring out some truth though,
Mm-hmm.
because everybody like to speak on how they feel.
Hmm. So, to answer the question, why can't women majority be a safe space for men majority?
Shit, I don't know. I'm not a woman. I can't really answer that one. But to just give an answer, why can't women be a safe space for men? Um, and I was saying this to somebody earlier. It's like
Sergi
women.
still laughing out there. All right.
It's like women want to be taken care of, and ain't nothing wrong with it. But it's like they want to be taken care of like a child or whatever. Like as an adult, you're supposed to want to work. You want to have your own money because, like, how I feel. Like, what if you find a man who do everything for you, right? And something happens to him and he get unalived. What are you going to do then? You have no years of working, no training, no nothing, just years of having fun. How is that woman now going to take care of herself?
Mm-hmm. All right. And number one, what are the signs that a man is opening up to a woman?
When a man sits down next to you and says,
All right, Sergi.
"Baby, this is how I feel," and when a man comes to a woman and sits down next to her and says, "Baby, this is how I feel," he's about to open up to the woman, and it is not the time for the woman to be like, "Okay, I understand it, but this is how I feel." It's not about how the woman feels at that time because we always have to listen to it. We will shut down if we come to y'all with our feelings and then we can't get our
What's
point,
up,
our
sis?
statement, or our feelings off. Like if we feel like we're not being heard, we will continue to consciously not be heard and just keep our feelings to ourselves. And that's when most women be like, "Well, you not talking to me. Why you never talk to me?" Because whenever I was trying to talk to you, you weren't trying to listen.
All right. Let me see where we at. What is being vulnerable too early and not being vulnerable look like?
Mm, vulnerable too early. I would have to say, like, all right, you know how some people they have secrets or like they done things in their life, and sometimes some people would want to tell their partner, "Well, this happened to me. I did that. I did this." If it's too early, I think it's bad because you're not even for sure if that person wants to be with you how you want to be with them to have you expressing yourself like this. And like uh how I be is I look at my partner as like a stranger, kind of in this aspect. If we break up, me and that partner, yes, we know each other, but basically we are strangers, right? So, would I want a complete stranger knowing this fact about me or knowing this whatever about me and not being vulnerable? It's like, to not be vulnerable is to just keep everything to yourself. You put up a guard, kind of like, and you just
Mm-mm.
protect and you pay attention to everything and you like always question everything without just being spontaneous about it. That's it for that one.
Okay. Is this the last one you want? Okay, yeah. Now to catch you up. Why are women a lot so fascinated about a man crying with or for them?
Mm, I don't know. I think that's a question that a woman could answer fully, but mm, I don't know. But see, my answer
Why do
is
you think?
all right. I about to say like, see, my thing is I think a lot of women can well, my bad, better. A lot of women want their man to care, not care, to cry for them because it shows that he cares or whatever. But a lot of the times, a lot of women want the men to cry for them just to have in their head the validation, okay, well, I hurt his feelings, or I have his heart, or I have his love. And
Mm,
men like to just play with feelings, and once they did that, that's all they want. After that, it's like they good. They just want to make you cry. And if a woman has something to say about that, then you are probably one of those women. If not, shut up.
mm-hmm. Okay. I guess you all caught up now. I think Lala did. I don't think I remember you doing number three. You probably just got back.
No, I did
Um,
not do number three. Sorry, I was putting my daughter, or I'm still
it's
attempting
all
to
right.
put
It's
her
all
to
right. It's
sleep.
all right, man. I ain't about to give you a whooping and nothing.
I don't know, I'm
But
scared. All right, let me see. What's number three? Why are women a lot so fascinated about a man crying with or for them? Mm, yeah, I think it's a lot of. I didn't hear what everyone else said, but I do think part of it is. Thank you, Millie. Hey, she just being out of take her. Sorry. All right, so I don't know. I think I think part of it is like sometimes it's nice to see that like your man isn't a robot a little bit because men sometimes come off very very strong, and so
she
I don't
said,
know if I want him crying with me. Shut up. I don't know if I want him crying with me necessarily, but sometimes if he shed a little tear, that's a little cute. I like that. Just not too much. That's it. I don't know about being fascinated, though. I think if anybody's fascinated with it, they just want somebody soft. That woman might be a little masculine, and she needs that polarity in the relationship between the two of them.
I think I don't think the reason why I came with that one is because like they had this recent topic where uh it's like there was so many women like, oh, that's a real man right there because he's crying for his daughter, and he's like, I'm like, dang, what did it make them juicy or something that they like a man like that's considered a real man, not because he. So I'm like, dang, why do women love to see a man tearing up, or I don't know, that a man,
Yeah,
I
easy
thought it
this
used to
thing
be like
like
sex. I thought it was sexy to a woman when a
yeah.
man control herself, show out tough, but not when a man tearing up. I don't know.
I
It's
think
backwards
tearing
now.
up is one thing. Like I don't know if I would find it sexy if he was like boo-hooing. I wouldn't know what to do if my man was like genuinely boohooing. Like I'd be a little taken aback by that. But like shedding a little tear, getting a little teary eyed, you're like, ooh, you got feelings. I like that.
You like
Like
that?
that. I like that. I like that.
You like that? Let's see all the women that like that. Y'all like that? We
What?
about to get some.
If my man cry?
If she tear up for like to see it, like if your daughter was getting her ear pierced or something.
I mean,
And he
yeah,
said,
that's sweet. Like, I
It's
don't know.
cute.
I like moments like that. I'll be like, oh, look at him, mad over there, mad because his baby over there hurting.
Mm. I think I thought about that because, like I said in the video, the mom was sitting there laughing while he was over there tearing up.
I just think it's cute based on some fact. It just shows how much he actually cares about
Okay.
the little young lady he's raising.
Hmm.
Who making
Okay.
bacon? Oh, I thought it was bacon.
And yeah, Millie, what you feel about that? You like to see a dude tear up?
No, it breaks my heart to see anybody cry, even men. It
Aw.
breaks my heart. Um, and though, I think where women is coming from, it is that uh, it just makes them, it it humanizes them, right? It humanizes men when you see them cry, when you see them be vulnerable. It lets you know that they do have feelings and emotions in there. And I think sometimes that's good for men to display that, right? And so, but I don't necessarily think we actually like to see y'all cry because it hurts us to see y'all do that. But I think for the part of you showing your feelings and your emotions, I think that's the part that it let us know that you are human in there too.
Hmm. So, okay, let's ask this then. Since you said that let's say two said that they think it's cute when a man, I guess
I want
show
to,
they,
but I'm just like,
huh?
I don't know. Oh, I ain't gonna say
No,
it's
no, no, y'all
cute.
can't take it back. Don't go back, cause I'm about to ask another one.
I
Y'all
will
ain't about to
not
switch
take
it
it
now.
back. I will not
I'll
take
stick
it
your whole
back.
chest out. That's on the
Yeah,
next.
no,
I
cause
know what I
you a
said, and I don't
setup.
feel bad
Yeah, I
about
know I do. He
You a
already knows
setup.
about now.
You like literally a
If you
setup for a
don't
robbery.
know me by now. You see
Oh,
that
oh
face?
my
Even Jay-Z was ready for this one.
god. Oh
So,
my god.
yes, yes. So for the question for both of y'all then. Hmm. Uh, so how many times can this be cute if every time is, maybe do a graduation and I know that's a good time and
Yeah,
you could do it with the left ear being pierced instead of the right
like
ear next
all the time. Them big moments for sure.
wedding.
Yes, that's when it's
So it'd
cute.
be
That's
cute.
when
Would it be cute every time you see it?
and not every time he
What?
cry. No, I ain't say that.
No,
Remember, I said he can't just be boo-hooing now. That ain't cute. Remember, I said he can. Those moments are
Well, I'm
cute
just saying
though.
tear up. Then I say then tear up.
Oh, well, I don't
I
know.
don't
If
have
you
no
just
problem
Even
with
though
it
I know
being.
it's different though. I guess
it just
tearing up is
depends.
different.
I don't
It
know.
really
I don't
does
mind him
depend.
tearing up for a graduation because I understand like you're clapping because you feel like you done what you're supposed to do as a parent. You actually watching your kid walk across that motherfucking stage, especially if you haven't been the parent to actually experience that. So that could be a real big one for some people. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, I got you.
So
I get you. So it depends.
I
So
definitely
what
agree.
about
I
movies
don't shame
or
I don't shame them for
Yeah.
being proud of the accomplishments and success that they actually watch their kids or themselves go through. Like I don't feel like nothing wrong with that. You know.
I feel you. I get you on that. That
Also,
makes sense. Then I got you on that. Then what about
between happy tears and sad
what's the
tears.
limit then? Can he tear up on movies that might be
The
sad?
limit
Might remind him of his daughter. Um, or if he see a married woman, like, dang,
I think
He
what
get three
overdo I'm
times a
gonna say
year.
you get three
I think
times.
No, I feel like what overdoes does it is some women, they'll be with a guy and that man, he might be down on his luck for whatever reason. He probably can't find a job for a little while. And you probably been that support system. And it probably get to a point where it's like, all right, we you can't just sit around and cry about not getting hired at this place. No, we got to figure out something else. Now, if you just crying to the point where you just feel like there's no getting up, oh, that woman gonna be worn the hell out.
I
She
also
gonna
think
she gonna
different.
feel like at this point she gonna feel like she gonna feel like Taraji and Acrimony. She gonna think that you on that type of time. Like, oh, every time something go wrong, this nigga start crying to me. Oh,
Taraji was the
next thing you
villain in
know,
Acrimony.
he asked me for some money. Like it just
Oh,
it just certain things I think women have a low tolerance on. Like if you just constantly crying every day, like boo-hooing. But she was wrong in Acrimony. You right. She was hella wrong. She was wrong as two
the
left motherfucking
villain.
shoes.
Taraji was the villain in Acrimony.
Huh?
I said, yeah, Taraji was the villain in Acrimony
Yeah,
for
yeah.
sure.
But I'm not gonna
But
lie.
no, I do think
When I
you
first
have to
watched it,
differentiate. Oh, go ahead.
I'm not even gonna
Go
lie.
ahead.
When I first watched that movie, I was so heavy on. I said, "No, he's wrong as hell. What are you talking about?" And then
Mhm.
I had to sit back and think, like,
Uh,
"Hell no, he wasn't wrong. Her ass is literally crazy. That woman is crazy. She was crazy."
herself. Like I can't deal with her. But I was
I
gonna say
said
you do
that
have
was
to
toxicity at
differentiate
its finest.
between you have to differentiate between sad tears and happy tears too, Kev, because they're different. Like I think it's sweet. I think Millie was talking about more like seeing people cry when they are sad, and that's different. I don't want to see him cry when he's sad. That breaks my heart. But him like happy tears, that's like I said, that's okay. That's nice to
What
see.
about Happy Tears that you see? You know, he was watching one of the movies with you and stuff, and
Yeah.
he see Titanic, right? Something like that. Oh, they over there.
Titanic
You know,
is
he lift
crazy.
them in the air, and I can't believe. You know, so his eyes start tearing up and stuff. How you feel?
I ain't even gonna hold
What
you.
happened in
Not they
hold
lift
on,
him
hold
in
on,
the air.
hold on. Kev, what happened in the movie Titanic?
You
Not
said
they
what
lift
happened?
him in the air.
Yeah, because
You
he
know, you seen
said
the
I ain't
movie
gonna
before?
lie,
no. I'm
Titanic.
messing
No,
with you because you
you
said he
mean if
started
he would have
crying.
cried on the scene where she was like, Jack,
Yes,
Jack.
that's what he
All
meant.
that stuff, right? The ending or the freaking. And you want to just and you
Ain't
look
gonna
over there,
lie,
you
I
see your
cried
dude
at
tearing
that
up
part.
too.
You're such a
Will that turn
man,
you
Kev.
on?
I ain't
No,
gonna hold
I
you.
I'm
wasn't.
like, homegirl couldn't swap it out with him. She just laid her
They
big
could have
healthy
took
ass up there.
turns. I don't
That
want to hear
movie
it.
Titanic. I don't.
Selfish
What's up, humble?
ass.
That shit just. I don't know what it was about that movie Titanic. That shit was just corny. I don't know why. I ain't gonna hold you. I was happy when the boat crashed. I was happy. I was really happy knowing that that the majority of them were gonna die in the end. I was happy.
That's
'Cause
good.
that's no, bro. I just hell no.
Oh,
That movie is
oh,
different
Yeah,
levels of corny.
If you want to see a man
I
cry, tell him to watch Set It Off, and if he don't cry, whenever Cleo did Pew Pew, something wrong with him.
I ain't gonna hold
No,
you.
so
Cleo,
Frankie.
I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, y'all just out here crying,
Like when
ain't
I
y'all?
first saw that shit did me
yeah,
like
like
I ain't gonna
what?
hold you. When I first saw Set It Off,
Well, y'all letting it
Cleo.
all out. Y'all getting vulnerable
Nah.
tonight.
John
Speaking of
Q. He
vulnerability,
cried on John Q.
what about
No,
Bernie
John
I
when he
Q
did
lost his?
cry
cried.
at first when Cleo died, and then I realized that Cleo was stupid as fuck to try to get out the car and shoot at them people anyway. Cause name
I
me one
mean,
person that you know
shit.
personally that was in the shootout with the
You gotta
police
ride
and
out.
lived. And lived. Hell no. Cleo died.
Listen.
That girl got
Frankie
lit
could
the
have got
fuck up.
away.
Man,
Frankie
Cleo went
literally
out like
could
a
have got
gangster.
away. Frankie could have got away on the serious tip if she would have just held that pum to that police officer head and just backed the hell up till she got to that bus and let his ass go.
They would have lit
What?
that
Who
bus
was
up.
that? Was that
That
on
movie
Biblical
has
Fox? I know that
multiple
was one of the
crime
stupid
scenes
ones.
Cause I
for
ain't even
people
gonna
to
lie, I
like.
ain't even gonna lie.
Whenever
Look, I'm from LA. I ain't even gonna hold you. I'm from LA. And I'm telling you exactly how LAPD think. They would have lit that bus up with her on it and everybody in it. They would have lit that bus up. They would have lit that on the dead homies. They would have lit that bitch up. They would have
what about when they shot?
pow, pow, pow,
What
pow.
about when they Pew her brother and they lit him up, bro, on the ground? They
He
lit this
wasn't
man up on the
dead.
Look,
ground, bro.
man, I ain't even
How
gonna
much
hold
did
you.
you cry?
I
Let
ain't
me
even
know.
gonna lie, man.
That was overkill,
First
man. That
off,
was
I ain't even
man.
gonna
Look,
hold you.
I
Why
boo
the
hoo,
fuck
bro.
I
I ain't
feel
gonna
like
lie,
low
like not
key?
boo hoo, but I was like, damn.
I feel
I
like
had
dude,
sad moments though. I
I
don't
ain't even
think I'll
gonna lie.
ever
Kev,
tear it
have
up.
you ever cried at a
I feel
movie?
like Cub tattooed that OG on the back of Cub head on purpose. I feel like he did this shit on purpose so the police thought that Cub was him. I feel like they did that.
Huh?
I feel like he tried
They
to set
did.
her up.
That's what it was.
I feel like he did this shit on purpose. No bullshit. In every
That's
movie that nigga in, you know that one nigga that cut that nigga
oh
head
yeah, Junior. He always
and set
doing
off.
playing the
In
messed up
every movie
part.
he in, that nigga always on some fuckery. Just like Terrence Howard,
He,
light skinned ass, always on some fuckery in
yeah,
every movie.
Junior. He especially in Players Club, like he was dirty,
Like his
like
ass
for
was a
being
menace to society.
beating her up.
Kev, have you ever cried at a movie?
Yeah, I cried plenty of
I
movies.
think I could say I got close to tearing up. I held it back, I guess.
No, what's
I
What
had
you
crazy?
sad
cried at?
moments, I guess I
What
could
you
say. I
cried
ain't
at,
never teared
Kev?
up though.
What you cried at? The Charlotte's Web.
Might have been something when I
I
was
ain't
a
gonna hold
baby.
you. There was a TV show that I cried to. Like
I don't
when
think
I
I ever
see when I
teared
watched
up.
that movie, like when I watched the TV show Snowfall for the first time, I watched it after all the seasons had already premiered and shit. Like I just watched all of it like recently.
Snowfall
And
did make me cry.
Hold
and the
I
up.
ain't even
character
gonna
of
Hold
Franklin,
up.
I relate to Cuz so much. And that shit made me cry. Cause I'm like, nah, they ain't never do
Oh,
my
y'all
homie
some
like that.
crying heads out
No,
here. I
Hold up.
see.
Hold
They
no,
up.
ain't
this
never
Hold
whenever
do
up.
I got
Cuz like
upset
that.
in
Black
the snowfall.
Stand
Nah,
Up.
Whenever that
nah,
girl,
They
literally.
ain't do Cuz
Kev,
like that.
imagine you work your way all the way up just to sit up here and take care of your whole family, just for
Especially
them to
that
turn
scene
on
where
you,
he was like,
just for them to turn on you and be
I
ungrateful
ain't
for
never in my
what you
Boy,
life.
think that you
Hey, through
done,
the whole series,
and just so your own mama could sit up here and literally jeopardize you from becoming the person
through
that
that
Hold,
you
whole
was.
series, through
hold
that
on.
whole
Hold on.
bro.
Black Stand Up. I want to know what movie Black Stand Up, Conscious, and Mira have cried at.
I didn't even fully hear she just being honest stuff. My man's just so excited. He just be talking over everybody.
Sorry.
my bad.
What did she ask? I don't even know. I think she was asking me a question.
Man, what
Oh, were
movie or
you?
TV show did you cry to though?
Millie?
Dang.
And
I don't
don't
Oh,
think
lie
I
neither, because
ever
you make me
cried to a
cry to a
movie. And
movie.
now I think about,
So
I might have teared up. I had sad moments and stuff, but I don't think I cried though. But I
Nigga,
can
tearing
understand
up
why
is
some of them.
literally the definition of crying. You cried, bro.
Yeah, that's two. No, that's
You
two different
cried.
things.
Nah, you cried,
Millie.
bro.
yes.
Sorry.
No, cry is
Don't lie.
actually sitting there, something coming out
You,
your mouth.
nah, you too damn old to be lying, bro. You too old for that, man.
I'm not you, man. That's you. That
Hey,
you cry. I did. I just teared up.
hey, look, man, you too damn
Teared up
old
is
to
like
be
it'd be like
lying.
an onion in your eyeball. You ain't crying.
Nah, man, you cried, man. Tearing is the same shit.
yeah, tearing up is like as if, like you said, Kev, like as if you got a piercing, because you know that one tear that falls when you get. Well, you ain't never had a nose piercing, but
I ain't had a nose
Right.
piercing before, but I'd have my ears
it's
pierced a
that one
couple
tear.
times. I'd have my ears pierced a couple times. I ain't never in my life teared up. Like, what is wrong with
But you
y'all
teared
people?
up over a movie though.
Black,
Ain't that
Black
so?
Yeah,
Stand
but nigga,
Up. I,
because like a
We
movie
might
is
as well
very
go all
personal.
out.
Movies be deep, Kev. You can't blame people for tearing up over movies.
No,
Movies
I'm not. I'm
be
talking
deep.
junk.
They be deep.
That's what
Like
she
no
said.
bullshit though. Like
oh my God.
I, I
So in my what 20 something years, right, of being with my husband, right? He has cried one movie, and it was actually recently, probably the last 2 years, and it was.
Crown in
Do
the
you
building.
remember? Hey, Crown. Do you remember that movie with Kevin Hart, and he ended up being a single dad because his
Good.
wife was
private
unallowed
Fatherhood.
in childbirth?
movie that
So we
Kevin
were
Hart is in is
watching.
crazy.
You said what
Yes.
movie?
It's
Uh, I forget the
Netflix.
name of it.
Fatherhood.
Yeah,
Fatherhood.
fatherhood. Yeah.
Nah,
And
you
at
can
the
look that up.
beginning, his wife passes away during childbirth, and he brought it to tears, and he was just like, dang, I couldn't imagine like if that happened to you. Like, and it just brought him to, like tears and whatnot. And I was just like, oh, it made me feel so sad, but and then I gave him a hug. I was just like, well, I'm gonna be here. I'm here. We ain't having no more kids.
I live
So you ain't got to
forever.
worry about that.
I'll live forever, babe.
But that was the
I'm
only time. Only time.
I'm not gonna lie. The recent movie that made me literally feel something for real was Michael B. Jordan and Lauren London and Without Remorse. When I say she was pregnant and basically
I
he
was
was
about to
like a
say
military.
Fruitvale
He was
Village. I was about
he was like in a army or military or something. And basically he had assassinated a whole lot of people, a certain amount of people, and these people came back and retaliated on his crew. Basically, he when he was downstairs, his wife, Lauren London, was upstairs again, pregnant, sleep with their child. And when I say they just came in and shot, came in and basically unalive her. And I like while she sleep, I said, "Oh my God!" I said, "Just imagine, just you being in your house and these people break in and they just unalive your
Oh wait,
woman and
what's that movie
your
called? I think I've
unborn
seen it
child."
before.
It says Without Remorse, with
Oh
Michael
yeah,
B.
Remorse.
Jordan.
Yeah, I remember that. Okay, I remember. I was
Like
seeing
I
on
was like,
Netflix.
dang. I was like, I
Yeah, I seen
felt
it.
that.
And he had took it out. He had went to jail. I hate him, man. He always got to find some way to take his shirt off every movie. I'm like, bro, this ain't a take off shirt movie. What the heck? Let me show you something real quick.
Can't
I'm
blame
mad. Let
the
me go in jail and take my
man.
shirt off and fight. What the freak that got to do with anything?
No,
Yeah,
that's
I
so
can't blame
sweet.
people.
I'm jealous. I know. I'm jealous.
I can't breathe.
Boy, find
Right.
every reason, just like Tyrese be doing, and freaking hold up. I gotta break a window. Let me take my shirt off first.
It's like Tyrese always chasing somebody in the movie. Like I said, this man stay
No.
chasing somebody.
Okay, but Mirror and Black Stand Up and Conscious ain't told us what movie they cried at.
Oh, my bad.
Black Stand Up, what movie did you cry at?
You trying to make everybody vulnerable in here tonight. That's what they
Which
doing.
one
He
of
might be
I'm
still
those?
telling you.
packing.
I cried on
He
Set It
might be
Off.
still packing.
Oh, okay. What'd you say?
You
You said
cried or
Set It
did you
Off,
tear up?
Conscious?
Well, tearing up is only about to cry. So I I cried because a tear fell, multiple tears fell whenever what's the little innocent one name, the one whose child was taken by the people?
Oh, TT.
TT.
Yeah.
Fume. I was like, man, but whenever
She went out cold. I was like, man.
right, and like whenever Stony brother got Pum Pum when I was younger and I watched it, it didn't really affect me. But when I got older and I watched it again, it actually affected me a lot because
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they overkilled him. Like they put bullets in this man. They put bullets in this man. And Cleo, they did my dog Cleo wrong, dog. They had to do it like that, bro. Man, they had her standing there with the bullets
Up in the chat.
doing the Harlem Shake.
Like all F1s. He going berserk.
Mirror.
Oh, ah, man.
He said the Harlem Shake. I'm dead.
Mirror, what movie did you cry at? We know. Look, he already told us he ain't gonna tell us nothing at all.
Working right now. Hold on, just give me a minute.
Okay.
So they ain't have a Harlem Shake, you know.
Wow, Kev said he ain't never cried. That's crazy.
Nope.
I never cried in my life.
I can't even think about it. Maybe when I was a kid.
Ain't gonna cry. I mean, I cried, but I cried at like shit like Birth of a
I'm
Nation,
about to cry on this game
Django.
right now.
I
Like
cried at
Django
Two
was
Face.
Django made me cry for real, because I was like, dang, like this movie crazy.
What'd you say,
Like you got
Mirror?
this.
I
He
think the
just
only
told
time I
you.
teared up in life, really, because I didn't even tear up at some funerals, was when something just happened to my dad like a couple years ago. And
Right.
I
I
teared up.
cried at
That's about the last
funerals.
thing.
I cried at funerals. I cried when I got toothache. Crying like a baby. I don't care what
Oh.
nobody say. You got toothache,
You
sure.
weak. So, no.
I don't care what you,
You
whatever.
care
What
now. It's like, no, I'm
movie?
Whatever.
What
talking
Yeah,
shit. I'm
movie
talking
did
you
you
get a
shit.
cry
toothache
at?
and don't cry.
That'd be funny.
Hey,
Like, I don't
hey,
care what
you get
nobody
a
say. Okay, you weak then.
listen. You get a toothache and don't cry. I will grant you the goat, God, all that. Cause if you get a toothache and don't shed a tear,
What
you,
if they don't
hey,
then?
Did you cry at a movie, Mirror? Any movie make you cry?
I may have shed a tear. I mean, I might have felt something like maybe John Q.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's how I say movies like I felt. Okay, I can
I
get you
had
on that.
felt
I
that
felt
too.
something. Yeah.
I said, did anybody
Um,
cry at John Q?
anything with a father losing his child or some situation like that. Oh, what you call it? Yeah, I did cry at that one. Cause I felt that one. What's the name? Was it Daughters? Uh,
Oh, Daddy's
with
girl.
Daddy's little
yep,
girl.
yep,
Daddy's
yep,
little girl.
yep. That one. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that
one.
that that was messed up when he had when the boyfriend had black his daughter's shoulder like that. He had beat her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
yeah.
said, imagine if somebody your mama boyfriend just beat the hell out your little daughter and just bruised the hell out her. I
And I
wouldn't
got
know
one
what to
more.
do.
I got
A
one more.
Oh,
dog's
you got a
life.
list though. Yeah, do your thug thizzle.
The one
I
more. The
do.
one
I
more.
would have did what he
The
did.
other one was I can't think of the name of the movie, but it's I think it's what's her name, Lathan,
So now later.
Sanaa Lathan. Yeah, and she was married to my man, the dark skinned dude, and then she was cheating on him with the bald head dude, and then
Wow.
turned around and had got AIDS.
Family that prays.
Oh, you talking about
Yeah,
Temptation?
yep,
Or is it
Temptation,
Temptation?
Yeah, that wasn't
Temptation,
Oh,
Sanaa Lathan, but that
Temptation.
Temptation
was,
was a good one too. You right.
Was it
Who was it?
Jordan?
who you
It
feel
was
sad
Yep,
for?
Jordan.
yep, yep. Huh?
It was
Yeah.
Jordan.
My
Who
man,
did you feel sad for? The girl or the me?
my man.
That's what I'm trying to
Oh.
figure
I
out.
felt my
Oh, I was
because I
about to
was
say, I
going
know
through
you
it.
ain't feel sad. She
Cause
deserved. I
no,
don't like using that
cause
word
I have to be
deserve.
100. I have to keep it 100. I was going through it at the time that happened, so I felt this pain. I felt like that was my life.
Well,
I
I
felt what
felt
he was
bad
going
for
through.
her
Yeah,
because
he was a good dude,
Oh,
but
I ain't
she
feel
got
nothing for her.
Who
tempted.
been bad for her? Forget
I ain't
her.
feel nothing for
She
her.
got tempted. I just
I
didn't. No,
wanted to
I
feel
didn't like.
bad for her, but she
The
got what she
only
got.
thing I'm gonna be real. The only thing I really didn't like about that movie was the women that was working with her, like Kim Kardashian and stuff. Like they was trying to sit up here and encourage her, like, "Oh, you need to stop dressing like this in this old maid looking outfit, and you need to
And
sit up here." And the boss actually told her, "Get that client by any means, even if you have to sleep with them," type shit.
don't forget about the family that
they have
prays.
one. The family that
And
prays
she
was
weak, she
sad
weak.
too. Oh
I
my
said that
god.
was weird.
Yeah, the family that prays was sad too. I never wanted to punch somebody in their face so bad in my life.
And then there's one more that got me. One more that got me
Oh
was
my.
what's the name of it?
Yeah.
Dang, the pray. It's a pray. It's a religious movie. War Room.
Mhm. War
War
Room,
Room.
yes, that was good.
You said the what?
It's called War Room, and it was about a woman who made a prayer closet in her house. It was a really
Hey,
good
what
movie.
movie that? What movie that was? I think it's a Tyler Perry movie, and the father he had dropped both of his kids out that window.
Wow.
Oh, Four Color
Girls, for
Girls.
Color Girls.
That one. Yep.
I hate
On
that
that part right there.
movie.
That was just
Yeah.
sad.
Yeah, that one was crazy because
That's
that
another
That was
girl
a
one.
ended up
bad movie.
the girl who played the dream girl, and she played what's her name? On Power book. I think it's Power Book or Raising Canaan. No, she played on Raising Canaan.
Oh, shit.
Like she got SA up in that movie. I was like, that's
Oh my.
crazy. Like she went up on hella dates with this man and he was so desperate to sleep with her, he SA her.
That's what
Like
that
I was like, that's
soundbite
crazy.
come. Do you do the bended? That's where that soundbite come from. So everybody
Oh
who's
yeah,
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 that's what
that's
that.
the movie, girl.
That's
He
what
said,
it-
I don't do no he said
I
I
don't.
don't bend over.
Oh, so you doing the bended? That's what that is.
I said, oh, she was mad as hell. And why is it that Janet Jackson always get the crazy husbands?
Because
Like,
she do it too good. Maybe she crazy. She do that part way
huh.
too well.
I said something always going wrong in your relationship, man.
I never watched that movie again after I watched it the first time. I was so upset. I was like, this movie was ridiculously like it was just Tyler Perry do that. He live off people trauma.
Ain't gonna lie.
Definitely.
Boy, a billionaire off
The
trauma.
funniest moments. The funniest moment as far as movies go, I'll say that I liked it of Janet Jackson was the Nutty Professor. when he was like, "Put my beef in your
My
taco."
taco. I watched. So you cried off beef and taco. Now we on a whole nother level.
No, I said that was a funny one of
I
the
know. I
funniest
was about to
movies.
say.
Mirror named another one, and Kev was like,
I
"Dang."
couldn't get over that stuff.
I got any more y'all want to get out?
So
Oh
dog,
yeah, your
No,
gas cousin. No, I'll wait for his
cousin,
answers. Go ahead,
I'm
ask him
about
the
to
same
ask
question. What's up,
you.
cuz? I didn't even see you pop
a
up in here,
dog's
man.
life. What's a dog's life? What's that?
That's
A
fine.
dog's life.
Hey, cousin, we just wondering what's a movie you cried that made you cry as a man. You know what I mean? Manly tears though. But what
John Q.
movie made you cry?
John Q.
Man, tears.
Y'all cute.
John Q.
I told you, John Q.
Three,
John cute. I
three,
thought he said
three,
y'all
three
cute.
good ones off the left eye. That was John Q.
Hmm.
Oh,
That's it.
everybody likes John Q.
I
That's
told y'all John Q was that movie.
John Q was it. Did I tear up Elise? Nope, I didn't.
Denzel played the hell out that
I
movie.
felt sad. Is that close?
I cried on Malcolm X.
Hey, I'm gonna say I
I
like
felt
the
bad on
John
Fruit.
Q because I like the John Q because at the end of the day, when it was all said and done, Eddie Griffin took that for him. He ended up taking the charges for Denzel. You get what I'm saying?
spoiler.
Mm-hmm.
If y'all see-
But my thing was when the little boy at the end and he did his little wrestling pose or his little flex when he was going away in the cop car, and that right there was like I recognized that you was about to give your life up for me, so I'm gonna show you why you did it. And as
Yes.
a to his father, I just thought that would have been that was a touching moment. You know what I mean? Where it had no lines, it had no nothing, but it was just that whole sentiment right there. So yeah,
I don't
Saw
think I
you
said
unmute. Oh, go ahead,
about
man.
this one. Crooklyn.
I love
Is that
Crooklyn.
another one?
I didn't shed a tear on it, but it
Oh,
could
I
have
was
been
about.
when you
What
could have got
that movie
I
when
gotta
the
sounds
mess
father
with.
passed
familiar.
away. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
when the
What that
father
movie sounds
passed away.
familiar. What
Yeah,
is that?
yeah.
Crooklyn.
Angela
Yeah, what is
Bassett,
that?
I think, and who else is in that? What is his name?
God, the old boy guy play Isaac. He play everybody. I mean,
And that's so weird that we don't know
I
his
don't know why
name.
I'm thinking about Vampire from Brooklyn. I don't know why I thought about
No,
that
oh
like
heck
Crooklyn
that.
is
no,
the one
Wow.
where the
Crooklyn,
little girl
Crooklyn.
got brothers and stuff, and they live with their mom and dad, and he's like a struggling musician, and then like Baltimore type city,
This
and
shit sounds so
Oh yeah.
familiar.
she gets
I
sick.
do got one more, and then after this one, I'm gone. I gotta go.
Stop, Mirror.
But this last one is probably before some of y'all time, but you may have seen it. This last one is, and cousins probably know, and Black Man Stands Up, is when Radio Raheem died dang, what's the name of the movie? What's the name of the movie Black Man Stands Up?
it's
Uh,
you talking about school days. School days.
yeah. When
Yeah,
Radio
yeah,
Raheem, when Radio Raheem
yeah.
when the cops
Hey,
matter of fact that was before we even had what's his name with the cops put his knee on my man back and stuff. Remember they choked him out yeah.
yep. I remember also. I think it was what was that shit called? Antoine Fisher, I think it was called.
Hmm.
Oh man, okay.
And when he walked in and he finally met his family, and he walked into the back room and the old lady, the great grandmother was there, and when he came in, the way she looked at him, it
Go
just
to bed.
reminded me of mine, and that was like I almost I didn't, but it was close. That was another touching movie that I thought because I was like,
Cousins.
my
You telling me
grandmother
you telling
passed at 108. She
yeah,
passed
but
at
your cousin.
108. Yeah.
Wow. But you telling me you didn't shed a tear when he almost shed a tear when he got an old girl face and said you tried to break me, you tried to make me weak, but I'm strong now. I'm strong. When he told her to shut up, and he was like, "It's my turn to talk now." You telling me that ain't get
Right? No, no.
that ain't get you
I
a
felt
moist
it.
eye?
No, I felt that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
he trying to
felt
get
that.
somebody to
But
get
the
him.
but the
Nah, Amir, you on
no,
your
but
own.
the
Like,
moist eye though. The moist eye. I
the
don't know
moist.
why.
Right.
I can't. The moist eye though. The moistness. It was the moistness.
It was the moist.
That was, yeah. The moistness.
See, it
That
didn't
came
drip.
when
It was just moist. Yeah, it was just
it was
moist.
just moist. It was
You
that was
tearing
it.
some
That was
people
it.
up
It
right
just
now
got
with that
moistened.
word.
Stop saying that word, please. Please stop saying that word.
What about
That's what she
radio?
said.
It was some movies I felt sad at in the inside, right? I don't think I teared up. But what about radio? And when I guess it's something about when people just be playing them roles where they seem like they not. I think it's a lot of radio people in real life be feeling sad for too, where they just talk a certain way with like they mentally ill or something like that. What about that?
I cry. First of all, I
I be
cry
feeling bad.
I cry at
Right.
movies when they're supposed to
I'm
be
All right,
like
Millie.
good night.
Good night. I cry at movies when they're supposed to be romantic comedies. So I'm not a good telfer. I cry at literally everything. Disney movies, all of it. Every time it's sad, I'm like, oh my God, that's so sad.
I felt bad on Squid Games when the one girls was about to connect and stuff, and then about when they finally about to connect, and then one of them she had to take the other one out. I was like, dang.
Yeah, like that
I be
was
having them
crazy.
dang moments. I can say that. But dang, man, why? You know, I ain't
Yeah,
cry. I
like
don't cry.
movies
I ain't
like
tear up
that.
though. But I'm like, man, that's bad. That's sad. You know, I feel sad
Like
though.
that and movies like that and Hunger Games. I ain't like Hunger Games. Like I liked the Hunger Games, but I didn't like
Ain't basically the
what
same
Hunger
thing.
Games
You know?
was about. I'm like, damn, these motherfuckers crucial with this shit.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, when they killed the
I'm
baby.
like, they just send you
Oh,
in.
sorry,
They
when they
don't give a
unalived
damn
the
if you
baby.
train, not train. If they don't care if you adult, kid, mama, grandma, send your ass in there. I'm like, damn, this shit is heartless.
Mm-hmm.
They got rid
Yeah, I
of
feel sad.
that little girl. I liked her.
Yeah, I don't know. I rarely feel sad when I see like loss or like somebody, they in their life or somebody, pass away or like that don't really because I in my mind I'm like it's a movie. It ain't real. They trying to make me get in my feelings. Fuck y'all. That's like
No, it's
right.
real.
What?
Yeah,
He
it's so in
don't
my
feel sad,
mind.
and I feel sad. That seems so opposite right now.
But that's what I'm saying. So, but
I usually be the
those
tough one.
moments that I think what gets me is those moments that they didn't plan. Like when the actress or actor, you know what I mean? Like there's a certain something that you feel in a movie that they probably didn't write in the script and it just hit you. And I was like, ooh, that was a good one. That's the ones that get me for some reason. I don't know. Like if I know, because most of the movies I kind of can see what the plot is, and as I'm looking at it, like I know, you know what I mean. So I'm like, yeah. So it don't touch me like that. It's like, oh yeah, he died. Okay, but that's what I knew that was coming. So it was like, it really don't get to me. But like,
Dang, y'all don't cry no slave movies?
I
you said,
cried
oh,
every movie. I can tell you
Slave
this.
movie.
Every movie I
nah,
Yeah,
cried.
y'all don't be crying at slave movies. I cry at slave movies
nah.
all the time.
I think it make me mad.
Yeah, that's what I was
Oh
about to say.
yeah,
It
Like
I
we
just
be
don't
pissed me
talk
mad
off.
about that
crying.
massive stuff.
I be
Yeah, it
mad
Talk
just
and
pissed me off.
crying mad. I be crying
Hey,
mad.
when I sit up and watch a slave movie, I be sitting there like, man, I would no way. I would have went over here. Boy, why don't you go over there? Why don't you do this? Why don't you like? Yeah, that's
Definitely me. That's definitely me.
On everything. It's like, how could you be that stupid?
Every man either he should have did that. He should have did this. Okay.
To your ass is really your
Okay,
ass.
Nat Turner, calm down.
That's why I brought up Birth of a Nation, because that was Nat
Yes.
Turner's story.
Be free. Are you
Could
I
be
ain't
me.
gonna lie, after
We would've had
watching
to get me.
Birth of a Nation made me wanna just go do something crazy.
I know.
I said we need to get justice for this shit. I ain't even gonna cap. I said the Nat Turner story. I said this shit is deep. Like who
Yo,
just
y'all got me
She
unalive
said,
people just because you can't. It's like there was unaliving families just because they couldn't catch Nat Turner. They just was unalive. I said they even do nothing.
Wait, I can't get myself
Yeah, it's like
together after
people
she
was getting
said
set
that.
on fire. People was getting fed to dogs. It was just like too much graphic stuff. I was like,
Ooh, I cannot get myself
and
together after
that's
you
where I
said we
really
gotta go get
that's where
justice
I
for
honestly
this.
That's where I honestly learned about the family tree when I watched that movie.
Oh,
I was
okay.
like, dang, now this where the family tree really the name family tree come from, because they was hanging all the family members, all the black family members, whether you was a child, grown, grandma,
Hmm.
they hung them from the trees, and that's what created the name family tree.
No, my favorite part of
I was like,
Django
dang,
is of Django. Y'all saw
because
Django. You said you cried. You cried at
because
Django. Right?
yeah, but when Birth of Nation first come
Oh
on, you
God.
just see a baby. They showed the first scene is a baby hanging from a tree. I said, "This shit crazy. Who starts off a movie like this?"
Wow.
Yeah, that is how
I
it
said,
starts.
I said they trying to piss you off at the beginning.
Fast,
Hmm.
real fast. My fiance watches it. Well, he says he watches it once every year. So, and I'm like, I don't know
Yeah,
how you do
To
that.
see it once. I actually made a whole
yeah.
video,
One
but I
time was good for
watched it
me.
one time and I was done. I was, you know what? I don't need to see this disrespectful shit no more. Fuck
Hmm.
that. But I remember when we watched Roots, they showed Roots in the school, in the high school, right?
Ooh, that
And the
shit
first time I
long.
saw it, hey, listen, I'm talking about, hey, it was kids getting beat down in the hallway. I felt bad for everybody that was not melanated because they was getting their ass whooped all in the hallway just out of nothing, for nothing, just after showing Roots. And I was like, damn, I was
Dang.
mad, but I wasn't
That's
that
what
mad. It was,
Christian Arch.
damn.
That's what Christian Arch just sent me. She was like, "Yeah, we gotta get justice for this." And I'm like, "Girl, it's so much. Like it's so far in the past, and it's kind of funny that she was talking about ready to fight." My favorite part of Django is when they talk about the masks, though, and they'll have the masks on, and they're like, "I can't see shit out this thing." Y'all know
Hey,
what I'm talking about.
it was hilarious.
That was the funniest part of the movie.
I don't know if it was his voice or his accent or the way they was
Right,
talking. That shit
right.
had me on my back. Yeah, that was hilarious.
Yeah, he's like, I can't
It
see
was
shit
all a
out
little
this
put together,
thing.
to be honest. Cause
Say
they all
again.
in their country, so I said it was all of them put together. It'd be
He said,
funny.
don't ask me and mine's for nothing. I was like, oh man, that's funny.
Well, I can't see out this thing. I'm not all day. He says for y'all want to be so.
Okay. Sorry, Kevin. It wasn't my fault.
I can't see shit. That shit was crazy.
Me either.
Hmm. Sorry. Cousins might as well catch up, Kev.
Yeah, come on with it. What was y'all? Where y'all at? Because you know, I
Oh, we on 1 through
Three.
3, but we
one through
doing the
three.
first one. You start from the first one and go to 3.
Your first heading, or are you talking
My
about the
heading,
one in
yeah,
the
yeah,
what?
yeah. My bad, my bad, my bad.
All right. So why can't women be a safe place for men? And the majority of the majority.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Honestly, I think that they don't know how. I think the
Hmm.
majority of women don't know how to be a safe place for a man because you know we don't make it, because the other side of that is we don't make it easy to have to be a safe place for us. So I think that's a two-headed sword right there. Like you have us who have been taught to not open up, right, to be guarded so we compartmentalize. But in a relationship, you train your partner how to treat you, right? What you accept is what they will do. Okay, and that goes both ways. So as you get to know each other, you figure out how each other ticks, and that's how you move forward, right? But if we're so guarded, we don't show a woman how to support us, right? Because we don't want to open up. Meanwhile, the bad part about it is if we don't open up, then how can we open up and feel safe, right? So it's kind of like we're defeating ourselves at the same time as guarding ourselves. And as a result of that, most women don't really know how to make a safe space for us. Because it's like, well, all they see is how we talk to each other, right? And we tell ourselves, hey, it's man up, you know, wipe that shit off, get up, blah, blah, blah. But as a man, we don't want to hear that from a woman, right? We don't want to hear, get your ass up, punk ass, blah, blah, blah. We don't want to hear that from our women. I can hear that from my partner and I'll take it a certain way. But women hear how we talk to each other, so they assume that's how they do it. And that's not how it goes. So I just think that they don't know. Because if you ever experience a real man that knows how to express himself and how to deal with his feelings, if you ever meet one of those women who have experienced that, then they don't have a problem making a safe space. So that's why I say I just think they don't know how to, in the majority. So that'd be my number one. Then what you at, number one?
Yep.
Okay, it's a little small. I'm in the car. What does it say? What are
the signs that a man is opening up to a woman?
when he is starting to do the things that would normally be embarrassing for him? If he is showing that to his woman, that is him opening up. Now, obviously, there's more, everybody's different and we all got different shit. But for the most part, when a man is doing things that would, like is showing his vulnerability, when he is showing you things that he may feel embarrassed by, or he may feel insecure about, or, some things that may, if it gets out into the public, they can use it against him. If he starts to show you that as a woman, that's him opening it up. Even if he doesn't say it. If he starts, if you meet a man, for an example, you meet a man, he's extra stoic and he's always, macho this, that, I'm the man, and blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden, he starts to show you that he likes comic books or some shit. You know what I mean? Nothing wrong with comic books, but the point is, this is something that he is exactly opposite that he puts out in the world, but he's showing you. That is a sign that he's opening up himself, because that is one of his secrets or one of his insecurities or one of his things that he could be used as weak. So I think that would be the best way to answer that. Are y'all on number 3 or is that it?
Good evening. Did you on number 2, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
we did
number 2.
except for the last
Yeah,
one, cousin. We did everything but the last one.
we on because everybody got to start on that last one. Because I got
Okay.
a fifth one I want to add, but I couldn't fit it on there. It's about the man.
All right. And then, so number 2?
Yeah. What is being vulnerable too early and not being vulnerable looks like?
Vulnerable too early is what I would think is when you are exposing everything about yourself, but you don't know anything about the other. That's being vulnerable too early. So however that looks like, however that goes, if you spilling all the beans about yourself, but you don't know shit about the other person, you tripping. You have now put yourself in a dangerous position, and you have done that too early. I think that in an ideal world, you kind of grow each other at the same time, but that doesn't always happen. But definitely too early is if you don't know, if you're exposing everything about yourself, but you can't answer those same questions for the other person, like you don't know those, it's probably too early. And then the opposite for the other part of the answer. If you don't know, or you know everything and they don't know anything, or you know what I mean, there's a big imbalance of information, then I think you probably haven't been opening up enough. If you know everything about that person but they don't know anything about you, so it goes both ways. Yeah. And then number three.
Why are women a lot so fascinated about a man crying with or for them?
I have no idea. I can assume. I'm sure some women would correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that for one, that's how they emote, right? So crying is something that they do, so it's a familiarity. So if somebody can cry with them, that's all good, right? I think that might be part of it. Maybe another part would be that they know that we have an anti-cry policy that's been taught to us forever. So if we do cry, maybe that means that they're special. It shows them that maybe we have now opened up. So if he's crying around me, maybe he thinks I'm on a, so maybe, and if you are somebody who is a crier, when somebody else cries around you, you're going to feel another connection to them. So they probably want to feel that connection to us, because a lot of times we can come off, when we have stoicism, it may come off as nonchalant, or it comes off as we're not present. You hear a lot of women say, you're not present. That's what that means. Like, they don't feel connected to you, right? So I think sometimes the crying may be one of those things that they will feel like, okay, this, he's connecting to me, because that's how they connect, if that makes sense. And ladies, I don't know if I was way off, y'all can tell me. But I that's what I would guess.
Mhm. So that should be everybody, right? I think everybody did that third one, so we should be caught up. Let me put my goal back. I guess I put my input on that one. Hold up, I got you. Hold on, switch my thing. I ain't got my. Dun, 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 dun. Hold up. All right, so on that one, why are women a lot so fascinated about? So I think it kind of ties into what cousin, I think for most people has put up there. Yeah, I think they make them feel special. A lot of them confused. They really don't know what they want either. Because one minute they can say you can cry, the next minute. So it's based off their feelings too. Because like one minute they gonna shut you down on you crying. They tell you why you crying so much. The other one they feel validated about their life. And it's like basically like he said though. It's like they finally cracked the cheat code or something like that. Like, ooh, yeah, he always be tough in front of all these people, and I made him cry. So and then I think the part I get kind of confused on is like, well, this is a real man or something like that. So it's like, dang, real men only come in that form or something like that. Well, people just throwing that out. They probably just throw that out. Well, real men cry. Who says that? Who get a definition? I don't know. We change these things, I guess, because I used to thought a real man is a person that actually control their emotions too, or that actually can hold in their tears too. So I guess it's just subjective on the type of woman it is too. 'Cause I don't know. Maybe nowadays women get turned on by tears. Or maybe I don't know. It's hard to keep up with a lot of women. A lot. I said a lot on there. So hey, everybody done dipperoni this stuff, boy. So it's all dudes though. What happened to all the women? Dang, what the freak?
All
That's
right,
crazy. This is really for them.
out of here.
They done
What happened?
skedadded out this boy. Skedadded.
We got away from the movies. It was about to get real.
Yeah, this is my boy. Exactly. Like, oh man, you about to dig in deep. Dig in deep. That's what she said too. So, yeah, because I don't want to answer that fourth one. That's really mainly for the women. Because I really don't want to know what they say on that one.
When you brought up that real man, real woman type shit, like, yo, that's one of my pet peeves. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like,
Right.
I feel, because it's like, listen, a man, that means you are a grown male. Period. That's being a man. You grown, you a male, you a man. That's it. Now, if we want to talk about the caliber of man you are and all of that stuff, now we can talk about all that other shit. But oh, you a fake? What's a fake man?
That's why
You know
I've
what I mean?
always
Like,
wanted. What is a fake man?
like that shit don't make it's crazy to me. But I know that people, we just talk because we want to make shit easier, or it's a slang or whatever.
It's a slang.
But it's like, it's just one of those things that just,
Or
that's one of the things
offend
that hurt me,
somebody.
man. Yeah, it just irked me as a real man, a real woman do this. No, that just
Right.
means that
That's
this
you.
particular type of woman, yeah, you a real man regardless. You can be shitty and don't do nothing, have no responsibility, and still be a real man because you a man.
Right.
You know what I
I
mean?
think
But
it's
I
used
just
for like a offensive type term too, because they just want to do it like, well, this is more
right,
real because it go based off their feelings. It's like that's what makes it so subjective. It's based off how they feel or what they want to define as a real man or a real woman. Because it's always different from
right,
each person.
or it's, yeah, right, or it's just a way to kind of put down whoever you're talking to,
Yep.
or
Basically.
like you're trying to put yourself on another category, or put that quote unquote real man on another plateau or whatever. But yeah, I know it's just one of those sayings that I just that's one of my pet peeves. I just every time I hear it, I'm like, really? Well, tell me what a fake man is, because
Right.
that's what I want to know. You know,
Please tell me. Enlighten
that's
me.
almost that's almost as bad as alpha. I ain't gonna lie to you. That alpha shit,
Facts.
yo. Every time alpha males, man, shut up. What are you talking about?
I'm more
Like that.
aggressive than you. That's all I hear in there. Like, well, all right, whatever. You can have
Even
it, man.
look, even the man who invented the term, the dude that invented it, right? Who wrote the book, who did all of that, came back and said, you know what, that was bullshit, my bad. Like he even admitted, the man who invented it even admitted that that's wrong, that he was wrong about the whole shit. But yet it's still stuck and everybody still use it. And I'm like, ugh. But then again, I understand why they're saying it. It's just stupid to me. I don't know. It's just one of those things, I guess. We just never gonna find an answer to it. It's like a car crash on the freeway. You can look and see what happened, but you can never tell what happened by looking at it. You know what I mean? You never
Mm-hmm.
know what happened. You'll be like, how did they get into that position? How is the car turned? No, you'll never know. So that's one of those things. What's your last one?
So the last one. See how we gonna get that going then. So how do you know if a man is compressing his emotion? What is bad about compression, and can it be safe?
Um, Somebody else want to go? I've been talking for a minute. Somebody want to stop tackle that first?
My
Yeah, my
back.
bad. I
Oh,
was
he
on the
came back in
phone.
perfect time, and hey,
Yeah. How do you know if a man is compressing his emotions? What's bad about compressing?
I think I beat that.
Can it be? Um. Hmm. What's bad about him compressing his emotions is that it it turns into a situation where he may have a loud outburst of emotions in a certain situation that he's not planning on to have. So, somebody, it may be something as simple as somebody steps on his shoe and he wants to go off now. Or, you know what I'm saying? You see
Mm-hmm.
those people that they just ready to go off for any little thing. And so because he's been holding that emotion inside for so long, now everything may trigger him. And unfortunately he's a dangerous person at that point. He becomes really, really dangerous to himself, to his community, to anyone around him. Because now he's that guy, when you go out to the club and he that guy who always get into it with somebody because he don't know how to emotionally regulate,
Mm-hmm.
because he's either compressing it and holding it in during the wrong times and not releasing it in other ways. Release that. You know how they say, go work and hit the gym, go work out, go do something, go decompress from that emotions that you've been holding in all day, or just in general. And that's how it's one of those things where it's bad. And what's the name?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
What you got? I guess we can get um conscious. You there? You blur your screen out.
Jesus, sir.
Yeah.
Or there.
There you go. There you go. You, you said what, conscious?
I say we on number 4.
Yeah, we on the last one now. Yeah. How do
All right.
you know if a man is compressing his emotions? What's bad about compressing, and can it be safe?
How do you know? Whenever we are, even if a woman see like a man and he like, we can visibly see that something is going on with him, right? Like it's you can't hide it. But if you go try to talk to him, they don't act like everything all right, and they keeping everything bottled in, like they're not letting nothing of what's going on with them out to the public, like they refuse to be vulnerable. Um, what's bad about compressing your emotions? It doesn't give you opportunity to like actually process what happened and do what you have to do to get over it, or just have enough strength to just realize it's the past, it happened, but my life forward I must keep going forward, and
All right,
can it
black
be
man.
safe?
Appreciate you.
Nah, because that right there is could lead to anxiety, to depression, to violent acts, just acting out because one day that anger got to burst. It's like a bubble, and when it pop, it's gonna pop bad. I land right there.
Okay. What you got for us, cuz?
Yeah, that's a good one. Um, I would say that everything that the gentleman said so far is true. I would add to that when a man is diverting the conversation away from the questions, he's probably compartmentalizing or, trying to compress his emotions about whatever it is that it is. So, as an example, if you're, what's wrong? What's wrong? And you're asking about something specific, oh, nothing. And then he just try to change the subject, right? That would be one example. Because I'm trying to divert and get you off of that, smoke and mirrors. So
Mm.
it's one way to recognize it, as opposed to, along with everything else everybody is saying. Is it good? No. It's a coping mechanism. Okay. Sometimes it's necessary, but it's never good. Okay. I think that we have to understand that being able to compartmentalize is that's what, like, an emergency break glass, right? It's like when you need to, you can compartmentalize, right? So we have that ability, but yet we should hardly ever do it if we want to really be stress free and really be healthy. And I'm gonna use this analogy you probably ain't never heard before, but it's almost like if you got to go to the bathroom, right, and you got to let it out,
Oh my.
you hold it. You'd be like, okay, cool. You hold it. You in a couple of minutes, you don't have to go to the bathroom, right? You just be like, all right, and you keep on doing what you're doing. But then it's gonna come back. The urge comes back, and then you're like, I gotta go use the bathroom. I can't go use the bathroom. And so you hold it again. And then what happens eventually, you can't hold it no more, right? And now it's going to come out regardless. So if you are in a situation that you will be compromised, it don't matter. It's going to be coming down your leg. It's going to happen. It's going to take over. So what you do is every time you compartmentalize, you are losing more control of your emotional state. The same way that you are losing the control, to kind of, make the right decision about when you want to use the bathroom or where. You get what I mean? Because the more you in, eventually it's going to come out when it want to come out. And then when it does, you're not going to have any control over it. And that's usually when we make our mistakes. That's usually when people get incarcerated. That's usually when, people get unalived. And because we lost control and we had no way because it had went to its boiling point. So This is just to kind of put on the same thing of what the brothers already said earlier. But yeah, that's it. You kind of, that's never a good thing.
Maybe I'm coming from a different angle, I guess. I would say it's like that though, but I think it's a little. I don't know. I look at it a little different though, cause that show like a little lack of control. So with me, I'm gonna say, how do I know if a man is compressing his emotions? I would say, for the most part, he picked the randomest conversations to let out whatever it is inside of him, express itself. Like we could be talking about even like these conversations we have and stuff. They can be talking about. We can talk about. Oh, well, kind of the good person though. We could be talking about cats and dogs, and somebody come out here. Well, boy, a black woman is this. So stuff like that. That showed me that they compressing something, right? Emotional about that's inside of them that they ain't let go, or also I would say yeah, they're easy to snap, or they are it's hard to express themselves, you know, stuff like that, right? So what's bad about compressing? Me myself, I don't think nothing bad about it. I don't. I think it's actually part of emotional control. I think the problem is how we express it. And then the thing is, it's funny because it's usually people advocate for expressing emotions, but I think the problem is the way we express it, and people don't have their limits to it. And I think and people don't realize what they be saying when they say we express your emotions, express yourself, and all that. But you know, sometimes it is good to you gotta be selective where we expressing it at, and how, and like I said, where and how and when we're expressing these emotions. And like I said, I think compressing is part of emotional intelligence and emotional regulations, because it's like we compress it for a certain moment, and it depends on how long you compressing it, right? Now, I think that become a problem when how long. But overall, I don't think compressing emotions is not a bad thing. It's just how long you're doing it and when and where you choose to express it. But I think, like, even when we take in certain things all the time, and we just like I'm be saying that we need time to decompress in certain lives, right? So it's like after taking in so much information and stuff, you compressing, or taking so much back talk, or holding you holding your tongue. There's no way you have the time to sit there and express it, because you're not. And that's, like I said, when you want to snap on somebody, that's a form of compressing your emotions. You know what I'm saying? So everybody do it, but they make it seem like it's a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? So overall, I don't think it's a bad thing. It's part of emotional control and emotional regulation. The problem is the way we express it and stuff, and not dealing with our internal issues to really let certain situations go. And even with the expression, like when we do compress it and express it at a different time, like I said, it depends on how we're doing it and what we using the energy, and is we doing it in a healthy way and stuff. So yeah, I don't think it. And can it be safe? Most definitely can be safe, because you can use that energy towards something else, like play the video game, or punch a bag or something like that. So it can most definitely be safe. So I don't think the problem is the suppressing part at all. I think everybody do it.
So you know what? That's a good point. And I think maybe this may be semantics that I'm talking about. But riddle me this, Batman. Okay. I think because what you explain, I think is true, right? But I would call that compartmentalizing. There's a difference between compartmentalizing and compressing. So compressing, it means basically it's like when you go into the garbage can and you just look in it and it's filled up to the top. So you get something and you push it down so you can fit more in, right? You have not emptied the garbage. You haven't cleaned anything. All you did was compress it to fit more in. You haven't dealt with it at all, right? Emotional regulation is actually dealing with it and putting it in its proper place. So that means that you actually have to identify what the emotion was. You got to figure out what it is. Okay, boom, boom, boom. I can't deal with that right now. I'm going to put it in its place, right? That's emotional regulation, right? You actually identified it. You've actually dealt with it. You've actually said, well, I can't deal with it right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that over here and I'm going to deal with that tomorrow. Cool, bam. But that is not the same as just stuffing it in the junk drawer and waiting until later. You get what I mean? So I think we might be talking about the same thing. It just may be the different words. But I think that when we say compartmentalize, that's more of having an IQ about it and actually dealing with it and just understanding that you can't, maybe you can't fix the problem right now. Maybe you don't have time to really, grieve over it, or maybe you don't have time or whatever. So you're just putting it in another compartment, but you've already known that that's what you have to do. Well, compartmentalizing or compressing is just, I don't want to deal with it right now. Fuck that. Throw it away. You haven't even looked at it. You get what I'm saying? You just stuffed it in, and that's the stuff that comes back to you. When you compartmentalize, that never comes back because you've dealt with it. You know what I'm saying? The reason why I said it's always bad is because the ones that you compress, those are the ones that always come back in an inopportune time. But the ones that you compartmentalize, they don't come back. They just, they're just part of your makeup. Does that make sense?
I don't know. I don't know.
I feel
I
that way
think the
personally.
reason why I'm gonna say, because I think everybody literally do suppress it. Because like sometimes you don't know how to handle a certain situation, so you have to hold it in for a good minute until you figure out what you're gonna do with what you got, what you compressed and stuff. Because like sometimes I don't know how to rethink of how I'm about to somebody if they call me a B or something like that, right? And I'm at the home. It's no, I look at it compressing like holding your tongue. That's how I look at it, I guess. I don't have the time to like be like, well, I'm about to relocate. I'm not thinking about it right now at that moment. So I think at that time I am compressing whatever, because like how I grew up and stuff, and I'm like, no, that's disrespect, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna hold this in. So I guess I'm gonna be nice right now and not express the emotion that you want to come out of me and stuff. So I don't know, like I'm trying to see what's the difference. I think it is the same thing, but you said I don't know. Me myself, I don't know. Like I said, I don't see the problem with because they don't have to. Who said they got to come out the same way? I don't know where that extra part come from though. If you compressing it, I just think that we just holding that in. You hold it in so you don't have to release it at the moment. That's how I look at it, and you can always change your mind about how you want to how you want to react. I think all of us hold our tongue. I'm gonna put it that way. We hold our tongue. We ain't necessarily gotta we ain't gotta I guess let our tongue out. That sound weird though. But yeah, I know I don't know. I think every human do that. Every
Yeah.
human do that.
When I
I
start
think it's just the problem when we want to let it out though. That's what I think. And how we do it. Because you
when
could
I
suppress an
started
issue. That don't mean it's an emotion. But what'd you say?
I said when I started compressing things in my relationship, I was preparing to exit.
Hmm.
Like when I started feeling like I had to hold my tongue around you, or I can't be myself around you, or everything that I say becomes an issue, or like I feel like I'm getting on your nerves. I feel like, whatever I say, it's an argument. Um, I feel like I'm stepping out of my character. I feel like I'm being combative whenever I speak. Um, that's when I that's when I start compressing. And I feel like that for me it becomes a negative because I am preparing myself to exit.
Mm.
So
Okay,
that
I'll get you
takes
I'll
time.
get you on that. Yeah,
So for
everybody
me,
different though. That
yeah,
oh yeah.
everybody is different. So I feel like that's why it would be bad in my case. And
Oh, it's bad. Okay, I get you. So that's what we get into then. Because that's why I say I'm thinking about it a different way. Because I'm like, should I do that? They leaving on this app when people about to make me mad and stuff. I most definitely compress a lot. You know what I'm saying? But that don't mean I have to that I'm going through it. I just don't feel like I'm just not about to, let a person get to me at that moment. So I'd rather hold in trolls and all that stuff that be doing that stuff or talking to me reckless. I'm about to just hold that in. I'm gonna hold it in. I'm not gonna let it tear me up, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna find a way to just or change my point of view or how I'm not about to let it, affect my whole entire life though. So I don't know, like I said, overall I just don't look at the problem with compressing because I think that's the smartest thing you could ever do.
I
Dealing
think
with
that's so
humans, just dealing with humans in general. I think that's the smartest thing you could ever do. Because it's not like you're not gonna have the time. You're not gonna know how to react to a person every time something happens. Because life gonna happen no matter what. So just to say that we always gonna think about something instantly when stuff happen. Like people been hitting people from angles though. You don't know how a person gonna come at you or not. We just don't know. But like I said, I don't know.
he's
I would say I would recommend. I think we put a bad name or a bad thing on compressing. But it's a human natural thing though. I don't. That's how
well.
I look at
I
it. I think we
think
just
that
making it
there's a
bad.
difference. Like he said, I think that what you're doing more is compartmentalizing.
I'm doing
Compressing,
what humans do.
yes, and that's okay. But I think compressing is a negative thing because it's like that person that goes into work and constantly their time is not being valued. They show up every day. They're on time every day, but like they don't get no recognition. They don't get anything from their job, but negativity. And like, whenever there's something negative happen, they get noticed for the negative things, but they never get noticed for what the quality that they bring. So they start compressing how they feel. And then eventually that person just is like, they clock out. They don't want to be there anymore. They start doing less and less and less and less, and to the point where they like, have you seen Steve in the past 5 days? I think that that's where the compressing comes from. And I think that that's why it's like a negative thing because, like, pretty soon, like you said, if you keep sticking your foot in the trash can, trying to put more trash in it, it's going to explode one day. The bag is going to bust out the bottom. So you can't just keep putting your foot in it cuz pretty soon it's not going to hold it. You're going to eventually have to take the trash to the dumpster.
Right. You know what, Kev? I think this would be a good way to say it too. Like, because I understand exactly what you're saying, and we all do it, right? It's like you can't deal with everything in an instant, right? So
You
sometimes
can't.
throw something to the back burner. I get you, but I think the difference is when if you think of the term compartmentalize, right? That actually requires you to do an act of something. Like you have to like put it in a compartment, right? You have to, if it's physically, you got to take it and put it in a drawer. If it's mentally, you have to actually think about it, put it away into another, I'm gonna deal with that later. But you had to recognize it before you said, I'm gonna deal with it later, right? So that actually is a physical thing, and that can happen in an instant. It can be somebody says something crazy to you, and you're like, you know what? I should pop this dude in the mouth, but I'm not.
Do we do both then? Can we at least say
And I'm
that?
a deal. But hold on, right. So what I'm saying is, so you'll just say boom, and you'll put that into another compartment. But I think compressing, the only difference with compressing is you never deal with the issue, and I think that is the part that makes it the problem. See what I'm saying? Like if you compress something, you
Is
just
that
put it away
absolute?
and out of sight, out of mind. That means that you're not even dealing with it. That means that it's gonna come back without you controlling it. You get what I'm saying?
I
Well,
think that's the
so
one I disagree on because you don't have to. You don't have to let. I don't know about that. I don't think it's gonna come
yeah,
out
think about it.
again. I think you saying for the most part, right? I guess we could say in general, right? I
Yeah,
can see you saying majority of the people. Yeah, that's what a lot of people do. They eventually
right.
let out what they ain't deal with and stuff. But I don't think it's more of a let me see. Yeah, because they don't know how to. They still, even if they release it, right? We could say they expressing it. I also made a post like this because you expressing it still don't mean you're not still compressing whatever the situation is. Some people like compress the whole issue and think because they're expressing it that is over. You know, I don't think that's even the thing.
Right,
So it's like you got to really still deal with whatever the internal problem you have, anyways. Because you
right.
could cry all day, you can show yourself, you could even talk to people, right, and let it and spill it all out, and still be compressing your internal issues you got because you don't have the right answers to how to escape it.
Right. I just think that that would be my only thing is this, you know, if you just want to basically suppress it or you want to, you know, that's just basically not dealing with it. You're just not, you don't want to deal with it. So I'm gonna keep, you know, putting it away. Like I'm avoiding it. And I'm saying that
Right.
avoidance of it is the part where I think gets bad. You know what I mean? Because
Well, I
you
avoid a
have
lot
to
on this
deal
app
with
when
these.
somebody make me mad. So I ain't gonna lie.
But you still, but see, then you think about it later, and that's when you deal with it. You get what I'm saying? But if you never avoided it, or if you never dealt with it, that shit would eat at you. And even if you don't, if it doesn't blow up, it goes internal, and then you have those pessimistic people that are always, they just hate everything. Everybody is the shit. Everybody is the devil. They just like, dude, are you happy about anything? No. Why? Because you got all this shit on you that you have not released, right? And now it turned you into this sour apple or whatever, or somebody's depressed, or you know what I'm saying? Like it'll manifest in different ways because we are different people. But what I'm saying is if we never deal with it, that is that compression. You get what I'm saying? At least
Yeah.
that's how I explain it. I
That's why I'm
describe
trying
it.
to
I
see
think we
what's the
saying,
difference then
yeah,
if I do it
yeah.
right away or if I wait later and figure out how I want to um I guess deal with the situation or let it go. You know, that's what I'm trying to see
I
because it's
think that
like
if you ever deal with it, that's not compressing. You get what I'm saying? When you deal with it, you just compartmentalized it for a minute. And that was what I was saying. I think we're just saying it, we just use different words for it. But I think when you compartmentalize, like we are told, you know, like we normally do as men, right?
I'm gonna
You know,
look that
because we
up too
can't
in a
deal with
minute.
everything. Yeah. In my mind, I'm looking at it like if I was organizing my garage. When I compartmentalize, I sort everything out and put it in its proper bin. And then I deal with it later, right? But it's in the proper bin, so now I can go later on and find it. Well, when I compress, I just throw everything in a junk drawer and I don't even know what's in there. I just put everything to where it looks neat, it's out of the way. But if I open that drawer, it ain't no telling what the fuck is in there. That to me is compressing. You get me? I mean, that's just how I look at it. So I don't know. You could, you know, it could. I could be wrong, but that's just the
I
way that
get you.
I explain it. Yeah.
So I looked at the definition because Bird was saying that what's the difference between compression and suppression. Compression is an increase in the density of something. Um, Basically like when you said if you just stuff an air in something and then
I
eventually
posted it in the
it'll
comments.
pop. Suppression is a forceful. Oh, you say you put it. Yeah, it's a forceful. Yeah, yep, a forceful prevention, putting down by power or authority. So it's something that you know, just like when you put a suppressor on a pill or something like that. You kind of, it's like you basically closing somebody's mouth. You know what I'm saying? Putting a lock on somebody's mouth. The other one is you just storing something up. Uh, okay, let me look up this compartment.
I already got that pulled up,
What
Kev.
is compartmentalized? You said what?
Yeah, I
Divide
already
into
got.
sections or
I
category.
went looked at the difference. I went looked at the difference between compression and compartmentalizing because I ain't know the difference either. But
So, oh, that's why I
what I
said,
got,
don't we? You just made me think about it. Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
but like what I was gonna say about compression, what I got is like it involves suppressing the outward expression of emotion. It's like pushing them down within oneself, like you keeping them in yourself, like you just putting them in a corner, and it's like you trying to shrink the intensity of the feeling, hoping that one day it'll go away. And the impact that have is like it might help temporarily from something that's like too overwhelming at the time, but all that would build up and manifest in the anger and anxiety, uh,
High blood
at
pressure.
acting out, yeah, all of that. And but see, the main thing is it will be difficult to form like healthy relationships with other people because like you will be like a firecracker, what they call a firecracker,
Yes,
and
dude.
right, and compartmentalizing is it involves separating the emotions from each other, separating like emotion from emotion,
Mm-hmm.
creating like a what y'all said a box, like a mental box for them for only their emotion whenever it comes,
The example
keeping
that
them
they
locked.
gave was a lady would go off and cheat on her spouse instead of dealing with her husband that she's unsatisfied with.
Right, right, because what that involves is you keeping the emotions from interacting with the other emotions, and
Yes.
hmm and like the problem with this is if those departments are never opened and the emotions aren't like taken care of, they will leak out and then you will become numb. Like you won't have no
Or
emotions at
bitter.
all. Yeah, right, right, right. And that's pretty much it.
Okay. So let me dang, I just had the freaking definition of that's crazy. So this I think this go back to what I was saying. I think it's actually a mixture. That's why I say I think it's both, and I think we just separating it. Because I'm looking up the definition of compartmentalize, divide into sections or category. So
Yes.
I believe that we compartmentalize our compression, creek. We
You said it right.
compartmentalize our What's the word
Compressions.
again? I don't forgot the word now. Compression.
Compressions.
Okay, right,
Yes.
right. That's
That's
what I
it.
believe we do though. Because it's like all that's showing is that we divide in, and they don't even say what we divide into sections and stuff. But that's what I'm saying. I think it's a human nature to freaking suppress if you choose, right? Or it could be a human nature to express. I think it's one of the two. But I think we do all three of them actually. You know what I'm saying? We pick our times when we express. I think the problem is how we that's why I said and go back to what I was talking about. I think our problem is how we express of what we
Yes.
compartmentalize or whatever, or what we compress, even with all three of them. Because you can even divide those into sections and man, that's a word for me.
Compartmentalize.
Compartmentalizing it don't always necessarily mean a good thing either though, because you could be piecing it off to each person that of what you guys suppressed, you know, compressed it. Hey, my gosh, this gonna be today for real, boy. So that's why I said, like, I think that it's a combination. I think we just separating it though, because like it don't necessarily means that just basically put in a certain order, and that should also show a person that, like you said, have some type of regulation with their
The
emotions.
only difference
They
is
section
that
it off or they
the only
categorize it.
difference is that compartmentalization is something that's automatically done. It's not something that you do like it's not something that you have to think about doing.
Mm. No, I
It's
think that
it's
sound like
not
it actually sound like
it's an
work.
automatic thing. It's how your trauma and how your brain development works. Whereas compression is something that you decide to do.
I think you just said it backwards.
No,
You literally said it backwards though.
compartmentalization is something that is automatic. It's how your brain is developed.
Yeah,
But
but it say to divide
compression,
into sections. I think it take
yes,
any type of work to
your
divide
brain
something.
divides things into sections, whereas compression is something that you decide to do. You can decide to talk about it or you can decide not to talk about it. You can decide to have a conversation about how you feeling or you can decide not to have a conversation about how you feeling. That is compression. Whereas compartmentalization is something that the makeup of your brain does. You're not deciding whether or not to compartmentalize. You're deciding whether or not to compress.
I think both of them you decide though, but I got you.
So like what I mean by that
Because some
is
people
like
express quicker than compartmentalizing. I think they express even
no,
faster.
so
That's like moving off impulse.
compartmentalization Compartmentalization happens from your responses to like trauma or the experiences that you've had in your
True.
lifetime. So they go into different areas of your brain. So unless those areas are triggered by something, they don't come
So
to
that
the
sounds like a
forefront.
bad thing.
It can be bad and it can be good, but that's what your
What's up,
brain
Jane?
does. It puts things in sections. So, although you may remember what happened to you at 10 years old, unless something is triggered to make that come to the frontal lobe, then you're not going to think about it. So, your brain has automatically compartmentalized those things that happened when you were 10 to the back. And everything that happened yesterday typically is toward the front. So your brain automatically compartmentalizes what happens to you and how it happens. It just
Okay.
depends on whether or not you want to use that part of your brain to think of the past or the future.
hmm So
But
I like how
where
you said that then. So that make my stuff a little bit more valid when I said it ain't a bad thing to compress, right? Because you just said
no, it's not.
compartmentalize is an automatic thing, and and compression is a choice. And that's what I'm
Yes.
saying. You choose to not express yourself at that moment, which make it, and I do believe it's safe. It can be safe, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't have to move. I think moving off impulse is the problem, right? Without thinking. I think that's more damaging than compressing. Because like I said, I think all of us, dang, that's enough. She doing the same thing my other stuff was doing earlier. But even like you said, if we automatically compartmentalize, it actually that don't take no control, right? You just said that's something that our brain automatically do. Then I think
Yes.
anything that got some type of form of control is more of the safest thing you can do.
But
It
see,
depends
you also
on
have to understand though, like what she's saying is correct, right? It is something that we subconsciously do, but the part that we're missing is that that's also something that you can train. So how
Both.
it's based, no. What I'm saying is like because your anything that happens in an instant is always better than something that you have to conceive, right? So think about this, like if you are a trained fighter, right? You've taken all this time. You've trained your body to do certain things. You got muscle memory. You have a certain thing. So now when you get in that ring, you don't even think about ducking. You don't think about how you pivot on your foot. You don't think about how you throw this. That comes naturally, right? Your brain compartmentalized all of that automatically, right? And when you are put in that ring, it automatically works, right? At an instant. You don't think about it, it just happens because you've trained it in a certain manner. Now, if you take that same idea and you think about your emotions and you think about how you respond to things, you automatically know certain things when they come up. So somebody say something to you, you're going to automatically respond a certain way because you've already trained yourself by habitual, training through your life, how you respond to certain traumas, how you do whatever, how you respond. That's what's training how you compartmentalize. So what happens is now you never get off the hinges. If somebody comes up to me now, as opposed to when I was 20 and says something crazy to me, at 20, you're going to catch these hands, right? Immediately. Right now, I'm gonna look at you and I'm gonna be like, you know what? I'm good. I'm gonna think about this differently because I've trained over 30 years. I've trained myself, and now it doesn't even. I don't even have to think about it. It automatically happens. I respond a certain way. You get what I mean? So, I think all of these things, have a certain sense of you have to put effort into it, right? But I think that when you talk about the compartmentalizing, that's an automatic thing that happens in the brain. It takes a long time to train that, to do a certain thing. But once it does, that's always going to happen. So you choosing to do something now, because what happens if you're having a bad day and you choose wrong, right? When you compartmentalize or when you compress. You get what I'm saying? Like now you're leaving that up to chance. You're leaving that up to your physical thoughts to say, well, yeah, this is what I chose to do. And we all know we're human. And 9 times out of 10, we choose the wrong shit. Let's be honest. So that being said, I think that I get what you mean. And I think it can go both ways. Like there's bad and good on both of them. But if I
Exactly.
was
I was
to,
just about to get to
I get you. But I think that if I was going to lean on one, right, there's more damage that comes from compressing, because we see that through history, if we just go back, most men who have, exploded, most men who have done detrimental mistakes in their life and put themselves behind bars for life, is because they was compressing. You get what I mean? And they didn't know how to get it about, like they didn't know how to uncompress it or get rid of it. And I think that is the biggest, you don't see anybody that's made mistakes in their life from compartmentalizing. That just doesn't happen, because that's just a function of our brain. You get what I mean? So if you can train that, I think that's a better thing to focus on. But again, that's just my opinion. I just, but it's a good conversation regardless.
I
I think
agree,
everybody needs to hear
it.
it.
because that's
I
where
think
the TV
like I
show
like
Snap came from. A lot of women on that TV show, that Snap that used to come on Lifetime, that's where they got that from. They went through so much that one day they got tired of it and they snapped from compressing.
well, why they ain't man, I hate that y'all gave me that word I can't say.
Compartmentalized.
Why they ain't do that then if it was automatic?
No,
But like I said, the problem
because
is
they was
like
compressing. They had control. They didn't have
the
control
problem
over
ain't the compression part.
the
That's what I'm about to get to. That's what I'm trying to
compressing.
let y'all know. It's not the compression part. It's
Well,
the
I
Okay.
mean,
way we express it. So,
everybody's brain's gonna put stuff in different places.
Yes,
Um,
that's called compartmentalization.
yeah, so
so
it's really hard to
hold
like
on
put it
real
in like
quick.
one
I just want to
clean
get this out
statement.
because every time I'm about to say this, I just want to get it out real quick. So even with what cousin said, right? Overall, we do all three of them. I think all three of them is nothing. We can't just say it's just bad. I don't think none of them we can say bad. I think it's um the way we go about it, right? The timing, who we do it around, and what we do with it. Just like I said, all that stuff can be trained. Um, like I said, something we cannot. That's one thing we cannot do, because like even if you express at the moment, that don't mean you not compressing. I think every human compress something. It's no way unless they just some impulsive type people that just move off of just straight. And even that, it still don't stop. Like us simply shutting our mouth from about to snap on a person, that's a form of compressing. No matter how we want to look at it, it's no way we can, we could even say it's compartmentalizing, right? We can even say that though, but we're compressing that natural reaction we was gonna first do, because if especially a lot of humans don't know what to do because they don't even know what emotional regulation is. A lot of humans don't even know really how they want to react to it. All they do is express themselves the first feeling they get. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you made me mad, so I'm about to snap on you or something like that. But that still don't stop them from compressing whatever they got within them, that hatred they have. That's why people still can't heal. That's why people still suppressing the way they feel about their ex. You see what I'm saying? Like even if we want to say is dangerous or not, we know the situation. But that's something that a human, I think it's both ways, because I can actually say that expression is dangerous too. You know what I'm saying? Where and when you doing it and stuff, because it can hurt others. It might, it can even hurt yourself too. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, depending on how you express it. But I don't think like when we throwing like and saying that one is bad over the other and stuff. But I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? Because if
Worse.
you use everything right, you can't say just because one of us had a bad experience because we never learned how to suppress it the right way and release it the right way. You know what I'm saying? Or we are impulsive because we react every time we feel like we got to express ourselves every time. I think we can't put that on everybody else, and that's going back to what God like saying is that everybody think different, or some people have trained themselves to be at expressing at the right time. But no matter what, I think compressing is still a form. It can be a form of not letting go of certain situation or and holding it too long, right? Or it could be like I was saying, it could be a form of controlling your emotions. And I do say that though, because like I said, we can say or because this is so funny. I don't know how this is getting oversaid. We can say that we react to the first way we feel, or if a troll come in here or somebody call me a B or something like that, that we're not suppressing it. Some people not. Some people do just snap at that person though, but it still don't. It don't mean that because you snapped at somebody and you still don't have this feeling towards this person that talked about it. Because I still be seeing people talk about the same thing to the next day. You know what I'm saying? So they must be compressing something. They still compressing something though. You know what I'm saying? So we can say that, and even they they dividing it. Let's use the other word then. That's in compartmentalizing, right? They're sectioning off or categorizing, which is the word we get into about that. They're whatever that they got to suppress was inside of them. That's just what it is. So we can't just say, like I say, overall, I don't think we can just say that suppression.
Compression.
Oh, compression, right? Compression is
Negative.
bad, right? It's just the way we release it, or the simply not releasing it, right? We can say that too. Simply not releasing it. We can, yes, I guess simply not releasing. But I think that it's also a smart thing to do too, depending on the scenario you on. It's a scenario you in. I can say that then. We can just say that then, or I don't know, whatever. But I look at that. That's a form of emotional regulation.
Okay, that's cool. I just said that whenever I compress in a relationship, that means that I'm leaving.
Right, that's you, but everybody else not like that.
That's me. That's me. If I feel like I gotta compress in order to be with you, then it's time for me to go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure a lot of dudes you probably hang with probably had the whole day time from and compress or whatever because they know that you gonna be mad or something like that. But I think it's a smart thing sometimes, right? It's a smart thing.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Hold up. Oh man, maybe I was talking to everybody that came up. I was looking for y'all women earlier. You know what I'm saying? Everybody want to pop now.
Yeah, I think.
But I don't know. Like I said, y'all don't know if y'all understand whatever. I just think the only part I disagree on is just saying that compressing is bad. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's bad. It's just the way how long we hold it in, and I think it's also how we choose to let it out. I think that's what make it become bad because I don't necessarily think that I don't believe in that it eventually got to come out. I don't, because I believe that because we are humans and we got brains and we can change point of view about things. We can shift emotions and feelings. We can. I believe that. I believe that. You know, I don't think the same emotion that you took in got to eventually come out. I don't believe that.
He believes in self-healing.
Huh?
He believes in self-healing.
Yes. Yeah, that too. Exactly.
You believe the power in the mind. You believe the fact that if we're able to have the ability to swift and redirect our mindset and to be able to interpret things the way we want to benefit our narrative, you believe that self-healing basically is all about how you're able to dissect and inject things that you come across.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. But I don't know. Because you good. I don't know if you understood me on that, but or you just still sticking with it.
I don't think he ever said that it was bad. I just think he said
he did say it's bad. He said it's bad though, but he was just saying it because he feel like, which I kind of disagree on. He said he feel like that if you hold it in, you got to eventually let it out, and I kind of disagree on that because I think you can let it out in different forms, or you don't necessarily have to let it out. You could just let it go and think about and use your energy towards something else. Because we humans, we're not boo boo, or we're not machines.
I didn't say it was inherently bad. I'm just saying that in most cases it ends up bad. That's what I said.
Okay, I get you. So, you put it that way because a lot of people. Maybe we say that. I get you.
Because think about this: even if you self-heal, right, it has to come out. Even if you say, I just self-healed and that meant that it came out. But it just transformed into something else. That's still it coming out. See what I'm saying? You can't hold on to anything and say that it's healed. That's just an anomaly that doesn't happen. So if we say that you healed and by not letting it out, yes, you did. You just healed it in your mind and you released it in your mind. But it's still, you let it out. You still had to deal with it in one way or another. That's what I'm saying. So,
if you put it that way, right? I think I was automatically thinking that it got to come out the same way that you. That's what I was thinking about. It got to come out the same way it went in. That's what I'm thinking about.
No. I'm just saying you got to deal with it. Is what I meant.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, we on the same page then. All right.
It can come out through a breath.
Oh, you said
It
what?
can it can come out through a breath. Like, it can come out through just taking a deep breath, dude. Can literally
Right,
give you
exactly. I feel
It's
you,
a
right.
a
woosah.
believing it, you
Exactly, and that
know?
woosah stuff means something. You feel me? People do that stuff. Like, you know what? I mean, I'll even be shaking my head and be having a breathe. So if we want to say that, shoot, that's another way of letting it go. You know what I'm saying? I think, but I do get now. If we saying like what how Cuz saying it in another way, that I think a lot of people it is dangerous, right? For the most part, right? Because the only reason why I'm doing this because I try to think about the masses. I'm just saying that it's not absolute of saying that because compressing is dangerous. Because like I said, I think that's what humans do. But if we saying for majority, right, this is dangerous for a lot of people because people just don't know how to let it go, and they take it out on every last. Or when we talk about the compartmentalizing, right? Boy, y'all found a good word. I swear, y'all got me tonight. That they do that to every, like they let it go section by section, or what it say, dividing or categorizing, and that's what a lot of humans do because they never really know or dealt with it or found a way to release it a certain way or get over it, right? I think getting over is and releasing is two different things. 'Cause you can be releasing the same thing that you're not over. You know what I'm saying? I think getting over is the main solution or finding a way to get over certain situations. But I think they made that, man. Get over it. But people that say they get over it, that don't mean they got over it. You know what I'm saying? Because their actions gonna
But
show something different. But getting
do
over
you
is the
think
is the agenda. That's what you're supposed to do. You got to figure a way to get over something.
But do you think to forgive is to forget?
No, no, you
Oh
don't
wow.
forget that. Make you a dummy.
So you
But I
so
think I
you
get the context behind forgetting and stuff. It's like
so you
basically
don't
trying
think they
not to
go
keep bringing it back
you
up.
don't think that goes hand in hand to have a genuine out like a genuine out like an out basically outcome, like you don't think that you need to forgive and to forget to have a genuine outcome?
Yeah,
No.
you could forgive though. I'm just saying if you talking about like literally forgetting about a situation, I think that keep from learning about how to avoid certain things that happen in your life and stuff. So I don't think we'll never physically or
Forget.
mentally forget. We wouldn't, but I think the concept of not bringing things up or just changing your point of view of looking at it, I think yes, then that lets you know that you forgave what you remembered. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like not reacting a certain way that or it's more of an action thing. I think forgiving something is or the way we react and actually loving a person that you supposed to hate. You see what I'm saying? Something like that. I think that's a form of forgiveness. And I always talk about that a lot. That's my favorite topic. Is forgiving.
Mm. It's hard to
Yeah,
forgive. I think there's so many different
it's not
kinds.
meant to forget.
I feel like there's so many interpretation of forgiveness.
True, true. I'm pretty sure it is though, because some people think it's more of a you just talking or getting clarity and stuff, and even getting
It's
clarity.
like
If we
closure.
people
Some people think
if
forgiveness is closure. Some people think
get closure, yeah,
forgiveness.
yep.
Some people think forgiveness is closure. Some people think forgiveness is basically not only closure, but they think it's actually a sense of like a healing. Some people think that it's a you need forgiveness so you can move on to the next level. You know what I mean? If you put in the biblical
Oh, I
sense,
believe that. I do believe that.
and,
I think I
and,
believe that though. I
and the
think
biblical
healing
sense,
is a major forgiveness is a healing.
they say that in the biblical sense, they say you need to be able to forgive to be able to repent. To repent is to forgive. There's a lot of things that go on with forgiveness.
True, 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 true.
It's all about interpretation of one. And then
Yep.
when you say interpretation, I believe that people are not able to interpret things until they level up to a certain until
True.
they level up to that interpretation. Just because we speak
Yeah.
English and just because we're the same age doesn't mean we're on the same level and be able to understand things when it comes our
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, I feel you on that though, but yeah, that's just different timings, and I think everybody interpret.
I was
And you
It's
know
just
what's
just
about to
everybody
say
crazy?
interpret
everybody
You want to
differently
know
as
what?
you mature and stuff.
You
I
want to know
mean,
what's
everybody ain't
crazy?
gonna interpret the same way though.
Somebody had told me, they had said, well, how we how the world, we live in the United States, right? We have a freedom to basically intermingle with everybody, right?
Hmm.
Everybody's able to, like, there is no congregation or like segregation, like, oh, blacks over here, Mexicans over here. No, when you in public, everybody mix with everybody, right? You know what I
Hmm.
mean? You don't start worried about segregation until you get into like a position like in prison or some stuff like that, right? Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that the reason why there's so much controversy and so much heartache and so much confusion in the world is because right there, because we have the freedom and the free will to love who we want and go about our day the way we want. You know what I mean? You never, there is no red flags or red, there is no like, oh, be careful about him. He carries that label of being psychotic. Oh, be careful with him. He got issues from past trauma. You just never know. We're never given a warning on the people that we are actually intermingling with.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Okay.
it's basically a free will, basically it's a free for all, basically, right? A
Mm-hmm.
free for all. So like
Free
when I
for
really
all.
think, yeah. And so I basically what I'm trying to say is like, I understand that you could do what you try to do is raise, or at least you want to be raised, or you want to raise your children, or you would like to be raised in a household with two parents, but not everybody's raised in a household with two parents, right? Some people are
Mm-hmm.
single parents, some people have grandparents. So basically what I'm trying to say is that it's very important to understand yourself to know what you will
True.
allow and will be able to put up with. You mean sometimes we don't love ourselves or understand ourselves because we are
That's a
able
major
to,
part of healing. Yes.
yeah, and we're able to accept certain things and settle for certain kind of destruction because we're like, oh, I never seen that before. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's okay. No, when you know what's good, that is not okay. I'm sorry. Up next, you know, I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Like it's all about knowing what you believe in and standing for what you believe in, and knowing that what is dysfunctional and what is not dysfunctional, knowing what's healthy and what's not healthy. Sometimes you can live, you could be brought up in a household that's full of healthy, topics, healthy everything, lunch, dinner, breakfast, everybody at the dinner table, yada 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 yada. But because you live that certain kind of lifestyle can actually make you an opponent for the opposite life.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because why? Because you get into a position where you want to be a fixer or a helper, or you know what I mean? Fix the broken type thing, and that's where people get, some people get lost into that, trying to do something that they're not built for that. You just need to,
Exactly.
you just have to understand that some people are, I feel like it's hard for me to talk about this because I understand it's like, we all need each other and heal each other or whatever, but I just feel like that's the reason why we have so much confusion, because
Yep.
everybody is built and raised differently, and we have different views, different opinions, different kind of concepts. Sometimes you get lucky and you don't have to go through that kind of lifestyle or that kind of trauma to actually try to fix somebody, or somebody trying to fix you, and you actually meet that right one, and hallelujah, thank you Jesus, when you meet that right one. But for those of you that don't meet the right one, it could be a journey, and it could be a crazy journey, or it could be an unaliving journey. We just never know.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah, broken be trying to fix broken. That just
You know
don't
what I
work.
mean? Crazy. I mean,
But
sometimes I think like you really do got to pay attention to the small things. Don't if you think about letting the, little things go by, you have to think, once you let one thing pass, that's that one thing that you let pass be sinking the ship. Period.
mm,
You know?
okay. Boy,
I think we gotta also realize
you
that.
must was compressing that the whole entire time because you just let
I
look.
know,
Exactly. I was listening to you guys. I
right?
was listening.
Speaking
Hey,
of compression,
listen, that's what happens when you compress.
Saying
And
that,
but she can compress some good stuff though. That's a,
hey,
hey,
you know
but
what
I just
though?
thought about that though. You just made me think about that. So it works in positive ways too. I guess it shows
Yeah,
because
you
that's
know
how
what's a
people
good?
become passionate and stuff, and that makes sense. Then that makes sense. So it shows a healthy compression too.
You know
yeah.
what's a good point
Everybody
though
else
that
does
you just brought up? This is a good
Hmm.
point because we have a certain amount of freedom here, right?
Right.
We have a freedom to where we can sit here and talk about what this is, right? And we
Right.
can sit up here and talk shit and argue, and we can get online and we can do all of this stuff. And we have that freedom, which is why we have the confusion. And it's all intertwined. The more we get more information, right? The more
Mm-hmm.
information we get, the more confused it's going to be, because we all want to have this quest to be, we want to know, but then we want to be a part of something. We want to have validation. This is a human thing, right? We want to have, community. We want to have this type of, we want to be a part of something. We want to be felt that we are important to something.
Hmm.
So all of this information comes out. Everybody got different opinions. And now with the technology, everybody got a platform. Everybody can sit up here and give out their opinion. And that's why we see so many things happening, right? Back in the day, a human, like when we talk about compression and compartmentalize, it was only a certain amount of knowledge that most people had, right? And so what they had to do was they dealt with it, because most people are not going to go do the extra work to find out extra thing. Everybody wasn't a Socrates, right? Everybody wasn't a philosopher that was out there trying to find new information. So
Mm-hmm.
most people took what they had and dealt with it. That's why they lived humble lives. They were happy. They did whatever they did because they just knew that this is what I did. This is my family. The world is only this big, blah, 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 blah. Well, now, here we are with all of this information. We see all of these things that are possible. We see that we can go and look at Africa right now. We can go see live what's going on in another part of the world in an instant. We can do all of these things. So now you expect us to now think and live like we were in the 1950s? That's not going to happen. It's never going to happen because we have too much knowledge now. You get what I'm saying? So we're always going to have this confusion because it's always going to be people that want to be, oh, we need to go simple. We need to go back to the, you can never go back. Once you learn, it ain't no unlearning. You know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
it's here now. So guess what we got to do is we got to figure out how to progress, not go backwards. But I think that's part of the confusion. And here we are
Mm-hmm.
again.
Right.
There's certain parts of this world that they can't talk about this right here. If you get online and start talking about this type of shit, they're gonna be somebody knocking on your door to take you away.
Can
There's
I ask you guys
places
a
in the world
question?
right now like that. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's crazy. She brought that up, but it's a good point. Like
But can I ask you guys a question? Do you guys believe
yeah,
if you were blindfolded and put into a 8x10 room, pitch black, right? Or maybe not even 8x10, put you in a warehouse, but it's all black and all empty, right? Boom. But they put a blindfold on you, where to you cannot untie it, and it's basically like it's stuck. You just can't see. Basically, you blind. So all you can work off of your ear, your nose, your mouth, your vibration, your energy, all that stuff has to go. Everything has to come into play because you lack in one thing. What is that? Your vision, right? Your vision is
Mm-hmm.
powerful. People don't understand
It's
how
black.
powerful. The vision is powerful. The vision is actually what gives you your identity at times. To be honest,
but you would adapt your
you
body.
will adapt. You're right. You get what I'm trying to say. But your vision is what creates creativity. You mean why? Because what you see is what you want to build off of. Correct. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, one of the torture, one of the things that they like to do in the military, to make assassins or to
Somebody
make
stuff vibrating. Everybody mute up.
like one of the
Oh, that's her. That's money. That's your stuff vibrating. Gotta mute
so
up.
Tiara, Tiara hasn't had a chance to speak
oh,
yet.
okay.
Yeah, I know. I'm about to get everybody in. I know.
I can shut up. I can
Actually,
I
we're
can
gonna start
definitely
this
wait till
topic
the
up.
I can wait to the end. Go ahead.
All right. So yeah, we can do that then. Yeah, start with her. Then we gonna go to honest. Then we gonna go to you. Then God, like we can get on this topic then. Welcome to the live, Tara.
Hello, how y'all doing today?
Good. Was it something that or was you trying to hit the topic though? Was it something on your mind that you want to get off? Or
No, I was actually going to speak on to the topic.
okay. All right. Why can't women majority be a safe space for men? Majority.
Um, I think fundamentally what the problem is, because y'all was talking about emotional repression. So like if you haven't had time to like take the time to actually like process your emotions and um like do some type of healing, it's real risky to do that in front of and when I saw that I thought like maybe a potential partner. Because you may not tell it you like them when you start talking about things, the memories come to you, but you may not be ready for the emotions you feel when you get it out. So I think there's a level of like healing and processing you have to do before you try to open up to someone who may not be like I guess like certified or something to like deal with what's going to come out after that.
Okay. Honest. It's on you. Why can't women majority be a safe space for men?
Like, again, I believe it becomes since just like the gentleman before me when he said basically about how, you know, women are actually supposed to be a safe space. It's supposed to be that's supposed to be common. That is something that I believe is supposed to be common because we are able to we're able to give birth, we're able to bring life. You know, so why couldn't a woman be a safe space for a man? I don't understand why we couldn't be because you ultimately come from a woman.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So the reason I feel like maybe some men may feel like a woman is not a safe place, it comes down to their childhood or their upbringing or their actual, actual understanding of what a woman is in their life, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, because in order for a man to be able to open up to a woman, I really do feel he either has to have a good understanding what a woman, is intended or what is, or he has to have a good relationship and a good relationship or get a good understanding of what, his mother has done for him to bring him into life. Because I feel like women should never be a threat to a man, basically. So why
What
wouldn't a
about the
woman be,
type of woman? Because
huh?
some of them can't be a threat.
No, but that's what I'm trying to say. Women are not initially not supposed to be a threat. You get what I'm trying to say?
Gotcha.
So the reason why, if what I'm understanding is if women are a threat, then it really comes down to it. It's about the influence and how society has changed over the years.
Mhm.
Mhm.
So I
That
got a question then. I got a question that then. So why do you believe that women are not meant to be
a
wasn't
threat?
supposed to be a threat?
Yeah, women are not supposed to be a threat to a man. Definitely, no doubt. No, a woman was never supposed to.
Why is that?
Because a woman has a natural ability to nature, to comfort, to raise, to actually, to basically, a woman has a natural ability to give comfort in nature. Where we have those senses of to be able to to be able to, like, create an atmosphere that makes a person feel safe. When a child is born, what does a woman do? We cater to that child. You
Uh,
mean? We make that child feel as safe as possible. We protect that child initially. I can't say for all women. I don't know, you know what I mean? But naturally and initially, that's what women are supposed to do. That's what
so
we have that ability to do so.
okay. Cause me myself, I don't know. I don't
I mean, and
believe.
I mean, look at, but see, what I'm saying, it could rub wrong to somebody that wasn't raised by a mom, that was raised an orphan, or so on and so forth, or was in an abusive home. They'll be like, I think a woman that was in my life was very detrimental, or very torturous, or very, very criminalizing, or however you want to say it. But that's what I'm saying, because of the influence of this world, that's why we are able to say these kind of statistics, or these kind of statements, because because the light, it's changing. Every century changes, right? But initially, we all know that women are intended to comfort and to nature. You know what I mean? No,
Yeah,
that's no doubt.
I I think that's. I don't know. I kind of disagree on that. I think both of them is taught, or if we want to say nurtured, right? I think we teach a man how to be a man. It's like we teach a woman how to be a woman.
I feel like a
Or we
woman
teach
cannot.
teach
I
a
feel like
woman
a
how to
woman.
nurture, and we
I
teach
feel
a
like
man how to be more
I feel like a
assertive or
woman.
something like that.
I
So
feel like a woman can never teach a man his duties,
no,
and a
I'm
man
not
can
saying
never.
that part. I'm
Yeah.
not mentioning that part. What I'm saying, well, they can, and depending on if you had no choices. I think they're all human traits. They all human traits because
But
we got
okay, but
that's
even even when a woman takes the role to teach a man to be a man, he will automatically he'll always automatically pick up a woman's nature and nature and how does it called an emotional attachment type thing when
you
you are.
just showed it right there. You said
True.
a woman's nature. That showed it ain't that showed it ain't nature. It's just it shows it's taught or it's nurtured or you just showed it right there. And then the fact that some women are not natural or not as natural or not natural, not as what was the word you used? As nurturing, right?
I feel
Yeah.
It
like women. I
shows
feel like
that
women
that's
have a.
something
I
that
feel like
get
we
that's
automatically
taught.
have a nature, a nurturing. Yes, I do. I did say that. I feel like we have like, yeah, I do. I mean, because I feel like when women carry a child for 9 months, you have to understand that's a bond that not even a man can
But
ever in their lifetime tap in on.
it
Who
says
said something?
when majority be a safe space for men. I feel that sometimes a lot of women lack emotional stability and maturity. A lot of them have been through a lot of things, and sometimes when they
have not processed their own emotions and done the work to be self sufficient in their own lives, then when it comes to trying to be that safe space for a man, they're unable to do so.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of limits what they are able and capable of doing. Also, a lot of women have not grown up seeing emotional men. So if a man is more emotional than the man that she's seen in her life, she will tend to reject that because that is something that she is not used to seeing. So she has to be taught how to process that emotion. Also, a lot of women fear emotional men because we were told that emotional men could be feminine or they could be a ticking time bomb. So, a lot of women don't want to be involved with emotional men because of fear and what society has taught them.
I feel like a lot of women don't want to deal with emotional men because they're unpredictable.
Well, I mean, for one, all humans are emotional. So I mean, it's like I don't understand why people don't understand that. Like everybody expresses an emotion in every second.
Yeah,
Like
most definitely, I agree.
time
True,
where you're
but
not expressing
sometimes
an
there is
emotion.
an extreme.
I was gonna ask, what do we think of an emotional man is? Like, what does that mean to you guys?
Yeah, because
I
like she
feel
said,
No matter
ticking time
what is
bomb.
an
Like
emotional
yeah,
man?
I
Yeah,
feel
what
if we're
does
like
that
talking
mean?
about
I
if
feel
we're
like an
talking about
emotional man.
expressing if we're
I feel
talking
like
about expressing the emotion of anger, yeah, then I would say yeah that man's dangerous. But you know, an emotional man could be a man that's always happy, that's always excited. That's also an emotion.
So
You
that's
know,
not
like
what I mean. So
Right.
I'm just
I
saying
was
people say
with
emotion.
I
People say
was with
emotion
an
and they don't really ever clarify like
overly
what they mean by.
emotional. I was with an overly emotional man, and what I meant by that is like, if he felt like somebody was looking at me, he would pop off and be like, "What the you looking at?" Like he was overly emotional. He was overly like he was doing too much. He was always upset about something. He was always on the edge. It was like he didn't know how to relax. It was like those people that sat on the edge of their seat and never sat back. I remember telling him one day, "Do you ever set back? Set back. We're not about to get in a car wreck."
Well, see, that's the thing. Right? He wasn't emotional. He was undisciplined. There's a difference. He was out of
That's
control.
still an emotion though.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
but what I'm saying though, I guess the point I'm saying is that we are all, every single one, 100% of humans on this planet is emotional.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that when we talk about what's an emotional man or what's an emotional woman, because they say women are emotional, men are logical. That's bullshit. The point is everybody's emotional and everybody is logical, but we use them in different ways. So what I'm saying is to y'all, my question is when you say, because like what you just said, if he was acting out, that was your definition of emotions. Cool, got you. So what about everybody else on the panel? When you hear what is an emotional man, what does that mean to you? Because I think sometimes we get those definitions mixed up with, oh, this man is just unhinged. That's not being emotional. That's just being unhinged. You
I
get what
feel
I'm
like
saying? So
But
yeah, I'm
even
just trying to
for
figure
men,
out so we can get a baseline. What do you guys think?
so. What happens is there are certain emotions that society feels that is acceptable for men to express, right? But the reality is there are a wide range of emotions that people can show. I think it only becomes an issue if it's like something the person's emotions can put a person's risk at safety. But I will also say to I'm not sure who made the comment about like telling somebody to sit back. That can be a sign of anxiety. So if you are going to be in a partnership with someone, you have to be empathetic to how they express things. As long as it's not a safety issue, it's important that the person don't feel like they got to further repress how they feel because that can cause problems in the future.
no, I left that person alone. That was weird.
I feel like a man that's able to be emotional. I feel like he has picked up on a skill, and it's a skill that can benefit us both because he'll be able to relate to me when I don't even understand myself.
That's emotional intelligence.
I don't mean to you though. That's the question. You
What?
said when a
Oh,
man is
empathy.
emotional.
That's called empathy, you
You can't
think?
be emotional and have empathy at the same time. I think that's like a counter.
But I feel like if he's emotional, there I shouldn't judge him for that because I feel like that is also because you guys already
Or
had
maybe you can.
you guys automatically said
Emotions
that
have
we think men are supposed to be basically we think men not supposed to have emotions, but men can have emotions, and there is men out there that do basically have emotions and are able to display their emotions, but I believe there's levels to what type of emotions they are displaying. You know what I mean? Because you can have a high of emotions or a moderate or a low, and when I say that, it's basically like you can pull the trigger too fast, or you be ready to you could be alert and be ready to you know what I mean, or you can cut a nigga off at the head, like type thing, so I feel like it's definitely levels to what type of emotion this person can actually display, what he's if he's able to control his levels of emotions.
Would it be fair to say that a man who is impulsively reactive to his emotions is the problem? Would that be a fair statement?
I mean, I
Not
mean,
fair
really
statement.
fair. If a man is crying all the time, I don't know about that either because that's a sign of depression.
Right, but I'm saying because that would be an impulsive reaction, right?
yeah.
Because nobody wants to just sit there and cry, so he's just acting on his.
Hey, cousins, you mind if I jump in
So
real
would
quick? I'm
that
gonna
be?
drop down. I'm gonna drop down in a
You
second.
always say that shit. What's up, Bert?
But I always do. I always do.
What's
I
happening?
always do.
And then
Like
and then
literally
come
five
back 5 minutes
seconds.
Stop
later.
saying
I
Hey,
that.
know.
listen,
I
no,
got you.
I'm probably
No, go
not
ahead.
gonna
Go
come
ahead.
back. So listen, so it's important, right? So people are misusing the words emotional, and it's messing this up, right? So emotional pretty much always has a negative connotation. It means to
Yeah, I
be
think I looked
easily
that up.
excited by your emotions. It's nothing positive about it. So having emotions is a good thing. Being emotional is always bad. That's how we
Bad thing,
describe
yeah.
children. That's a childlike behavior.
I would
So a man who flies off at the
disagree.
handle is emotional. Nobody wants that. A woman who snaps at you and curses you out is emotional. Nobody wants that. Having emotions is good. Being emotional, always bad. You can look it up if you want. You guys be blessed.
So
Emotional.
I'm
emotional
trying
is
to
the
figure out
having
his
things.
statement. He said nothing more dangerous to a man than a woman. So
But
what
can
are
I
you
respond to what he just
suggesting?
said though? So emotional just means that you're showing intense feelings, right? So let's say you have a child that's graduating like college or something, and it was like you were feeling real proud of them, and you can get emotional, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. You
Uh,
just feel that emotion intensely.
yeah, because I'm looking at it to say relating with a person's emotions. Uh, I guess that's just like okay. I guess so. Emotional is a form. It can be a form of empathy too. Also, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
Arousing
if
or
you're
characterized by intense feeling. Person having feelings that are easily excited and open. So that's a person that be too emotional.
yeah, I think a lot of times when we think emotional, we think like the anger or like intense crying that a lot of times, like again, it's not socially acceptable a lot of times for men, but like having intense emotions, like sometimes you're going to feel something intensely. And I think it's problematic to tell people that there's something wrong with that because again, that teaches you to repress when you feel
There's
those
something
emotions.
wrong. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with having
It's like a
intense
balance, man. We
emotions.
got to balance things. That's all it
Yes,
is.
balance. Like, I don't need you to be on the edge of your seat at all times. I don't need you crying at all times.
Hmm.
Having a feeling that are easily
Just saying, I
excited.
think everybody agree with that
I'm about to say, yeah,
because we don't
That's
even
what
want
part
that
I
from
was looking
women.
at that part too.
So,
Yeah, that's what
I
I
mean,
mean. Like,
yeah, that's
that's
just
So
not a
I
good
guess I
thing.
do
Period.
get that
Yeah.
then.
But
Oh,
what
so
about
that
what
do
about
make it
reverse
negative if
that?
you using that definition, right?
But what about
Having a
reversing
feeling
that?
that are easily excited and openly displayed. Because it shouldn't be easy. That's one thing. That show like move. That's kind of like moving off impulse situation.
But what
I
about
do
reversing that?
understand. Uh, we can have, I guess, emotional moments, right?
Hmm.
Huh, boy, that's a. We getting some.
somebody.
You shouldn't have to regulate somebody's emotions. If they happy, they
There's a
happy.
long list. I mean, just I think everybody just needs to go look up, like, just go Google the long list of emotions, and it will.
Yeah, we got a
Yeah.
bunch of emotions, right? We got what, boredom.
Well, he already said emotion and emotional is two different things.
Spiritual. Well, it's so many different. It's like 3 definitions on the thing.
I don't know. He said a whole
So I
bunch
guess
of
it's just like
he
I
said,
said. I guess I go
he
back to
said
the
a man
balance thing, right?
who speaks to a woman is a
Have
fool.
feelings that are,
He
even
said
if
a
you
lot of
have
stuff.
feelings that are openly excited or openly displayed, there are good feelings that one can have that
Yes.
can be easily excited and openly displayed as well. So I feel like that it doesn't that I don't still don't see how that's necessarily negative.
It's not having emotions is not a negative thing. It's when
What
you
does it mean to be an
obsess over
emotional
those
person?
emotions that's the issue.
Yeah,
Explain because
emotions are and understanding how to deal with them in the appropriate time and place. That is what's important. We all
Yes.
know we just have to figure out the proper way to display them. How about that? I think that would be something that we can all say
That is true.
I guess it's like being vulnerable
the
too, as I'm
goal.
looking at it though.
Yeah.
But
Because like you gonna do that maybe at a funeral. Who said that's a bad thing? You know what I'm saying? I guess it's just being too much, or that's like what I was mentioning earlier, being at the wrong time or the wrong area and in the wrong place, I guess, or whatever. It depends on how you do it though. So what
And
and
I
Even
what
feel
you're
if you
like,
don't
being.
even
and
decide
I
if
feel
it's the
like I
wrong
have an
or right
understanding of this
time.
a little quite different because I feel like I go about this differently. Like I feel like for me, for as a woman, I can, my husband or whoever I'm with can do something, and I will not address it at that moment until we get into closed doors. But when it's just me and him, and I feel like that's me being able to balance and control my emotions.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna
Because
say that word was compressing.
some people are not able to do that. Some people are not able. Some people say no. I'm gonna address it right then on the spot. But I feel like because
That's
the way
impulse.
the way I was built, with the way I was, taught was basically, okay, first and foremost, you took him as your, your significant other or the person that you are choosing to lead you. So if he does do something that you disagree with, it doesn't necessarily mean that you need to, basically put him on blast right there on that spot. You can wait until you get into a place where it's just you and him, and you can, express your concerns then and then. You know what I mean? But I feel like that's called discipline and controlling your emotions and not, dealing on impulse and basically, letting yourself be too emotionally, not allowing yourself to get too emotional about the situation,
Why do you think that you were taught to not do that in public or to wait?
I don't think I was taught. I
Specific the
picked
reason
up
that.
on, I think I was
But I'm
taught.
saying, why? What is the reason for that? What do you think?
Why? I don't know. There's no reason. I feel like that's, again, that all comes down to, your upbringing, what's around you, how you're taught, you know what I mean? However, your family, it all comes down to a family kind of like, I don't want to say ritual, but I feel like, I come from two parents, that are actually deaf, that cannot hear and talk. So seeing was more believing for me than it was actually telling me.
That would be the reason.
Huh?
Right. So I'm just saying. So you do what would you think if you are basically a man who is, like in your words, you chose to lead you. He's doing something that you know is not right. Why would you not address it then and let it happen, as opposed to wait?
So now what's
What,
going
what,
on?
what would
So
be the
now I feel
reason for
like,
that? Is what I'm saying.
okay, now what I'm feeling like is like you're basically taking it like, because you can take things out of its context. You know what I mean? Basically what I'm trying to say. So when I say I see if he's doing something wrong that I don't agree with, I mean there has to be a certain kind of limit that I'm telling you that I don't agree with, but it can wait until we get home. Now, if it's a certain kind of disagreement that I cannot wait till we get home because it's actually prevents a safety understanding or or a moral or a value, then that's when I have the discernment to be able to say no. I stand for what I stand for, and I'm going to say something now.
You know what's
Okay.
think that so you were thinking that he was taken out of context, but it was actually that you just needed to be a bit more specific
Okay, well, I think I
on
did
the.
elaborate right now as he
Yeah,
asked.
yeah, of
So,
course, of course. I was just saying that.
So my thing was, the reason why I was asking is because a lot of these things, like I remember you brought up being nurture versus nature, right? And when you're talking about how, you know, women are naturally nurturers and men are certain things. But again, I was asking about this because this is an idea of where most of our society is actually, it's nurture. It's being taught. It's not our natural thing. So why did you think, just as an, you know, not anything to attack you personally, but just saying, why would you think, what would you think the reason is for it to be taught to women to not to address a man in public, wait till you get home? For whatever reason, I'm just saying, what do you think that reasoning is for? Why do you think that
and I
is,
told
you know what I mean?
I told you the reason why I picked up on that kind of understanding was basically because I was, two parents were deaf, and that's what I actually seen before I was told. I mean, those are actions that were actually being placed in front of me. Like I seen that, you know, I've seen things, scenarios happen. I've seen, you know, certain situations go down, and I've seen what played forth and what played at the end. You know what I mean? So it's all about what you intake. I feel like that was the type of intake that I took in. That's what I was surrounded around. That's the type of women that I was around. You know, again, I can't say that about my neighbor.
No, I'm saying, why do you think they did it? That's what I'm saying. Not
Oh,
you.
I believe
Why do you think?
I believe
Yeah.
it's I believe the reason why they did it is, I mean, I believe it's also it's a thing. I believe, you know, I believe a learning skill is something that you're taught and it's handed down, you know? Basically, you know, some people don't understand. Some people think like, you know how you have, okay, I have 5 brothers and sisters, right? Well, not all my brothers and sisters behave like me or speak like me or have the same understanding of me, right? But I feel like, you know, it's all that was a choice because it was around them. My sisters knew better than to have 3 or 4 baby daddies. And they choose to do what they do because they choose to be ignorant and choose to say, you know, I know what's right, but I choose this way because I have that freedom to do so. Because there's no consequence, basically.
All right, I got you.
So I just wanted to say something. I know we have a tendency of like making blanket statements like these emotions are okay and these emotions are not, and when it should be, is okay to express emotion. I think if you're thinking about somebody who you're going to have like a friendship or relationship around you, yeah, you should make sure like people have the same temperament that you can deal with. But I also want to address that like some people are neurodivergent and could be like highly sensitive. And they may struggle with emotional regulation in a way somebody else wouldn't. But if they have a partner that's okay with that, or they share those similarities, then I think it's okay to be more emotional. Again, as long as it's not harming anyone. I think that we shouldn't have these blanket rules that we apply to everybody because we are diverse people. And that's just how I feel about it.
You're right.
And that's true. That's true.
100%.
Just say
That's
this.
that's what I was saying before. You know, like if you're gonna say that like somebody is, where is this magic bar that somebody sets where you finally say, okay, this person is too emotional? Like where does that bar get set? Genuine question. You
Right.
know, because I feel like there's so many different scenarios where you could be like, you know, it's acceptable here, but it's not acceptable here. You
But
know,
that's
but
just
in
like,
this,
And
but you
that's,
know, you
can I?
could go like what's acceptable around your homeboys. You getting upset. You go to a neighborhood that you don't know, even half of that ain't acceptable. You know,
And so
you
can I? Right. Could I just address that real quick? Because it's kind of what goes to what the young lady was saying before, and I was going to use that as a teachable moment, as opposed to like when I asked, why do you think that they did that? It was because back in the day, and this is not for all. I hate that I have to keep saying that, but we all know that this doesn't apply to everybody, but majority, right? When women understood that men have egos, right? And a man's ego doesn't always make sense. That's just a fact. It is what it is. So we understand that an ego, a healthy ego, can make a man great. That's what makes him strive and to succeed. But an unhealthy ego is what makes a man an asshole, right? So we understand that there's a good and a bad with it. Now, why you would not check a man, quote unquote, in public and wait until you get home is exactly that, ego. So when I asked that, it was to see how much do we really understand each other. And because nobody could answer that, that lets me understand that sometimes we have these little pockets of where we don't understand each other. We don't understand
See,
the
and
reasoning why.
so
There is no other reason why than a man does not like to be checked,
okay,
right, in front of somebody else. So you can get away with certain things at home that you can't get away with in public, right? Just as a general rule, right? So I want to say is this was a good idea because sometimes when we have these emotional downpours or you have a man that is, he may be working on himself, right? He hasn't got to a point. But if he's in public, those emotions and that ego, it reacts differently than when you are, say, in
It
that quote
does.
unquote safe place at home, right? So I'm saying is sometimes, like the lady was saying, like when he's out there acting a fool because some man looked at her crazy and he want to be on edge, it's because he did not have control of his ego, right? And so those emotions was hitting, and instead of him being able to, control that, he's worried about what other people are going to think about him, and that ego get trapped. It get hit up. Now he want to pop off at everybody because he want to show and prove he a man and all that other extra shit.
Yep.
So that was just an example, and I just want to bring it up. This is not to attack you or say that you was wrong about anything. It was a good time to bring it up because that was a good, like back in the day, that's what they knew,
that's
and that's the reason why they did that. You get me? So
yeah,
go
that's actually
ahead.
amazing. That's actually amazing that you say that because I totally understand what you're saying. And I believe that if I, would have answered you correctly, I think I would have brought up the fact that I know the power of when a woman, of a woman's influence on a man. A woman can actually either can escalate something or dis-escalate something, So that's why I said, I feel like I was taught as a child basically is that boys tend to show out in front of girls, so basically you can control that kind of environment if you do certain things. That's what I feel like I was taught.
Right, and that's also
This
that's
And
why
I was taught to leave that type of man alone, which is what I did.
true. But and that's what. But I think that is what Bert was saying with when he said that women the are danger to men. I think that's what he was referring to, because of the influence that men have or that women have over men. Men will do stupid shit over women. You get what I mean? And
true.
so I think that might have been what he was referring to. I'm not sure, but I think that's what he was talking about.
I don't know, but he was dangerous, if you ask me.
Well, it's the yin yang. It's the equal opposite. It's that the equal opposite also exists. That a woman can also be the greatest thing that ever happened to a man. So it's only logical that the opposite.
No stuff
You
breaking
know.
up, bro.
So it's like it's there are a lot of
And
good
it's
dudes out
crazy.
there, and
It's crazy because you can meet
there's the
somebody.
there's
You can meet somebody and she can be your perfect balance. Like she understands you and is able to escalate any situation that you're in, and she also can motivate you and give you ambition to pursue and to pursue something that you would like. So it's actually a great thing. It could be a downfall. It could be a great thing.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
what he was saying. Though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I was
that's
saying.
basically
Is
what he
like
was saying.
what he was saying is he was looking at the other side of the spectrum of like that. Absolutely, I mean the Bible speaks of it. Like, dude, the wrong woman can totally destroy a man. Like, but the equal opposite as well is that
Yeah, that's why they say go in the forest or something like that.
yeah.
Get-
But
that-
the right
that-
woman can elevate a man to the heights that he never
Yeah,
realized that he would that
he
he'd
who
be able
finds
to
a
reach.
wife finds a good thing. That's the counter.
Yeah, just don't be on the other side of the spectrum.
So it say women can be your enemy and they can be your. It's funny that the Bible only comes, but it just showed it could be the worst of the worst though on both ends.
Dude, it talks about the poisonous woman, dude, yeah. She have you cutting your hair like Samson.
Sometimes,
Boy.
and then sometimes you realize, the most powerful man ends up being single, and the most powerful woman ends up being single because, they basically lose themselves in themselves. So
I think when it comes to, like I was saying, like when it comes to like temperament and finding a good fit, when you're in a relationship, it's not always going to be perfect in the beginning. That's not how it works. But you kind of learn that person, and that's why it's important to be empathetic. So it's like, and then that's when you kind of set your boundaries with the person that you're with. Like, hey, these are things I'm okay with, and then things I'm not, and you communicate that. So like, and then you have healthy ways that you communicate. Like if you said something you feel like they're doing something that's bothering you, long as you can communicate and both people are like um reciprocating what the person is saying. I think we shouldn't always think that going into a relationship is supposed to be the perfect partner. But we gotta as long as the person has empathy and y'all can take time to learn each other.
mhm. You definitely gotta know how long. You definitely
You
gotta
can't have
know.
empathy without understanding, though. You gotta
Yeah,
understand each other,
definitely.
though.
Mm-hmm.
My buddy told me that, man. He was me and him was chopping up. He was telling me about his relationship with his girl, man. He was been together for a while, and he was like, he's learning now that empathy is the most valuable thing in the relationship, man. Is being able to put yourself in your partner's shoes and have an understanding how they're feeling in the situation. Um, I wanted to answer the topic here.
Yeah.
So
After that, I wanted to get on the other part too about that because I think cousins have brought it back. Well, no matter of fact, let me do it real quick about
okay,
because he was proving the point. That's the reason why. Because like I know we see like feminine man and masculine women. I think I did a talk about that a little junior talk or rerun yesterday about it, and that's the reason why I say that because I notice a lot of us say that a lot. A lot of people be saying it, and I was just thinking about it like, dang, it's a lot of is some of that stuff. Is it natural or is it or we get taught these things and stuff? Because it's like if it was really natural, wouldn't have to teach femininity and masculinity and stuff. Like if it was natural, it wouldn't be masculine men. I mean, masculine women out here and feminine men and stuff. So it's just like I think we get taught our roles, all the stuff, or we get taught the way we are. I guess you could say naturally built. I think I look at it that in that way and stuff because, but I think a lot of stuff. If it was so natural, then I mean every last woman will be the same exact way, and every man will be the same exact way. Just like we be saying that man is more logical. Well, I mean we could have some logical women too and stuff. So that's not a natural thing. That's like either some type of learning or self learning and understanding yourself and stuff. So like all that stuff is kind of something. That's why we have mothers and fathers around and stuff, or we're supposed to be. I mean, so they could teach us how to represent for our roles in life, I guess. But some people hate that word. But that's how I look at that though.
So I have a question for you. So if TV was out of the basically what if, okay, I don't know if we can imagine this, but imagine TV not being allowed in no homes. It's not even part of it doesn't matter. TV is not allowed. You cannot have a TV in your home. Okay.
Hmm.
Do you believe that a lot of ways that parents are trying to teach would be more solid and have a better
Less
what
corruption, yeah.
yeah, do you think so?
Yes, less corruption without the TV. TV
Yeah,
portray too much stuff though.
so I feel like when we understand things for what it is, just like the gentleman before me, he basically say, we have to get what we have to understand is that we don't live back in those days. Back in those days, before black and white TV, when there was no TV, kids were very, very attentive and very obedient and very, very more so able to be controlled, you know. But when you start feeding the mind, and especially an idle mind, a mind that just didn't do anything and that's just in front of the TV, guess what happens? That child becomes something that they start to invent or identify as something else, regardless of what the parents are trying to install. So
Hmm.
it's just crazy
humans
how
have
much.
always been
There
getting
it
influenced.
is.
So
Huh?
if it
But
wasn't the
see, when
TV,
we
it was
didn't
the
have
radio. If
TV,
it wasn't the radio, it was the newspaper. If it wasn't the newspaper, it was somebody that was
Yeah, you're right.
hanging
But
out in
I'm
your
what I'm
neighborhood.
what
I
I'm
mean,
what I'm trying to say is that there is a lot of influence that play a lot of factors and why the things are going the way they go nowadays.
Right.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. A lot of that
Yeah.
stuff is what we adapt to. So that's why we can't say things are natural.
Right. And if we're gonna be honest, this is the difference because kids back then were fucking naive too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when we talking about that's why they were easily controlled. Keyword, quote unquote, controlled because they didn't know shit.
Right.
That's why when they came out and going to the military at 17 because they wanted to leave the farm because they didn't know shit, and then they were controlled there. But here's the thing, that was a man and a woman could be in the house doing what she did all day, didn't have to worry about her kids getting a bad influence. Men could be at work, so that nuclear family worked. Okay, it worked for those times. I cannot deny that. Okay, but now what you have is all of these external influences, right? The TV, the cell phone, internet, all this stuff, and you have less attentive parents. So that is the key. Because what is going on is I'm going to put little Billy in front of the iPad as opposed to actually working with little Billy. Because these outside influences, now that they've increased, that means that you got to increase yourself in the house. And we have not increased ourselves in the house because now we have to work 2 jobs to make it. So there is a lot of things that are involved with this, right? But if you really want to break it down, it is the parents are not able to be in the house to offset the influence that we're getting from the external. That's the biggest problem. It's not necessarily the external, because if the TV was doing whatever it did, but you still was in the house and had to turn it off at a certain time, and you didn't have your phone, and you couldn't play these, like you still, if your parents made you do that, you would still be okay, right? But I just think that we don't have enough parents now who are in the position to do the same things that we're talking about doing back in the 50s. I'm not saying that the back end didn't work, but I'm just saying that in this economy, in this climate, that can't work unless you're rich. And most people aren't. We know that 80% of people are never going to get that. So what's the real solution for the majority of people? You get what I mean? We're going to have to figure out something, because going back to the 50s, that shit only worked for, 10% of people. And what happens to the rest of that 90? We're going to be out here, struggling. So that was my only point with that.
I feel like what works for what will work for nowadays is to make sure that you definitely have to understand that if you teach your child that there's always gonna be to me, I feel like a lot of people don't understand, like, we don't answer to nobody. I feel like that's the wrong thing to teach your child. You do answer to somebody,
What's up, Amir?
there's a chain of command, and we have to respect the land of the law of the land. You know what I mean? So, when I say the law of the land, doesn't mean that I'm saying submit to, whoever, no, I'm not saying that. But what I'm trying to say is, it would be common if it was common for every child, every parent to teach their children how important it is to have a driver license, certain steps of being a citizen, certain things, certain people, what I'm trying to say is that, freedom has what options have made society so corrupted. Options, people, no one is forced to get a license. No one is forced. You're told to get a license, but there's no consequence if you don't get a license until you get caught, and then there it is. You know what I mean? So basically, like, life is not given with a manual book, basically, right? So because we have so much free will to do what we please, and how and to basically go about our life the way we want. You know what I mean? That's the reason why, we have so much confusion and so much all this other stuff going on, where sometimes it's like, man, sometimes you can't even blame the parents. It's really because the child got 18 years old and he's able to do whatever the hell he wants.
I got a problem with that.
Everybody wanted freedom. Everybody wanted rights. Everybody wanted the freedom to be able to do what they wanted to do. Now they have it, and they realize that, like, with it, that it doesn't even come down to freedom.
Yeah.
It actually comes down to discipline, man. And the more options that you actually have to have a lot more discipline.
Definitely. It's just like more money, more problems.
Hold on real quick. I'll be trying to squeeze in my own, they ain't gonna lie, they're gonna be crazy. I just wanted to say, like, that one you said about the law of the land situation, right? I think I heard that before a few times. I think I got a problem with that one, though. And I got to read up on it a little bit more, because, like, I feel like even if we was to say go based off the law of the land, right? I think because the law is not always right, I think it's a problem. I feel like it's like we got to be selective, because they're like, I think the law be supporting things that we shouldn't be supporting too. You know what I'm saying? Or we
Okay.
shouldn't be getting
Yeah,
along with the program on. So it's like, dang,
Okay,
you
but what
know.
I've
look, so
learned,
can I comment on
what
that?
I've learned from Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, this is what I've learned. I've learned this: if we just do what we're supposed to do and follow the rules and regulations, basically, and not give the person a reason to conduct, you know what I mean? Basically, you know, I understand there's ignorance still in this world. I'll be ignorant to think there's no ignorance left in this world. But I will say this: if you have your T's crossed and your I's dotted, you know, you should be able to walk away from a situation with your head up high.
Yeah, so I also disagree with the whole law of the land thing.
Right.
Specifically, I'm a black woman and I have a black son, and I would never tell him to just follow the laws of the land, especially
Right.
blindly, because the laws of the land were have been inhumane for a long time, and that
Mm-hmm.
things I think is important for, especially you talking about children, that they are able to critically think. Children, it can actually self-regulate their behavior on their own. We kind of like interfere too much and mess that up, right? But when
Mm-hmm.
you just say, so, I'm talking about like, um, the like if you give children choices,
Just basic problem solving.
usually
They can
they'll
do that.
choose the right thing to do. That's what I'm talking about. Like if you ask a child, if you give a child
So
like
many choices.
sincere like free will, they will usually choose the right thing to do. Children want to they want to like please their parents, and they want they don't children, even like when you like children don't want to be bad, right? That's what I mean
Oh
when
man, I don't agree on that. That's crazy. No, I
I
don't.
know, I don't
But
well,
understand
I
that.
mean, I understand it,
I
but
feel you though. But you keep going though. I'm just saying.
so the thing is about the law of the land type of rhetoric and stuff like
No
that.
one is gonna get away with disrespecting the law of the
I
land.
know that's not what I'm saying. Okay,
Okay.
that's not what I'm saying. Because usually when people say that, they have an assumption that by default children just going to do the worst thing that they can get away with, and that's usually rebellious acts against like strict rules and things like that. But my point is, black people in community have always been revolutionary. So to just say like follow the rules is kind of like problematic, because we kind of pass down that whole mentality that's like, oh, just do the right thing, everything will be fine, and we see that doesn't work. I just don't agree with it for that reason.
Okay. So can you give me an example of why you feel like the laws of the land is actually a bad thing to actually follow by?
Okay.
Because we
I
all
guess I
been
say it then. The new group that's part of the law, right? You think that's right? When that kind of counter what it says in the even we talking about biblical, right? It counters what it
I'm talking about
say.
laws of the land. Like you know, we just have to be productive citizens, productive people. You can't you can't think that you're going to be a corruptive or rebellion and think that there's no consequences
Oh,
behind
no,
that.
that's not what I'm talking about.
That's
So
not what
Okay.
that.
I can give you an example,
Yeah,
right?
give me an
It's
example.
actually a philosophical question they usually ask young children to kind of gauge their critical thinking. It's a story about some of y'all might, and I'm summing up real fast. Guy's wife is essentially on her unalive bed or whatever, and he goes to the pharmacist to get the medication, and the medication is too expensive. He like, hey, I can give it to you like next week or something, but I really need it to save my wife's life. And the pharmacist say no, so he breaks into the pharmacy to take it anyway. And it's like he go to prison because of what he did, but he saves his wife's life. Now a young child would say no, he broke the rules, right? But on a more critical aspect, that's a conversation about how like greed is an issue, because it's like, yeah, this prescription is like marked way out of higher than what it should be, but should the price of the medication go above the fact that it could save a person's life? And that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about like a person disrespectful or anything like that. I'm talking about literally like particularly like taking a critical eye view of like the society that we live in.
Okay, so you're basically saying taking the law into your own hands when you feel like it's necessary.
That's not what I was saying.
No? Okay, I interpret that wrong then.
I'm saying
I'll still
like
think about it then.
fundamentally there are things wrong with our society, right? When we
Mhm.
think about like police brutality, we think about discrimination, when we think about oppression, we think about the income disparity, the fact that we're talking about
Well,
parents have,
and I
are
agree. I now I'm understanding what you're saying, but I also
yeah.
know that us as humans, we abuse all like you know, there's set things that are set, but doesn't mean that it's wrong. It's because people have abused those kind of things. You know, people in uniform have abused their authority. You know
Do
what I
you
mean?
think all laws are right?
No, I believe I believe all laws can be I believe that all laws are in place and they do benefit us as citizens, but because you have people that are in position, they're able to utilize and twist and turn things to their
Exactly.
narrative. You get what I'm
So
trying to
how
say?
can we
But
follow the
that's
law of the
not
land
always.
then?
But that's not always the truth either. Some laws are put in
Or
place
like a
for a
law
reason.
that's like in place to where like right now you would break or you would go against it, or a law that you feel like that you would go against right now.
I know one of the laws about against abortion for women, even if she's great, is like in some states she can't get an abortion. Some women are reaching out to herbalists because they don't think that's right. So yeah, I do think there are laws that are put in place that
How
it's always to protect people.
I figured you were gonna bring it's a genuine I'm genuinely asking. I mean, I feel like yeah, abortion's definitely gonna be one. I mean, that's like probably like one of the biggest. But like outside of that, like, can you think of one?
Okay, so when I think about laws of the land, I feel like when something is in place, um you're supposed to, as us as people, we're supposed to follow them, right? Now when you're talking about, certain laws that are not good and certain laws that are bad, but that comes down to, that's why us as people have to be able to vote in certain things so we can make sure that and I understand what you're trying to say right now. It's not fair, like, not, we can say what we can say and we can want things what we want, but technically sometimes the voice is never even heard. I understand that, but I was coming forward. The laws of the land was basically on a biblical understanding, so that's the reason why I said what I said.
I wonder. I gotta really look into that though, because I understand like sometimes some scriptures be meant for that timing or something like that because of ways
Okay, you're
laws are
basically
so
saying
corrupted and stuff now.
on the timeline. They say like on the
Yeah,
timeline of
yeah, I
when the
be
white
feeling like
people.
yeah. So it's like they have to follow things at that time and stuff. But I think sometimes we might stretch it. But I'm gonna look into it though because I don't like to speak on what I didn't read up on. Uh,
So
but
I
yeah,
think
So
overall, I'm just
real
looking
quick,
at paying attention now. We was to use that verse now, and the way these laws is not like I'm not. I mean, I'm not agreeing with a lot of these laws that they be having and stuff. I don't think some of them right, and it counters what's in the biblical if we want to say biblical.
so. You got
but
to
you know
also
what though?
understand
When I look at
laws.
when I I'm so, when I look at laws, like when I look at that saying "laws of the land," I'm not taking the word literally. I'm not taking it
Right.
like laws legally, right? I'm talking about like the old saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, right? Like when you're talking about a social construct, you don't want to be the outcast who is going against everything that the majority wants to do, right?
I
Because
got
then
you.
your life becomes harder. So I think when we talk, at least when I look at it, when I hear that, I say laws of the land, meaning because if you're in Texas, you're going to act and behave a little bit different than you would be in California, right?
Right.
Hmm.
You in New York, it's going to be different social things that you need to do to survive in New York that you don't have to do
Right.
in LA. So I'm just saying, laws of the land means to me when doing and being the best steward of citizenship where you are. That means trying to be the best person that you can in that thing. Now, obviously, certain laws don't need to be followed. Okay, certain laws are just there
It's
to
kind of
make
like
money
it's
or certain things. You get what I'm saying? So
yeah,
yeah, I think you had to
totally.
have discernment, but I just think it's just being a good person, being a good citizen for whatever area you're in. That's how I look at it. I
Thank you.
could be
That's
wrong.
exactly how I see it too.
Okay. So yeah, I feel you
But
on
I
the
kind of
first.
like, because just like what you were saying, like the crime of passion law in Texas, that doesn't go in California.
True. Just like it's different laws
Yeah,
if I was
that
living in
doesn't
a
go in
different country
California.
too, so it'd be a whole different law.
You cannot shoot a man because the man is on top of your wife and getting down. But in Texas, you walk into a room and your man is getting it in with your wife. You can shoot that nigga dead in his while where he's standing.
Boy, you about to get me flagged. But
You hear
yeah,
me?
I guess.
But you will not get incarcerated for that.
Don't say
Or
don't say
in certain southern states, it's legal to marry your horse.
You
Do
hear
we
me?
think that
But
shit is right? It's a
when you
law,
say
but it's
when you say
ridiculous, right? So I'm just saying, we can't follow every law.
Somebody
That
that
don't
went to
make no
school to
damn
marry
sense.
to a
But
horse.
so
that's why you said what you said was wherever you're at to try to, you get what I'm trying to say. It's just trying to be the best person that you can be, so that way you're not basically a competitive person.
yeah, I
And
think
it
at the
don't go
same
against the
time.
majority types.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I think at the same time you might want to call it something else because laws of the land is literally is stating from if you're talking from a biblical standpoint is that everyone must submit themselves. to the authorities, like the governing authorities. And the way our laws work, the laws are usually to protect the state. And when we get rights, it's because people push back against the laws that have been put in place, like the rights that we got. People had to like sacrifice and actually had to come together to get those rights. Rights aren't just given to people. Like right now, we see problems in society, and it has to be pushed back. So I get what you're saying, but if that's the point, you might want to use something besides law of the land, because that's not, it's not just the customary like the norms, is literally the laws that are put in place by the authority.
Okay.
Especially if you're referring biblically, because the laws of the land, like the actual laws. I mean, we talking about the laws of Moses. That's one thing, but if you
That's
talk,
different, yeah, right.
if you
I
talking about
can
the
follow
laws of the
that.
land in the Bible, well, that's a whole another set of laws.
Mhm.
Man, the folks had a whole another way of living.
Yeah, when I look at it, when I'm on these panels or something like that, I never talk from the Bible because everybody doesn't believe it. So I try to
Right,
keep it general. But
right.
but I get what you're saying though. Yeah, you know. Yeah, I like I said, I would rather use the when in Rome. That's my saying. I don't use the I don't use the
Yeah,
laws of the land
that's what I
saying,
was
but
saying. And
yeah. But I get you.
I'm not a religious person,
Oh
but
Lord.
I just feel like um I do feel like we have some also it's called group think, where people kind of like go with the flow all the time, and that can be problematic in a lot of ways too. So I don't know, just maybe it's just how I am. I feel like we should think about everything we just normalize and just go
Yeah.
along with.
Just like it tells us to question our past or something. I don't know. They might have said it like that, but it's different though. But I get you though. You
And
can't just follow
I don't think
everything
there's
because
anything.
society or follow the world. But
Yeah, I don't think it like as far as like whether you want to be rebellious and be more like an advocate for it, like being a divergent thinker or like thinking outside the box. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I just think that you just be aware of that there may be consequences that come with that. Trying to go against things. I'm all for like standing up for what's right. So yeah, you do have some people that are like, look, I'm just gonna go with the flow. I'm just gonna live my life, and then you have other people that are like, hey, I'm actually gonna be on the forefront and I'm gonna stand for things that I don't believe are right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna stand for things that I believe should be changed. So I don't think neither one of them's right necessarily. It just depends on if the person's doing really what they feel that they want to do.
Right.
I mean, like if you're feeling like that you want to be an advocate, then be an advocate. If you feel like that you're comfortable in the system that you live in and you're happy, then that's right too.
I mean,
Um,
what I kind of feel like, you will run across a certain individual that has a whole different kind of understanding about the laws of land too. Like they literally feel like, that they can't be owned, and like, this is, basically what I'm trying to say is like, there is some people that actually is
like the
emotional.
individualist,
Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like they, like, I don't know. There is people that will oppose authority, basically, straight
I
up.
get you on that.
Yeah, there is people that will oppose.
I was gonna say that too. Like there are those one. My thing is, if you are a revolutionary person, then be revolutionary. Don't do that shit Monday through Friday and then just be a scrub on Saturday and Sunday.
Uh-huh.
Like, don't preach to me on Monday and then do some bullshit on Tuesday. If you're gonna be that, be that. Don't just do it for likes and clicks. So what we see a lot of times is people who will, you know, just talk all of that, but then when it really comes down to it, they like little meek. They don't want to. They won't stand up and go, put their mouth where or the money where their mouth is. They'll just talk all that stuff. But then, like she just said, there are those people that are just combative to be fucking dicks. Like I don't know what that is. Like I had one of my partners where we got pulled over, and he in the passenger seat talking shit, and I'm like, dude, why are you even talking?
Right.
Shut the fuck up. Like, what? Why are you you're purposely trying to make this situation worse? Like, if he's out of pocket, then we'll deal with that. But if he just walked up he was cool. He walked up, hey, how you doing? I just pulled you over because of this, blah, 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 blah. I was like, cool, no problem. Just doing oh, here we go. No, I'm like, dude, if you don't shut your ass up, I'm going to beat your ass in front of this cop. Like real talk. You just because he's just trying to be combative for nothing. There was no reason for it. So I think for those type of people, and I think we probably all know one or two of them. You know what I mean? Or ran across a couple of them in our life. But
I think
yeah,
that goes back to emotional. That's somebody who's being emotional. Clearly the presence of
If
the
a
police
person,
officer is triggering them, and that's how it's coming out of them.
yep,
yeah,
if
he
a
was
person,
thing like fucking just arguing with the damn servers at the restaurant, and I'm like, where you get into some beef? Maybe it's not everyone else. Maybe it's you. Have you ever thought about that? And then he wanted to, like, and I'm just like, I can't really, if this is what you're going to continue to do, man, you're going to have to get some help or something, because I can't roll with this. Like, I'm not about to sit up here and fight a battle because you just started something that didn't need to be started. And now I got to jump in. And now I got to put my life on the line because of something you just started, because I'm with you. Nah.
You don't
But,
got that kind of backup, that's for sure.
I ain't jumping in.
I have
man,
a question though.
man.
I have a question. So what if I reframe like the whole the conversation we were just having about like kind of just going with the flow? It's like herd mentality. Like y'all wouldn't have any problem with that? Like when people think like comparing like human behavior to like sheep or like herd mentality, y'all wouldn't have a problem with that?
It
Following.
Like
I
what?
think ego will have a problem with it if you're ego driven.
When you say have a problem with it, what do you mean? Like, will we be against the herd mentality, or what are you saying?
I'm wondering if it was rephrased a different way, if you would still think it was okay. That's what I was curious about.
Oh, I got you. So following the norm, sort of speaking of like following the herd. Got you. Okay.
Everybody's norm's different though.
The only difference I would say that the herd mentality is, in my opinion, now somebody could correct me if I'm wrong, or it's just how I look at it. When you say herd mentality, that is a mindless act. You're just following dumbfounded. You're just following, right? Like lemurs. You just follow because everybody moving, I'm moving. You don't think about it. It's not a conscious thing. That's what it is. So when I say when in Rome, do as the Romans do, that means that I could be over here on my way, but then when I go to Rome, I recognize what's happening, and I don't necessarily have to make myself an outcast. You get me? So I kind of look at it like, when I hear herd mentality, I think, because sheep just follow. They're not even thinking about it. They just, naively following whatever's going on. I think that's a little bit different. I could be wrong though, but that's just how I would look at it.
Yeah, sheep tend to be connected with being lost. Like if somebody's considered to be a sheep, them being lost. So if you say that like a herd mentality, like a herd of sheep, then somebody would say like, hey, those people are just lost. But I think too, as far as like people say like following the norm, what's normal? Like what's normal for people is just
Well, that's a rhetorical question right there.
yeah, man. It really it really depends on your perspective and how you're viewing things. But yeah, I would say like for example, if you look at like people talk about individualists, but if you look at the most successful people, there is a level of understanding that like you do have the power to supersede the norm and create your own norm, which kind of is like more of like an individualist thing of like Bob Proctor that passed away. Bob Proctor used to say like, I'm not a statistic, right? It's like statistics don't apply to individuals. So like, it's there's a level of there's a level of individualism that I think is very good. You will find a lot of successful people tend to have that type of mindset.
Yeah, that's because they think about themselves, not the community.
I wonder, have any of you guys watched the movie The Banker?
Hello.
Banker, no, I haven't
I
heard
mean,
of
The
it.
bank.
I'm saying as far as the thought process. Now, I
I
mean
think
to
so. The banker. Yeah, I think that was.
Samuel J. Adams was the name. Two
Yeah,
black
yeah.
men that bought the banks.
The two that bought the. Yeah. That was.
Powerful
Yeah,
movie. Very powerful movie. Very powerful.
yeah. So okay, here's a good example, right? To what I was saying. So we know that in America, we do what we do. We can walk around with flip flops. We can walk around with bonnets. We can walk around doing whatever we do, right? You can walk down with your street and hold your girl's hand, and we can go and do whatever, and we can talk and we can sit in the Starbucks and sit there all day if we want to, and blah blah blah. All of these things, right? Now, if you take your ass to Dubai, okay, and you walk down the street doing that type of shit, it's gonna be a problem.
Two niggas,
If
two
you
guys
go
holding
do
hands is gonna be a problem.
because they live in a different society. So what I'm
Their laws
saying
of the
is
land is
you
different.
recognize that they are a Muslim country. They don't take kindly to public displays of affection type thing, right? There's other rules, like they don't like to, you don't show the bottom of your feet. So if you're sitting in public, you don't kick your feet up like we do here, right? There's certain things that you learn
Mm-hmm.
when you travel. So that would be saying, okay, I could say I'm American. I can do what the fuck I want to do and be that
Nope.
asshole. Or I could say, you know what? I'm going to kind of conform to the culture. And that's what I mean when I'm saying, it's not necessarily the laws of the land per
Mm.
se, but it's kind of in that
It's
vein
respecting where
of
you at or
where you
adapting to
at,
your.
reading the room, right, and just kind of meshing in,
Okay.
if that makes
So
sense.
so so do
Yeah.
you remember? So since you said you've seen the movie The Banker, do you remember him?
Thanks, Bella.
You remember the banker in the movie? He was actually moving up really good in Los Angeles, but he tried to take it all the way back to Texas. And his partner was like, brother, you stepping into a whole nother realm right there. You trying to go to Texas with, and we black, you trying to go to Texas with this? And he was just so adamant because of his intelligence and his knowledge that he was going to be able to conquer, you know what I mean, and be able to, establish something in Texas. And I just feel like the message in that movie was very powerful because it kind of shows how somebody can actually, pursue something and believe into something, regardless of what the opposition could be opposing. Because I think they actually did end up losing, but they won because they were smarter in a certain kind of way. I don't know how if you guys understand what I'm trying to say. Like, they understood that they were going to be defeated because, again, they were being racially attacked, but they also knew how to move their money around to where the people thought that they were going to be broke, but they were not broke.
Right. What happened was he ended up, remember, because he got a white guy to front him.
Right.
So they basically figured out what it was. It was a test of ingenuity. And it was saying that if you understand the system, you know what I mean? You have to learn the game. And if you learn that game and master the game, you can win the game, no matter who you are. And that was the message I got from it, because when they went to Texas, like in California, it was no problem.
Yeah,
But then when you went to Texas, so what he did was he got a white guy and he's like, hey, we're gonna act like you are the guy. But it was really them. And then the Texans, they roll with it because it was a white guy. And then when they found out that it was really them, then it was all hell. But that was the thing. And yeah, it was, learn the game and learn how to play it. Yeah.
Definitely a good movie. If those of you that haven't watched it, watch it. It's really good. Good message behind it.
Actually, yeah, it's based on a true story too. So
Yeah.
like if you really want to know about that black history and black excellence, that's something to watch. Real talk.
And Redeeming Love on Stars is really good. Redeeming Love.
now I wanted to kind of answer the prompt. So why can't when the majority be a safe space for men? So I'll actually say this, that for one, I don't ever look for any human to be my safe space for any of my emotions. No, that's just me. But what I'll say for me as well is, like, probably when it comes to like actually, like, if I'm actually dealing with something and I really need to talk about it, the one person that I probably actually would go to is actually probably my like when I'm really dealing with stuff is really like one of my female mentors here. Now she's married, she has a family and she has kids, but she's probably like she's just like the easiest person to talk to, man.
Why she married?
Huh?
I said that's why she married.
Yeah. And I mean, and dude, they're like like when I think about how I want my family to be ran and like how they run, like how they raise their kids, like her husband, like dude, they're a great representation of a good, strong black family, man. Like and you can tell, like you made a good point. It's like, dude, she knows how to listen, like, and that's that's probably what her husband like about it. Dude, I'm telling you, you can come in and like, dude, you will come into her something and she will just pour into you. Like when I come to her with something, and I think that's one thing
Take
too.
note, ladies.
I think that's one thing too is like, I think when we come to
Some ladies.
and yeah, some women and we share it, it's like, we getting backlash from it versus like pouring in. Because when I come to her or something, like she just reminds me who I am. But you know who you are, you got like remember, just pouring into me, not lashing me because of what I've done. Now sometimes she will give it to me a little bit tougher, but I feel like because she's a businesswoman too, so she can kind of get, and she from Dayton, Ohio, so she get a little gritty too. But if we're just talking about like men coming to women, I think sometimes we really want to get that part of like, and I feel like that's the nurturing part is like pouring into the person. So it's like, man, when you come and like you dealing with something, you want the person to pour into you, not make you feel like shit when you bring it to them. Like that's what your boy's for. Your boy's gonna give you that. You come to it, well, man, you doing the same shit, bro. Man, you still with them same people. Like your boys is gonna give it to you hard like that. But I feel like that you kind of have a little bit of a different expectation when you bring it to your woman.
Yeah, that's real talk, and I think this is another teachable moment. Dun, dun, dun. So, women, ladies, listen. Okay, you can take it or leave it. This is just some good game. It may work for you. Okay, the same way that you may have a hard day, and you come home, and you talking to your man, and you're venting. You don't want him to fix it. We know this. You just want him to listen and say everything is going to be okay. Or don't say nothing at all. Sometimes you just want to be heard, right? You don't want him to fix the problem. You just want him to be heard. Now, just how y'all do that sometimes, we do the same thing as men. And all we want is to have our ego re-energized. All we want is to be thought of that you're proud of us, or that you think highly of us. We don't want to be chastised. We don't want to be talked down to. We don't want you to fix the problem. We just want to feel energized.
That too.
Example all the time, like the Hulk. When he is out here Hulk smashing everything, what happens? Who brings him back to humanity? That sweet talking lady just walk up, okay, you got to stop. You got to stop. You got to be cool. And then he's just like, yeah, you right. Yeah. That's all he needed. All of the vengeance, you hit him with a missile.
He like, what again? He like,
making him worse. That's going to make him worse, right? He don't need that from you. Okay? And so I know that this sounds counterintuitive, but trust me, sometimes, and don't get me wrong, there are some times if you got a dude and he ain't doing what he's supposed to do, and he might need a little kick in the butt. Okay. But most of the time, all he wants is an ego stroke. And that is the reason why you hear so many things about these side chicks and all this. And they what is the common thing that we hear? Yeah, what is that thing? Well, she listened. Why? Because she talking to him. She breathing life into him. She talking all kind of shit that ain't even true. You the strongest man I ever seen. Ooh, your beer belly look hella good. Oh, you got a six pack? Ooh, she doing all of that. And meanwhile, you not. So all I'm saying is this, right? I'm not saying to kiss your man's ass all the time. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is if you care about this man, and when he comes to you, he is probably feeling down on himself. And the best result in most cases, not all, but in most cases, is to re-energize his ego. And however your man likes that. So you got to know who your man is and you do that. But I'm just saying it will help. And I will say that same message to fellas. When you feel like your woman is bitching at you or she's nagging, sometimes you need to really just not listen to every word she's saying, because it's not about the words that she's saying. It's something else deeper. But just listen and understand and make sure that you let her know that you hear her, because that right there will go a long way. And I'll drop it right there.
Hey, all the women just gonna run as soon as that came? That's crazy.
But
Ain't that so?
I will say, as far as getting vulnerable, man, the last relationship, the last girl I talked to, yo, and what I learned about the last girl I talked to is that there's certain things that I'm not gonna say women that people do and they're not aware that they do some things. And like so like, man, I remember talking to her and she was talking about the last dude she was with. She was like, yeah, X, Y, and Z, and he was in front of me and he was crying and all this stuff, and I knew the dude, like I didn't know him, but like I knew of him, like he was on one of the other apps like this. And I'm like, yo, like this dude was vulnerable in front of you and you sharing it with me. Like, why you gotta share with me that this man was crying about a situation in front of you? Like, yeah, I feel like that I feel like that's what I feel like some men worry about like that. It's like, man, cause to me, I hear something like from her and I'm like, man, you telling me this, why would I get vulnerable around you? When I hear you talking about the last dude, you talking about him getting vulnerable with you as if like that man didn't really trust you to do that. Like that dude really would have had to trust you, man, to really, because this dude had been through some crap, to really sit in front of her and really express the stuff that he had been through at childhood, his sons getting unalive, like just breaking down. And then she come and share with me, like, I don't know, man. That really changed something. That really changed something for me. And I when I listened to her, I'm like, did she not realize what she doing? Like, did she not see that? Like, when you share that with other dudes, like dudes, when me as a dude hear that, that was like a huge red flag with me. Like, yo, ain't no way I can get vulnerable with this girl. Because she already showing that she don't respect that. Because if she respected what it really was, she would know that was a private, intimate moment between that man that never should have been shared with no other dude. Like that was a him and her moment.
Like that.
But I think for me, when it comes to like me expressing myself, like I express myself because that's what I want to do. So I feel like if I express myself and it's something that I want to do and I'm doing it because I'm willingly doing it, then I feel like that it's a lot harder for somebody to take advantage of it and try to use it against you. So I'm just naturally a very honest person, so I don't try to hold anything back. Now, obviously, like I'm not going to go in tears and something, but if we start talking and we get to a topic that I'll just share something with somebody. Now there's no insecurities that I have around the things that I share. So the person's not going to be able to take it and like use it as a weapon against me. Like only time that happens is if you've got like shadow spots and the person finds that like, hey, like this is an unhealed space and you share something. But I feel like that if you're very comfortable in who you are and you know that and you share something, then like, I don't believe that somebody can use that as a weapon against me emotionally.
Yo, I was just gonna say that, bro. That is something that I say all the time to any of the young brothers I talk to. And it is, if you like, And I said it earlier with that question, and I was talking about the safe space, right? It shouldn't be necessarily all the way up to a woman to provide you a safe space, right?
No.
Because some of that is us being, showing her how to provide a safe space for us, right? So we have a little bit of that comes with us too. But either further to the point, there should be nothing that somebody can bring up that should be able to be used against you, right? Now, we're not perfect. Nobody's perfect. So obviously we have some flaws, and we got insecurities, and we got all these things, right? But your mission in your life should be to correct all of that to the point where there is nothing that you can bring up to use against me. Like if I tell you this, it's
Confident.
like right now in my life, I don't give a fuck what you think you found in my past. You can't fuck with me. I don't care. I take the challenge. Do it. Bring it. There's
Hey,
nothing that you can bring about my life that I'm not good with. It took me 50 years to get here, right? But at the same time, there's like the things that I've made mistakes and things that I've done, I'm good with it. I've already atoned. I've already figured out I've grown from it. I'm good. So if you come out, yeah, well, this is why you, okay, and next, like it doesn't hurt me. You can't bring anything to me that is going to be a scandal or that is going to be whatever. Not because I've never done anything. It's just because I'm good with whatever I did. And then on top of that, I never did nothing really crazy scandalous, right? But the point is handling and mending all of your loose ends in your life to the point where now, if you do reveal something to any woman or any man or anybody else, they can't use it against you. So if you have that, it's almost like insurance, right? Because you never know what that woman is going to do until it happens. Like she can put up a front and be like all nurturing and everything was all good, and then you told her something, and then y'all broke up, and you still think everything is cool, but meanwhile she telling God like all your business, right? And you don't even know, but you thinking that shit was good, it was all sweet. But the thing is, if you was good with it, it wouldn't matter if she told the whole world. If she wrote a tell-all book and put all your shit in it, you're gonna be like, yeah, I did it, and what? Because you good with it. So it can't be weaponized against you. And I think that is the lesson that I would like, a lot of people to take away from it. And this goes for women too. Y'all got things that
that's a
y'all
topic right
know
there,
that you need
boy.
to heal. Yeah. Heal that shit, because now
Yeah, that's
you are
healing. Yep,
allowing
healing and
people,
forgiveness. That's all that same
yeah,
thing. And confidence. And confidence. That's
yeah,
all.
you allow people to hurt you. They can't
Yeah.
hurt you if it don't, they can't insult you if it don't mean shit to you.
Right.
That's the reason why women pull up certain things and try to talk to you about it, because they know that you have an insecurity about it. So when they
Yep.
feel invulnerable, they can strike back. But if you have no vulnerabilities, what can they do? They
Yeah,
can't say nothing to you.
we make it that way. We choose to make
Right,
it hurt us. You know what I'm saying? So that make us, boy. We gonna have to make that a
right.
topic, my brother. For real.
Hey, I'm tell you. So this way, it's like you shouldn't be sitting here talking about, oh man, I can't share my feelings with her because she's gonna use it against me. Well, that's on
You
you,
just
bro.
that's my question. That was gonna be my next question too.
Yeah,
Is it more of an insecurity why men or women, and women, because lately I've been hearing that they be like, "Oh, she's gonna use it against them." I'm like, "Ain't that a?" That's why I was about to ask that question for the men. Is that an insecurity about you? Why you have to suppress, or you can't express to another woman because it seems like you're trying to put it on every last woman and stuff. So yeah, I was thinking about
right,
that. That's why I was gonna add
right.
that on there, but I ain't got enough room.
I mean, that's a good question. You want to tackle that
Yeah,
on the panel?
yep. That's what I was supposed to
Let's
have
go.
asked, but everybody done left.
Well, what's up, Odyssey? You want to start? What do
I
you
think
think
the
about
only
that?
thing that hurts, the only thing that hurts is probably. Can you hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know who was starting. Yeah,
Who start? Uh,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, just
Yeah, y'all
go
go
ahead,
ahead.
honest, and then we gonna go to a guy like a.
Okay, well, I don't know if you can hear me though. Hold on. Can you
We can
guys
hear
hear
you.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, cool. So tell me the question again.
Um, when a man or a woman says, um, men don't express that much to women because she might use it against them, Isn't that more? Is that more of an insecurity, or is that a protection mechanism, or um?
I mean, it really comes down to what I believe is just like what the gentleman said before us. He basically, let it be known, and which is really, really facts. We give people weapons to use against us. You know, people can only use what you allow against you. You mean
Yep.
so basically, if you are if you're established and you understand what you are doing, and you have to understand that the probabilities of somebody researching and going through your past, or talking to certain people that may be able to tap into something that you may have not expressed yet, but if you've already dealt with it within yourself, you're not going to have a problem of somebody going behind your back and figuring some things out, because they're going to say, well, the only thing I would actually say about that would be like, you went too far, because at the end of the day, I've dealt with those things already. And the reason why you didn't see those kind of traits, or you didn't see this, I didn't have this kind of problem, because I dealt with it, and I've already dealt with the issue to the point where I've learned my lesson. Again, not everybody's able to, some people put things on the back burner, and it's always lingering in their situation, right? Lingering above their head, embarrassment, entitlement, insecurities, stuff like that, right? But when you deal with all of that, and you understand where you establish and understand where you stand in all of that, all your, basically what you've done, no one can use that against you. There is no weapon that can be performed against you, for the simple fact that, you've already let go and basically let God. That's just my perspective. So there's no reason to be ashamed. There's no reason to have regrets. What it is it's all about ownership and accountability and understanding, and being able to have a humble understanding that no one is perfect, and we all go through, but it's actually our mistakes that actually build us to who we are today. And it actually could be a very healthy thing.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
What
and
you
I
got, God? Like,
kind of want to pick up on what she said. Is that you kind of give people ammo. So I think that, and this leads into the other question of what is being vulnerable too early. Well, I don't think there's nothing wrong with being vulnerable. I think that, like, if you have areas of yourself that are unhealed, then you need to be self-aware enough to know that, and know that you can't just come off the back and just start sharing those unhealed parts of yourself to people that you don't know.
facts.
So if that, like, hey, I struggle with this addiction, and I'm struggling with this, and I lack discipline in this area, and you come in and you show, and you're not healed in those areas. But I think that's hard too in relationships, because people know that, so people will try to mask those areas where they're unhealed at. So people will have, that's why people say, like, oh, I was with him, and then 4-5 months in, all this shit started popping off, because people know that, like, oh, I'm unhealed in these areas, so people try to, like, mask it until
Or
when
they
you
try
say,
to
but when you say that,
get you to go work their world and stuff. So they want you to, because there's a lot of people that do that stuff. Like when people come in your room, and you have the fact that we have to say trigger warning and all that stuff is because people really want you to operate around them, or work for them and stuff. Like, oh yeah, let me let you know that I have a problem with this, so I already warned you if I snap on you or something like that. So this is like people want you to work on their timing too, or their feelings too. So that's another thing.
yeah.
right. But yeah, I think that you gotta be, you give people weapons, and I think a lot of times people do it subconsciously, where they don't
Hmm.
even realize that they're sharing too much. And it's like, yo, if you so unhealed where you can't be honest about your situations and where you at, to the point to where somebody can take something and use it against you emotionally, then you got some self-healing you got to do.
Mhm.
Yeah, but they not gonna. Another thing, so a lot of people just, and as I say, I can understand both ends. A lot of people they do that because they just some people just want to have a voice, like cousin was talking about earlier. So some people just be wanting to express themselves, so they just like they gotta let it out, right? That's their form of. When we was just talking about compressing, that's their form of decompressing, right? It's just to let it out, but they not realizing. That's why they say where is more when the emotion is high, the logic is low, and vice versa. The logic high, the emotion is low. But it's just like people don't really have that time to think. Like, dang, should I be giving this information out and stuff, or do I really just want it to escape and get this off my mind so bad and vent? that I'm not realizing who I'm talking to. So I think some people just like their emotions just override so bad that they want to let it out that they don't think at that moment. So that's just another reason why people is like that though. But it's like the best advice we can do is like we can say it all we want, don't share no information that you're not prepared for, but people still gonna do that though, because some people
Right.
just want validation, just like, or they want closure, then they just want a special answer that they think they can get that they can't think upon themselves. And I understand it
Amen.
on that end too, because some of us we can't find an answer. We need other people's stuff. But it's just like it's a gamble. All this stuff be a
Yeah.
gamble for the most part. It's a gamble to try to see if it's the right person, the wrong person, because like I said, if you don't understand yourself, you ain't gonna understand other people too. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is. So yeah, it's a lot. It's a gamble, and life is just a gamble. It's a freaking gamble.
And a
Especially,
lot of
especially
times,
if you
too.
share it with a narcissist.
So a lot
Look,
of
don't
times
share that
too,
with a
people want,
narcissist. They gonna
you know,
go ahead. I got.
oh, I'm just saying, like, people they want sympathy, right? So they'll share certain things because they're looking for that, oh, it's gonna be all right, baby. And they want that sympathy. They want that, but they don't realize that the backlash of that sympathy may be people
Alexa,
using it
turn the
against you.
light off.
You know what I mean? So it's like they don't think it through a lot of times too, which, it goes to what you were saying, Kev, about just being emotional and just making that decision based on I need some sympathy type shit. And so, that's another, but I came up though, street hood, you don't never criminalize yourself, right? You don't never. So if I ain't about to tell you all about me for
That
nothing,
too.
like
Yeah.
my information costs you something. You know what I mean? I ain't just gonna reveal everything about myself, but there's a lot of people that don't believe that.
Yeah, they be having
They
that
want
saying,
you
if I
to,
gotta tell you, I gotta unalive you. Remember they be saying stuff.
you know what I'm saying? Look, you really want to know? And then I can talk to you about it in the afterlife.
Right.
If I tell
Boy.
you, I got to alive you.
Yeah. Oh, let me see. So I'm over trying to set up these lives. It's been a little too quiet lately, so I guess tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Or today? Is it Thursday? Yeah. These days be flying, my goodness. Might be another Kevin Samuels day later on today. Yeah, I gotta pop him up at least twice a
Man, bro,
week.
you should bring you should
It's
get
a
people
little too
stuff.
quiet in here, so I gotta get it back going. Then I go back to my other topics again.
You should get people's thoughts on Charleston White.
Oh man,
Mm.
he's a something else.
Ooh.
Charleston White. Yeah, I might throw him in there though with
Yeah,
Kevin
Bro,
you
you
Samuels,
know
know, folks,
Charleston
Charleston
you
White.
know,
White,
man,
Charleston
folks gonna
White
have
think
something to say about
Eric
him,
Mays that
man.
just passed away. Might have to throw him in there.
I
Who?
think Charleston White just. I think
Eric
Charleston White.
Mays.
He's something else.
People love him. His delivery was crazy. Oh, I'm gonna do a little bit more
Who?
research on Eric Mays though before I talk about him.
Eric Mays? I don't even know who that
Yeah,
is.
it's a dude
Yeah,
that just passed away. He
I'm
was
about to say,
he
yeah,
made that little one statement when they go low, I go lower. He be saying some stuff like, or he be messing with the one.
is
He's
it
like
young
that one
dude?
dude in the court and stuff be tripping. He's on doing a robot while the lady was like
Is it young dude?
older guy.
Oh,
Like,
he passed away. You talking about the old dude with the real raspy voice?
yeah, he got the raspy voice. He
Oh
got the
yeah, I've
little
been
high
seeing
top,
him,
like
bro.
a
That
little
dude.
fade type thing, hairstyle.
Oh yeah, man. He had one of them old school voices.
Yeah.
Bro, that's one
Uh,
of them voices, bro. If you was out after dark and he stepped outside, bro, all the kids in the neighborhood gonna hear that voice. That man, yeah. I've been seeing him a lot. I didn't know who he was though, but yeah, I've been seeing a lot of little clips of him.
mm-hmm.
Hey, you know that cat? What's his name, man? I think it's something like Jesse something. He got like I guess he's supposed to be some
I
type
don't know.
of reverend or something. He got a radio show.
Mm.
Is it Peterson? No, not Peterson. Jesse something. Some dude, and he's like he's just the straight Uncle Ruckus incarnate. Oh my God! Like, dude, I if I was to be in a room with him, I think I would just slap him just because. Like, dude, you gotta take that.
Oh, I know you talking about, bro. You talking about the dude.
Is,
I know exactly. He done a few.
is
He
it
done done a,
Peterson? Patterson? Jesse Peterson or Jesse Patterson?
you
Something
talking
like
about
that.
he kind of like a softer
Okay, I have a
dude.
question for you guys. Why is Charleston? What's his name? Charleston? What? Why is he the way he is?
Charleston White.
Why
Hold
is
on,
he?
1 second. I'm trying to see cousin. You talking about a dude? Is he like a softer dude? Like he's kind of a soft. He does interviews
He
with people.
right here, he a dark. Okay, older gentleman, got to be
Kind of
like
got some
70
pimples on his
something.
face.
No, he like he an old dude, like 70 something, and he always talk about, oh, you a beta, and you beta males and this and that, and he talk about Trump is the savior of all black people, and like, you know, all black people are just nothing but takers, and the white man is the only reason why society is great. Shit like that, bro. Like, I'm talking about, he is ridiculous.
Isn't
And
that
I'm
Charleston
like,
that say that too?
no,
You know
he's
what
at least Charleston at some points makes some sense. Like, this dude makes no sense ever. Like, and I've convinced that he's just doing this shit because he's trying to be as ridiculous as possible because that's what's giving him shine, right?
I'm saying? Okay.
But then at the same time, I think there's a part of me that thinks that he actually believes this shit.
What you think?
I
What
don't
you think
know.
his last name is? I'm gonna try to look him up.
I think it's Peterson or something like that. I think it's Jesse. I want to say Peterson, but it might not be Peterson. I might be
Yeah, I know him. I
confusing the
know you
two.
was talking about this dude, bro.
Oh, that's what it was. That's
This dude a clown, bro.
yeah.
Yeah, I seen him, dude. He usually had interviews where he's sitting down and somebody's sitting right across from him.
Right.
Yeah, dude.
This fucking dude is ridiculous.
Did he get punked on
Yeah,
one of his shows?
he be talking. He be talking wild, man. I ain't realized he was that old though. Yeah, he's super conservative. That's why.
But even conservatives, I'd rather deal with conservatives than this dude.
Yeah, bro. He be talking crazy. But what was you asking?
I was asking why is Charleston? What's his name? I forget his last name. I don't know how to say it. But what was his name that you guys said?
Charleston White.
Okay, Charleston White. Is he the one that literally basically calling out Boozy and he be, you know, basically talking down on Boozy, and then he be kind of like, he basically be calling out and talking about everybody that, you know, pulling people's gangsters cards kind of thing. Is that the same guy?
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is so gangster, and why is he able to? Why is he on national TV and has that? And basically, I want to know how did he earn his spot? That's what I want to know. Why? What's his homework? What's the homework on him?
Well, from what I know, he was actually an activist. So he actually he's been in Congress, passing bills, and, you know, he was a dude that was really, you know, in working for the community.
Okay, so I thought he was a boxer.
No. And then what happened was, he said that all of the gang members and all of this other shit in the community is the problem. So he originally was going against gang members. And he was like, yeah, fuck your gang or whatever, and I'll call the police on you. Come on here. So, yes, I'm on here doing it, and what y'all gonna do?
Mm-hmm.
You claiming streets that you don't own. Fuck you. I mean, he was going off. And he's talking about how, you know, y'all's cowards because y'all want to fight and do all this other shit, but now here I am in public, and if you do come get me, they gonna come get you. So now what? So
Yeah, because
nobody
he was
can
actually
really
saying,
talk to
"I'm
him.
glad." He was basically saying, like, "I'm glad so and so snitched. Gunna, I'm glad you snitched," type thing. Like, you did the right
Right.
thing. You made the right choice. Okay, so we talking about the same.
Right. So he's doing that, and then he goes against the rappers because of the music, and he's like, y'all sitting right
Put
here
the
talking
thumb in
about
the booty and
getting
girl on girl.
all this money for it. Yeah, y'all basically exploiting in our community with these messages because y'all just want to get
Can I
paid.
ask
So
you a
fuck
question though?
y'all.
But I
So
No,
looked at
y'all
yeah,
missing a key part of his story. He was a crook first.
He
talking
was oh,
about
right, right, right,
when he
right.
grew up,
He
he was
was a crip
depressed,
before.
and he actually
Yeah,
went to youth prison.
That's what
yeah.
happened.
For
That's
being
what.
and that's how he he's able to talk about this stuff. So he ain't just somebody who's an activist that just came out and started talking shit. He actually was somebody who was conditioned and indoctrinated by the OGs in his neighborhood to be in the game, and now he's speaking out about the shit. And he's
There you
also
go.
Right.
smart
So
because
basically,
he's
okay. So
turning the
now I
no code.
understand where he's coming from. So what
He
I
turning the
understand what.
code against them.
Yes.
Because a lot
Okay.
of them made you feel like you couldn't go to the police, and if you go to the police, then you was gonna get unalived. He's
Hmm.
showing you if you actually use the code against them, this no snitching rule, they'll be scared of you. Cause everybody like, oh, we ain't doing nothing to him. He the police. But you run around here telling everybody if they snitch, they gonna get unalived. But the last 3 rappers that told on somebody still walking around here making hits. Gunna's told on
Hmm.
Young Thug.
Hmm.
Young Thug is facing trial right now, and he out here making #1 records. Same thing with what's the little Mexican dude name?
about 6ix9ine.
Hmm.
Yeah, Takashi 6ix9ine.
Yeah, they ain't did nothing to nobody. Them folks still went around here making money.
Put the blicky ha.
But they got you believing that you can't call the police on them and get them out of your neighborhood or your community for them destroying your neighborhood or something gonna happen to you.
Hmm. Yeah. I don't know. He just has a very I would actually say he has a very what is it called? Not nonchalant. He has a very uh
Airless.
arrogant, very arrogant.
He got the spirit of Fred Hampton, and I fuck with it.
He has a very
Well,
arrogant.
see,
I mean,
well, see,
they arrogant though. You gotta match their arrogance
Yeah.
with arrogance though, because
And
that's
he's
something a lot of people
actually
see.
he's
That's the
actually
way they've been
said
moving this whole time. That's why they've been cloaking all of this shit in the glitz and the glamour, and that's why the young people in the community want to be them because they so arrogant and they get away with the shit. So he telling you, I can be arrogant and I can try everything that they saying. I can combat everything that they telling you, and I still and he like 21-0. Everybody who tried to run up on him, something happened to him. You know what I'm saying? Like he makes the hell out of Soldier Boy. The dude at his show that tried to run up on him, he hit him with a chair. Like, bruh ain't lost yet.
dude on the stage, bro.
He pulled the iron on one of them dudes in Chicago. Bruh, listen, bruh ain't lost yet. He in their face like all this shit y'all told them that they was supposed to be scared of. I'm doing it right now, and y'all ain't did a damn thing. And they ain't.
Mm.
Because they ain't with the police. That's why.
that's what he's saying. He's saying that
They
if
telling you not to tell though. They
look,
telling
he's
you
saying
not to
that
tell
if
the
you
police.
are a civilian, you're not in that life. It is no such thing as a snitch. There's no such thing as a snitch when you in the school calling somebody about somebody harassing your baby. That's not snitching. See what I'm saying? Like you're not in that life, and that's what he's saying.
But
You
ba-
would you.
but that's
This is your
different.
neighborhood. This is your neighborhood. You can call the police and make sure that your neighborhood is clean. You
Okay.
get what I mean? So that's what he's going at, and I think he has already said too that I talked like this on purpose. He said when I was just wearing a suit and going to the Congress and nobody was listening. He said so now I'm
I
gonna
gotta
talk
dress
like
the part.
reckless just like everybody else, and now
Hmm.
look what's happening. And so I think he's a smart dude. And on top of that, he's trying to do, he does his comic stuff. So some of that is a ruse. Some of that is a little extra because he's trying to be funny. You know what I mean? So I think all of that put together kind of gives him that aura. But yeah,
Yeah, I don't fault him
yeah,
for
I
trying to
don't.
get his money and for him to create this character and for him to be
Right,
an authentic person. He ain't claiming to be, because that's another thing about the black community. Everybody who
right.
come out and impose to be an activist, they got to be perfect. And then anything you find out about them that's not perfect, then you want to exploit them for that shit. And he also is combating that shit too. Like, I'm an imperfect person. I drink and smoke like everybody else. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I like women, but at the same time, I'm not gonna stand for the bullshit that's going on in our community. So I feel like it's a perfect. He's a perfect catalyst for what needs to go on right now. I don't know if y'all know who D1 Music is. D1 Music is kind of the person that everybody telling Charleston White or wishing he would be, but ain't nobody really listening to him except for the artist. If y'all look up D1 Music, he been combating artists too. The last person he combated was like Meek Mill. Meek Mill came out and spoke about him. What's the dude with the podcast? Joe Budden came out and
Joe
talked about,
Budden
bro.
did.
He been making music this whole time, and he been combating them, telling them that they music and they message was bullshit. Talking
I
about
think
how
you were talking about Rick Ross was his last dude. I think Rick Ross was his last
A
one.
real one, bro.
yeah,
He got into it with
Russ
Rick. I
had
mean,
a whole
not got
movement.
into it, but yeah. But he's like more of the gospel. He comes with from that angle, right? If that's the
that
same
angle,
dude
but
that you're
I'm
talking
saying
about.
he is the person that everybody
Yeah,
wants Charleston White and Dr. Umar to be, but nobody is backing him. His videos ain't getting as much traction, and that's what Charleston White's saying. Y'all, I could be this person, but if I was that person that y'all want me to be, you wouldn't even know who I was.
right. Now, I fucks with Charles more than I fuck with Umar. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I agree
That's
with that.
like
Dr. Umar clown, bro.
I think he is straight up clown, like on everything. Like that's just my opinion. Like fuck what he
Full.
talking about. That's just real talk. Like
Valid stuff. He does have some things he says that's valid, but overall, he a clown, man.
you know, a
I
clock is
can't say
right.
he a clown.
A
I,
broken clock is right twice a day. So we gonna say yeah, he say some things, but
That bro been
yeah,
talking
I
about
don't. I
building
don't
that
think
damn
he a
school
clown.
for the
What I
past
think
10
is
years, bro.
he tried to be too. Like he tried to be too correct. That's my issue with Dr. Umar. Like he came out and he tried to paint himself in like this innocent image, and all of his uninnocent ways have been displayed, and that's the beauty of Charleston White. He never came out and tried to be this catalyst for everything that's right, because when you do that shit, when people find out you're human, they look at you a different way. And that's the problem with Dr. Umar. He came out on this shit, the old black power, and he out here checking people, and you dealing with this white person and calling people out and shit, and then you find out shit about him, and then you like, hold on, wait, why would I listen to this dude telling us we got to be perfect when he ain't perfect?
Hmm.
That be our problem. Don't come out saying that shit. Don't preach a message that you like the judge and executioner, and then you ain't even upright yourself.
right.
Understandable.
Some of
What
his
they
stuff
said,
is
they said, you love the Lord? He said, yeah. He said, I also love the sin, too. I said,
What do you say? You love the Lord, and I also like to sing too.
bro, he said, he be said that people be forgetting he's a comedian too, bro. So, he plays chess, man. He's actually really intelligent, man. Charleston. So like what people don't realize is like he said y'all focus so much on what I say instead of what I be doing, like what he actually does, man. And a lot of times they be criticizing like his aggression and how he talk, but a lot of times he just be mimicking the behavior of he's just be mirroring the behavior of these other young rappers and stuff that people idolize, So like when I talk about this stuff, y'all get upset about it. But the stuff that I'm talking about, like different stuff he say about women and stuff like that, he's like, I'm just talking. He said, you ain't never seen no case from me where I actually got charged of it. He's like, but you get these rappers that's condoning it. And they talk about it, but when they say it, y'all want to bump it in the music and y'all like it. Y'all want to listen to it. But when I say it, I get all kind of criticism from it. He just but he
What
kind
do
of
you
he
think
kind of
about what do you think about the lyrics being actually used against the person?
What do you mean?
Like the way they're, I mean, I think Georgia's probably the only state that's doing it. I mean, because I haven't done my homework behind it, but I know Georgia is actually one of the states that's actually using the music against the
I'm
artist.
I'm gonna have an unpopular opinion on that. And
Okay.
my answer is definitely going to be unpopular. But I'm going to say this. If they can use the validity of their lyrics to help them sell records, the validity of their music should also be able to be something that is going to hold them in contempt. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
Because if you be real, the more real these rappers are, when one of these rappers go out here and unalive somebody, I'm going to give you a perfect example. I grew up with the baby, right?
Hmm.
When he first started coming out, and he look, you can look this up. A lot of people don't know about this song. Released a song called "A Lot of Diamonds," right?
Hmm.
I got a whole lot of diamonds. It had traction, but it didn't have a lot of traction. I remember where I was the day he unalived that boy in that Walmart, Ever
Oh,
since
okay.
then, his music shot up to the top. And I know him. I mean, I ain't saying he really was like that. I'm not gonna lie. Growing up, he really was like that. But my problem is, if every time we see them do something street and we see them do something that we so-called label real, it get them traction. How can we have a problem with the judicial system saying, okay, when I hear this shit in your music, I'ma hold that to the same regard as you hold your validity of your street credit? I don't see no fault in that.
Mm-hmm.
And then let's take this.
Okay.
Let me
Okay. Oh, go
yo
ahead.
let me further your unpopular opinion, because now when you start looking at the lyrics and then we have actual cases that this actually happened and you basically telling on yourself, fuck you, you stupid. That's real talk. Like, listen, you can't snitch on yourself for gain and then expect not to be the other side of that.
Okay. So hold on.
You can't
You
say
can. So
these
basically, what
words
I'm trying to
and then
say.
all
What?
of a sudden it's really happening,
So what?
and then you say it ain't real.
But hold
Nah.
on. But what I'm trying to
And
say is this: how much can you actually pursue and prosecute somebody? You can speak. We can talk about unaliving and all this other stuff, but you still got to place him there, and you got to place him there, and you got to prove that he was there.
Man, you
I
do
mean,
be
but that's what
listening.
you
Right.
have to
They
You
do.
be
You
doing
have
it.
to
listening
go
to
through the
some of
process.
these.
It ain't like, oh, you made this record, now we about to put you in prison. It's like,
No.
you made this record.
Yeah.
We found out that you actually unalived somebody or you're connected to an unaliving. Now we're going to use this music to see if you actually said this in your music. And they did. The problem I have with it is that they are now incentivizing unaliving. There are literally children out here
Mm,
unaliving people so they can get record deals. Look at YMW Melly. Look at
mm-hmm,
TK. They're really telling our children, if you go out here and catch a body, so called,
mm-hmm.
you can get a $2 million record deal. That is extremely
Okay,
crazy to me.
you know what? So
No. Going to jail is a
the
badge of
only
honor.
sympathy
No.
I think the only sympathy I have for Young Thug, okay, I feel like the only sympathy I have for Young Thug right now for his whole trial is I feel like they could have waited a little bit longer to have some more solid evidence. I feel like everything is still such a circus and it's just so messy and so like basically it's like you want to blame on Young Thug for other thugs' actions and you can't do that for other people's actions.
But
That's what.
he leading them.
If he's
He gonna take
incentivizing it,
the.
if they on his payroll to do it,
He funded
why you
it.
can't?
Look, you got to understand too, though. This is not something that's new. Okay. When you see Young Thug all of a sudden going, this dude been on surveillance for 2 years before this even happened. So it's not like they just all of a sudden just out of nowhere looked at a record and say, all right, let's go get him. No, they've been doing some shit, and then when they finally put the pieces together, then they gonna run on you. But that's usually how that goes, right? It's not like somebody gets caught, and a lot of the times, like I got family in law enforcement, and they will have a case open for somebody for 3-4 years because they know, they see you, they could bust you at any time, but we want to let you get bigger so we can catch more fish with it, as opposed to taking you down now where it's really you ain't gonna get nothing but a slap on the hand. So I'm gonna let you go, I'm gonna keep surveilling, and then all of a sudden when you get to a point where it's gonna be a big deal, then we gonna come get you. And that's what's happening.
Well, it was with
So
Lucci though. That's the problem. It's like what
yeah.
you saying is correct.
Yeah.
The
And
problem
Lucci
is
ain't
he
taking
had
his
an
stand
active
for it.
street beef as well as a rap beef with someone he was actually like attempting to unalive. So that was his stupidity, not the court systems, not the detectives. He literally was in a rap beef with YFN Lucci. And I don't know if y'all know how YFN Lucci got locked up. It was actually he was attempting to unalive somebody out of Young Thug's camp. Y'all rapping about this shit and y'all in an active street beef, but you don't want somebody to come pick you up. What they thought was, okay, we've covered our tracks enough. We got everybody because they also got them on money laundering because what they was doing was giving people titles, right? Okay, I'm gonna say you a security guard, but you really a hired gun or a hired pew pew. My bad, right? So they thought they were smart, but they really weren't smart. So that's why they are able to use their lyrics because this lyric, Young Thug literally got a song to where he says in the song, talk about, oh, I pew pew that you would when you was with your mama. That actually happened
Mm-hmm,
to YFN Lucci. It
mm-hmm,
actually happened. So how you gonna be mad at them for taking this lyrics and okay, well, this dude Lucci, he was actually pew-pewed at with his mama. You're literally on the track taking credit for it. We gotta lock you up. Like
And you know
that's
what's
just
crazy? And what's crazy about that situation is, they're actually begging, Wife and Lucci to actually take the stand, and he's like, absolutely not. And I believe that's the only hardest case they have against Young Thug is Wife and Lucci, and Lucci will not take the stand on that.
exactly. And that's crazy too. And that goes back to what Cousin B was
That
saying.
God goes back to
That's the
solid
law.
niggas.
It goes back to that street code that they're trying to uphold. So what really Lucci can't really take the stand because he upholds the street code. He's not a civilian. He upholds the street code, and he actually did dirt himself because he got locked up and one of his homeboys got unalived in an attempted unaliving of somebody else. So
Right.
it makes sense for him to say it, but the people who are civilians who have this same mindset, oh, I ain't finna say nothing, I ain't finna do. That's the reason why these people are able to operate and cause so much chaos in the community. It's because everybody think they YFN Lucci, and they not. You a civilian. You work at Red Robin's, boy.
Right.
You put an apron and a damn hairnet on every day, dog. What you talking about?
Right, right. You flipping burgers.
What are
Listen,
you
hey,
saying?
and here's another thing too, right? The other aspect of that is now because he is not snitching, right? Now the police, the police are not stupid. They're like, okay, so you actually upholding this street code because now that is now putting him in another situation when in their eyes. They like, okay, he's not actually a gangster. Or he is actually a gangster. He's actually going about his thing. That's the reason why you got Takashi getting away. Because the police know, oh, this dude is faking. So what we gonna do is we're gonna look at him differently, right? Because he snitched as soon as they put some pressure on him. So they knew he ain't, you know what I mean? But now you got this guy. They know that they study these gangs. They study they've been in the lives. They do all this other shit. So all of this is a big circle, is basically what I'm saying. And now he's not snitching on him. They gonna be. I wouldn't be surprised if they got him under surveillance and doing all this extra shit for him too now.
It's gonna
You
be
know
Yo
what I mean?
Gotti next.
So
It's gonna be
right.
Yo Gotti next. I don't know
Yep.
if y'all paying attention to what's going on in Memphis right now. Yo Gotti brother just got unalive like a month ago
They say
for
Young
his
Thug is
connection
Dolph, right?
and his involvement with Dolph. That's what I'm saying. It's the same thing is happening over and over again, bro. We can't keep saying, "Oh man, we're gonna uphold this law and ain't nobody gonna snitch." Do y'all not know that when Yo Gotti brother got unalive, his mama was with him? She just ran and actually escaped the pew pew fire. They was gonna unalive his mama, bro. Imagine you saying, "I'm so much of a thug, I'm not finna help the person who almost unalived my mama get captured." Like, bro, this shit is too deep. Like, it's too deep, bro, and it's scary. It's getting scary at this point. I can't imagine somebody trying to unalive my mama, bro, and I'm still trying to uphold the street code. Like, come on, man. What are we doing? What are we telling our kids out here?
And this is how we know that it's ridiculous. Because real gangsters back in the day, there was a code, but the code was honorable. Even though we could say that it's no honor amongst thieves, there was still a certain code that they lived by. These dudes out here nowadays are just wild, wild west, wow. These cats have no idea what this shit is really about. They just out here trying to prove themselves, and it's crazy.
How you think that the outcome with Fannie Willis being a crooked DA, because that's what it really comes down to. She basically, that's what they're painting that picture about her. So Georgia State knows if Fannie Willis is actually convicted, do you know how many cases are going to come back with an appeal?
I mean, maybe. Yeah, I mean,
There's so many convictions that happen in Fulton under her jurisdiction, under her signature that she pushed forward. And if they can prove that her integrity is bullshit, it's all bad.
Oh, they get indicted. They're indicting Young Thug's first lawyer, the lawyer that got him off of the first case. Like they not playing, bro. They getting people who in the judicial system as well. They got her under laws for her affiliation with a gang criminal organization. This
I
woman a
think,
whole lawyer.
but you know, Fanny did go out with the one of the other founders of YSL, but she didn't indict him, and Young Thug's attorney brought it up. You want to know why such and such is not here today? It's because Fannie Willis didn't indict him because it would be a conflict of interest.
Exactly. And so, see, we looking at it from the legal standpoint, but if
I'm just saying that
you, okay.
what I'm trying to say is I'm looking at it as it sucks to have corruption try to basically put justice on the other corruption when you're just as bad when sin is sin basically. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, I get what you're saying. I'm saying, but think about it in like reality, right? Think about how far that money reached. Like, think about that. Like, sit and think about how much power a person has. Like, we hear about it in movies, we hear about it in songs, people paying off. Think about somebody with that level of power to where I can unalive people and just pay somebody off that I don't get caught. How dangerous is that person?
That's dangerous.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit is insane, bro.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
That's mafia level shit.
Okay, so how about this? So, and it's crazy that you say that's mafia stuff, but as you can see how all these politicians are attacking Trump, I smell RICO in just with the politician in itself. If a good attorney will sit back and watch how all these politicians have politically attacked Trump, not to say that I'm a Trump voter, but what I'm saying, there is an attack going against Trump. So if an attorney can prove all these attorneys, all these what is it called? Politicians are actually doing this on purpose to affect the election for 2024. That is actually a movement of a RICO Act.
Yeah, but this is work with Trump. All that shit is gonna cancel out. Because see, when you get to that level of politics, you have to understand there are so many people that are overlapping that are in bed with each other. They're to a point that we're gonna say, okay, the same way that with the Young Thug case. Okay, if we try to indict this person, we're gonna get indicted because we are in bed with this person. It all cancels it out. They're gonna come out and they're gonna make it political. That's just for the voters. That's just so that people can be like, oh, this person is corrupt. But at the end of the day, they're never gonna move on that shit. Because if they move on it, everybody going. Look at that Epstein shit.
Oh
Epstein
yeah.
is even a politician, bro. Like, think about that. There's too many powerful people connected to what Trump got going on for anybody on either side to make a move.
This is the only reason why Trump is emblazoned as he is. Because, see, we can talk about this, right? But it's evident that he did everything that they're saying. Like, this is, I don't even, like, there's no argument to it. We saw it with our own eyes. People's acting like they just attacking Trump for no damn reason. Come on, man. We see what the fuck is going on. Stop. But at the same time, he knows that he is in too deep. He knows the insides that we don't know. So he gonna continue to talk shit. He gonna continue to do whatever he do because he knows that they not coming to get him. At the end of the day, it's a political thing. So he's gonna play it politically. So that's what they doing. But if he was a regular person, he would have been in jail. Okay, if for what he did. So anybody to me like his supporters and all this other stuff, like he didn't do this. Shut up, y'all lying. Y'all know he did it. But he just can't be touched. Let's just keep it real. Keep it 100. If he was a regular cat, he would have been in jail. If there's other politicians that did what he did, they would have been in jail. But it just that's how that goes. So I don't think they're gonna get him. I don't think they're gonna do anything. But I just think that that's part of the game. That's how it goes. When you got certain power, certain connections, you know what I mean. You intertwine with certain movements of things that's going on behind the scenes. You gonna get out of it, no matter what it is. So I think the only other way that he gonna get up out of here is really up out of here in the afterlife. But if that don't happen, he's gonna be all right. At least that's what I think.
Something else. See, for real, something else. Now, do you guys vote?
I voted yesterday.
You vote, huh?
Voted yesterday.
You voted yesterday.
Yeah.
It's crazy how people
I don't,
don't
I don't partake in voting.
know.
I vote locally when it's when it's something that is that's going to affect my neighborhood and things like that. But that not
Right.
nah.
I look at voting as like and I understand, but why people do or don't, whatever. But I look at it that if I can maybe if it work or not, right? Because I know there's so many myths and all this stuff, and we don't know what's really true. I say that why not participate in something that might could possibly make a healthy change, even if it's the wrong decision. You know what I'm saying? At least try, because it's like I look at it like, damn, why? If we complaining about the community, then like, why not try to contribute in some type of way that might can have some possibility of some form of change? So that's how I just look at it. Even if we believe it don't change.
Yeah, no, I feel you. I mean, voting locally, when you do your local voting, your city council members and your sheriff, shit like that, your DA, the people that's actually in your city, even your mayor, governor, all that shit makes a difference in your life. Real talk. Like you see the difference of your vote. So I think that's very important. The only reason that I've ever voted in the past nationally was basically like tribute to the motherfuckers who fought for our right to vote. Like I would be, it's fucked up of me to, there's people that lost their lives where, there was a time where we would not be able to vote because of our complexion. You get what I'm saying? So there have been times I voted not because I think it was going to make a difference in the election, but it was because, I'm gonna pay homage to those who's lost their shit for us.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So why not? But I
Why
mean,
not? Right.
I'm not gonna be right. I'm not gonna be delusional and think, oh, this vote matters. Like I don't think that's the case. Now I could be wrong again.
If it is, if it ain't, that's how I
Somebody,
look at it. So I
yeah,
know it's
but
free. It don't cost money. I can get it if it costs money, but it's free.
right. I mean, just take your time out, do what you got to do. It's a right that you've been given. You may as well exercise it. But like I will say that local elections, you actually see your vote. So I do encourage that. Real talk.
Yeah. That Tiffany Henry stuff is just so unreal. I don't know how that Mary was getting away with what she doing. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Over here, got a whole list of little topics I'm trying to stack up. Had to clear my notebook out a little bit of my old topic. I got a bunch of them. I got some stuff.
And these topics that you pick, do they actually, I know, understand sometimes you can pick a topic, sometimes you could be just picking topics for the conversation, but do these topics, most of the topics that you pick, is it some kind of concern of yours, or is it something that you can learn?
Yeah, both.
Okay.
Actually, both. Concerns, and I want answers, and ready to learn, right? Ready to learn from other people's interpretations. I
Mm-hmm.
think when I originally came on here, I came on here to teach and help, right? But I think I also see that it was a lot of stuff I lacked in too. So I like, I'm loving learning from others too, because I realized I can't really teach what I really not always for sure I know. So that's why I be okay with being wrong, because it's something new I learned. Unless it just sound like some trash to me, but I argue some stuff or I debate some stuff, but because I stand firm on certain things, but I'm open to try to learn something different. And even if I was standing heavy on something, I still try to take the time to understand why this person or why this person might have said this or
I
something like
feel,
that. Even if I get offline and try to think about it and stuff,
I
I did
feel
it a
like
few
I
times in
feel
my life.
I feel like the whole TikTok has really taught me, and it really has picked my brains in different kind of aspects, because to the point where, you get so complacent and comfortable, basically, you get, you allow yourself to just be, stuck in one kind of mindset. But when you get on TikTok, you're able to actually challenge the mind and basically either update or confirm what you think and what you know and what you also learn. So,
Mm-hmm.
for sure.
I'm gonna put on free talk again in a minute. I think we ran through all these questions already.
I cried and I cried in front of a woman one time. I'll never do it again. I mean, not like I said, man.
Was she your
I
girl
did too.
though?
I teared up. Well, I say I teared up. I don't like to say cry. Well, I didn't. I think tearing up and crying is different. I just think crying as in like boo hooing and stuff and stuff like that. I did tear up in front of my ex before. Well, I did it in the car first, and then I guess I don't know what happened. I was in the house, and then I teared up because I just knew it was a wrap. I was like, man, I can't believe I feel this much for this woman. So I teared up, and I also did it just to show her that um that I was
Now,
hurt. I guess
okay, but now I'm curious. What, were you hurt because of a situation that may have occurred and you got caught, or were you hurt because you believe she betrayed you, or you
I was
couldn't believe?
disappointed. It wasn't betrayal. It wasn't betrayal at all. It was I was disappointed because I put so much into somebody that it ain't going. I guess we say the way that I expected, right?
Okay.
So I had realized. I think I started realizing, like, dang, I invested in something that looked like it's very damaging, and I just couldn't put up with it. It was so much I had to take because it was like I couldn't be alone. I couldn't let stuff slide because she always wanted to talk about every last thing. Because she called this thing like I don't like sweeping stuff under the rug. But now, all the stuff I kind of learned as I got out of it, though, like that's her way. That's probably what got taught her. That's why, I'm forgiving of the situation. The more I understand it.
No, you gotta be
But I'm
careful
just
the
saying at
words
that
you say.
time, though, at that time, it just was like, man, I was shocked because I swore that was the one, and I was going off of needs. I was going off wants rather than needs. She had a nice body, some nice eyes, and treated me good. It's a difference between being nice and so it was her actions, but I wasn't looking at the stuff that was really coming out of her mouth and the stuff she was believing in, and because I think I was just mesmerized by the beauty for the most part, and then the things her treating me nice and doing things for me rather than um you know uh, I guess like the way we were communicating. I guess I missed a lot of signs. That was one of my problems and stuff. I think I knew of some of them, but I just didn't really understand it at that time. So
So basically, what you did, what you would come to
I think
realize
I was
is,
disappointed in myself. Let's say that then, because that's the more I think about it. I think I was disappointed in myself, and I
mm-hmm,
took it, and that's why I teared up. I was disappointed, like, dang, it's the one I thought, but that's life. Yeah.
hmm
Yeah, I teared up at that time. I think the second time I teared up was my father. So I'm having with him and stuff. So um, no, I think I was hurt because my father was hurt. So I teared up. That's about it. I hardly usually do that. Otherwise, I don't be like, I don't even really tear up or cry for real. I don't think I even cried before. I think the last time I cried, I was a kid. I'm a whooping. Yeah, I don't think I cried before though. I don't think so. I don't even cry at funerals or nothing. I just, I feel sad. I close my mouth and just, you know.
Do you guys get? Do you have you ever? Do you get emotionally? Like, do certain movies get you emotionally? Can you get emotion? Can you get emotional when you see a certain movie?
Yeah, I could. I think, yeah, because I notice it's even worse now. The more I start having a love for people,
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna say emotional as in because that comes with expressing it and stuff. I do feel real sad. Like I feel sad for some people too. Like people that that people don't think I'm feel. I mean that they don't feel sad, but I be feeling sad for people because I be hearing struggle from people and stuff, even though they put on this facade of I'm the toughest and all that stuff, and I could just kind of see through that stuff that they really hurt. So I be feeling sad that they're going through what they go through. You know, when people be talking a certain way, it seems like they be struggling and stuff, and I be feeling sad about that. Or if I could just sound like it's some people like be sounding like they got mental issues, and I feel sad for that too. Like I think one of these videos, recent videos I had seen like some months ago, it was I don't know, I don't want to call it emotional, but I had seen this kid was and his dad did something for his son, and it was something. I just felt real. I guess I felt sad. I don't know to call it emotional, but I was like, I was basically like, oh man, you know, that's cool, man, that he made his son smile and all that stuff or whatever. So you call that emotional, I guess.
Yeah, that's you. That's yeah.
I guess so. I guess that is because I think I start being more like that the more I start having a love for people and stuff. So and understanding a
I
lot of people
believe.
are hurt or
I
in
believe
pain and stuff.
sometimes.
So
I believe
I guess
sometimes.
so.
I believe sometimes it does come with age too.
Yeah, it probably come with age too. Yeah, age and me myself, I do have a heart for a lot of people, even though it probably seems like I'll be mean sometimes because I care about people and stuff, and I be wanting to see us do better. But overall, you know, that's the reason why I'm so big on forgiveness and not holding
What?
grudges and stuff. Huh?
Kev got a heart? What the
What
fuck?
the? Yeah, this is because I be just saying the stuff about the feeling stuff or whatever. That don't mean that I don't have feelings, but I'm just saying that when I see our feelings is getting in the way of our growth, that's what kind of gets me angry, which is another emotion
And
that
it's
I
crazy.
express.
It's crazy.
So
That's definitely I believe age has a lot to do with it. A lot to do with it. So because you
maturity, though,
yeah.
I would say maturity, and you can say aging, but I don't like to say age so much because people be thinking if you get to a certain age that you're gonna mature, and that's just not necessary. That's not even really that's not true at all. And some people is still the same exact way at 50 or 60 years old, so it really ain't really the age. I just say it's the time of maturing in your life because it can be some mature 21-year-olds that that doing more than I did, and I'm 33. You see what I'm saying? So it's like it's just really the time that you decide to mature in life. That's something I don't think it's something that's something we decide to do or choose to do. And there's as many sacrifices we make in our life to mature. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of putting yourself to the side and also, stop always thinking about just self all the time and really, or also if you want to think about self or how is this healthy for me to react a certain way, or is this childlike, or is this petty, or what I'm going to get out of it? When you really start thinking and all this other stuff, that can happen at any age for real, but that's how I look at it.
Scientifically, it got to be after 26. We know that. But
because the fully
because
developed brain.
your brain's still developing. So we could say after 26.
Mhm.
But I do think though it
I
is a
seen some
mentality.
mature 21-year-olds. That's what's crazy though.
Well, yeah, they'll be mature, but they still got growing to do. You know what I mean?
They
Like
growing
they're
and
gonna
they doing
still
better than.
change.
That's the sad
Yeah,
part. Doing better than the olders.
and those are usually the ones that excel. Like those are usually
Oh yeah, most they be
the
advanced.
leaders. Those will be the ones that are leaders in the future. All that shit. So, but I think it's a mentality too. You know what I mean? Like some of us, you could teach us everything, and we still won't do it. There are some people who will never, ever, ever get mature. Or what we call
True.
mature. Like there's certain people that just don't have certain mentalities. Like, we say this all the time. Everybody ain't a leader. Everybody just ain't going to automatically, be nurturing. Everyone is not going to, but there's some people that just not, there's some people that are just workers. They'll never be a boss. No matter what, you can put them in that position. You can do whatever you want, but they're never going to be a boss. You know what I mean? Because that's just not what they do. And so we just got to figure that that's how it goes. So, but I do think you're right. Like age doesn't necessarily mean it, but I would say in general, with age comes maturity.
We can say that. We can say that most definitely. Most definitely.
Yeah. That'd be a
Or
little
time
roundabout way to say
with
it.
time. moments.
So you're 30, you're 33 years old. Do you think dating nowadays is way different from when you were 20
I
years
felt
old?
so young when you said that. Yeah, it's 32. So I know I'm about to be 34 this year, but yeah. Say it again.
Do you
You said
think
dating.
you think at 34 you think dating is is more different now than it is at 20 years old?
Mm, I can't say that. I really ain't can't get no solid answer on that because it's like
I think it's
I could
hard.
say the more I've matured, right, or the more my mind started changing, I could see more things or I might be aware of more things. But I don't know. It could have been always been like this, and I'm just being aware right now. So I can't really. I don't know how to answer that one though. I can't. I don't want to lie. I mean, not lie. I guess I can guess. I was, and to me it changed, but maybe I was the one that changed, and it never, and it never changed. You see what I'm saying? Maybe I changed and it didn't, it never changed. So I don't know.
I feel
Or
like
it could have
dating.
changed and I changed too, but I just wouldn't know for real.
I feel like dating has changed from when I was 20 until now for the simple fact that it's so much digital going on now, technology going on now
Okay,
that
good one. Yeah, you right
that
then. I'll
it's
take
nothing
that
like
then.
the way it was before. When I
You
was
right.
when I was in my dating stage, we had pagers. It wasn't even cell phones.
Yeah,
And so and that alone was actually a level up on basically people actually meeting and greeting and basically getting to know each other type thing. And then now you got cell phones, and that's another level up. But now we not only have cell phones, we have social media and actually apps, and it goes so on and so forth, right? Emails. It's so broad now to basically, right? But it's actually when the more options you have to be able to conduct a some kind of date, you actually have a position of scammers. You got people that are out there to actually that are doing it for fun or not for fun, but to hurt, to basically, to gang on over people. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's so, how the saying is more money, more problems. So I feel like
true.
more ways to be able to, when you try, like, there's no genuine in it. Like, it's very hard. Like, it's kind of like, I don't know.
She said,
I
oh,
can't, I can't, I can't really pinpoint it, but I just feel like it is a lot harder now. I feel like it is harder because I don't have. It's not too. It's real hard to actually. It's more harder to actually know how genuine someone is nowadays.
I wouldn't say that. I think it's becoming more easier to me the more I started learning myself and stuff. So
Okay.
I think it's harder at the beginning. I think the more you, just like we was talking about the mature and grow, we can figure it out. I think it's way harder when you don't know that much.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how I look
So
at it.
what about the whole? Because it's very common now. A lot of people are doing that long distance dating. What do you think about that?
See, I
Oh,
think I think it's harder when you are digital. Like if you are going with dating online sites and going on TikTok to find a long distance relationship and all of that extra shit. Yeah, it's gonna be harder
Right.
because now you've just off the top put complications on your relationship. So my thing is, how about take your ass down to the grocery store or just out to places in person, and then you won't have these problems. Like that's the fix. There's still people in the world, you know what I mean, and we have figured out like, well, we can go online, so now there's no more women. They're only online, and I'm like, bro, the dating pool is what you make it.
true.
You know what I'm saying? If your pool is dirty, then you need to go clean your pool or go find you another pool because it ain't just one. And I think that's the problem that we
Sure.
have gotten.
My
Like
wife
you
might
just
not
said,
have a
back in the
social
day, we had
media. I
to
feel you
actually
on that
go
too.
out. Right. Most people I've met, it has not been on social media. You know what I'm saying? Like, my fiance is not a social media person. But if you were to listen to all these people nowadays, oh, that's the only way. It's all about dating online. And it's like, yo, how about if you take your ass outside and get active? You will see all of these people that you claim don't exist. When men are sitting up here like all these women are this way and this way, I'm like, yo, every day in my daily travels, I be calling partners like, hey, bro, y'all need to bring y'all ass up here. It is chicks over here. Oh my God. please. And they are just not, receptive. And I'm
Oh, well, I
like,
need a
you
friend like
still,
you.
man. But I'm just saying, like, I'm like, bro, if I was single again, do you realize? Oh my God, like these dudes that's complaining nowadays, I don't get it. I'm like, the game is rigged for y'all at this point. If you seriously telling me that you can't find a woman, I don't know what's wrong with you. I mean, I'm serious. I ain't gonna
Oh, you make
lie.
me feel bad. You're making me feel bad.
Listen, they out here and men are out here, right? But it's just like we not on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and this particular app all the time that people are on.
I don't know.
It's like, yo,
I feel like it depends on where you're at too. I feel like especially like for those that live in small towns or small areas, like you're different when you live like in big. Chicago's huge. You got like I don't know, like Florida's huge. Stuff like that. It's just like bigger states. You get more opportunity. The bigger the fishbowl, the better.
Do you
yeah,
think
but
it's
it's
safer
also more
online or safer
competition
offline?
offline.
Why?
In a certain way. Physically, it's safer online, right?
You knew what I
But
was about to get to there.
yeah, right.
Man, I can't
But
get you, man. Why I can't get you? I'm gonna get you one day.
but
They
emotionally,
know I be trying
and
to set some
because
stuff up.
we get attached too, right? If you spend enough time texting somebody or just on lives, you will get attached to a person, right? Emotionally, mentally. That's a real thing, So when you have these online long distance relationships and things like that, yeah, you will develop a connection with these people, and then all of a sudden to find out that they not who they are, that could be crushing. You know what I mean? Like, we're human, like that. That could be, So you could really, it is really dangerous in that respect online because it's so easy to hide yourself. You know what I mean? It's so easy to concoct whatever you want to be
Oh
online.
yeah, watching
So
catfish. When you watch catfish, that
yeah,
stuff blows my mind.
right. So I would say it's more dangerous for the mind, or mentally, maybe emotionally, it's dangerous online because it's so easy to be manipulated online.
I don't think I
But
can
I
ever.
think in person is more dangerous, just as far as true personal danger, if that makes sense.
hmm
But at least though, in person, you can kind of see some shit coming. You can read body language. You can read, you know what I mean? You can feel vibes and kind of see when the shit ain't looking right. So I don't know. I guess I'm just still old school, and I gotta see you in person. I gotta see how you chew. You know what I mean? I gotta see how you
I
walk.
mean,
I
don't
gotta
you
see.
eventually see him in person offline? I've met a few chicks offline that we eventually see each other.
I mean, yeah, but
I
it
think they
changes.
same
You
the
know what I
same
mean?
to me. I don't know. They kind of the same to me.
Yeah. I mean, I've met a few. Don't get me wrong. In my past,
Ain't like they was
but
aliens when we met them. I'm not real.
nah,
I'm a robot.
nah. But me, I got a 20 picture rule. So my my thing was I gotta see 20 different pictures, candid. You can't give me these. You can't send me the same shits that you send everybody else. I can't have no picture that I see that's posted online. No. Take your shit right now and send it to me right now. Well, I ain't looking. I don't want to give a fuck. Right now. Right now. You got 30 seconds to comply. If I ain't get this picture, we ain't talking no more. Real
Oh my
talk.
goodness.
And then so she would have to send it and I'll see the real you. Bam. Cool. Or, and that was before FaceTime and all that shit. We couldn't go live. But if I could see you and we could talk and you can see your face and I can, okay. But yeah, I was like that. That was my little secret weapon. You wasn't about to sneak up on me and catfish me. No. I was like, nope. You got to send that right now. And then I thought that he was trying to play me, so I was like, okay, I gotta get slick. So now I started saying shit like, all right, you have to write the number 6 on a piece of paper and hold it up to your face right now and take the picture and send it in 1 minute. Let's go. So, you couldn't have like some pictures in your phone that you was just ready to send. No,
Oh, you was
no.
ready.
Yeah, I was ready for their ass. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
So, but that, that was just, little things that, and then we would laugh about it, and it would actually, get to the root. You know what I mean? We start having real conversations. I don't give a fuck about them curlers in your hair. I don't care about that green face mask. You better come on with it. Stop with the fakeness. I want the real. And I think that was a better way to approach it, at least for me. You know what I mean? You ever got catfished though, Kev? Or anybody else?
Yep.
Ooh, that's
Well, to
fucked
me,
up.
well, I don't know if they purposely meant to do that, but I'm gonna say I had a actually couple like I see you one time and it's over type situations. One girl I had, she looked like her picture for a minute. I chilled in the car with her for a minute. I'm like, dang, you was hiding that double chin. That's crazy. So I get you. So I chilled in the car
I
with her for a
cannot.
minute. I ain't kind of be like that. That was bold though,
I
but
cannot.
um, and I was a little bit like I said, I was young. Then
Hey,
I seen her chilled in the car, and I tried to think of something to get away, and then I found something. And then I met this other chick. I think her house catfished me or smelled it like fish. That's what got me. Because it
oh,
smelled like a freaking dog, and then it's just I got turned off though. It smelled like a dog, and the
yeah,
dog wasn't there.
Oh my god.
So
yeah.
I left that situation. So it happened a couple times in my life.
Hey, the one time, it's crazy that you said that, because what started me with my picture fanatical ways was that,
Hmm.
back in the day, if you were chunky, if you was a little fluffy, all your pictures would only be your face because you would have a pretty face and maybe be a little fluffy, you know what I mean? And so you wouldn't show the body, you were just gonna show the face, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I fell into that. And this might have been like 18, 19, you know what I mean? Like it was, but she was pretty though. And I was like, ooh, and we were talking and she was cool and I was like, cool. And then we was gonna meet up and it was cool. All right, cool. And I walked up and I was like, whoa, whoa. I'm not against fluffiness, okay? But I wasn't ready for this particular fluffiness. You know what I'm saying? And it kind of I was like, oh, okay. And so now I'm kind of disappointed because I was expecting something else. Now we went through the whole date. It was cool, and maybe I talked to her a couple of times after that, but not nothing really. That was it. But then after that, that's when I came with my pictures. No, I need a picture right now. Yep. And that was so it happened to me once, and never again. I wasn't. You ain't about to fool me once. That's all. You know what I mean? Fool me twice. That's my fault. So nah. But yeah, that headshot got me because she hit that double chin nice.
So you done got ran into a double chinner.
Oh yeah, he caught that double up.
Double up.
That double up. Hey, this one time though, actually, the makeup. That's another thing. I remember, and she didn't look different, but I just noticed that she had on a just ungodly amount of makeup on. You know, and that threw me off. I was like, that's too much. Like I don't. I know you wear your makeup. That's cool. Do your thing. But this shit almost looked like it was Halloween. Like you was actually trying to put on a mask.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it was deep. I was like, ooh. And so
You know,
like that's why when I talk to people now and they be talking about like, oh, this deceiving, the makeup. And I'm like, how do you not see that in person? I can understand you getting deceived online, right? We can't tell really. Makeup
Makeup
could
is
do that.
deceiving though, because see,
But I'm saying,
I don't
right.
want to.
But like
I'm not
in
trying to call
person
these
though, you
group of
can see
people in
that
here
shit.
though, but they wear it a lot too, and they look like
Hey,
they
but
look like.
but in person you can see them. You know in person.
you
That's why I be
and
like,
that's crazy. That's crazy because I don't know. Natural beauty has always been a big thing, a big factor in my life. And, my father and my mother was very, all about naturalism. Like, there's beauty in being natural. But,
Yeah.
sometimes we get so caught up in seeing that so many people are actually, putting all this makeup and, doing all this stuff, you start to think like maybe being natural ain't natural.
Right.
So,
Right. That pressure to fit in, like we were talking about earlier.
mm-hmm.
When in Rome, when in Rome, put on makeup. But I mean, listen, makeup is not a problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
My fiance is a model. That's all she did for years. But when she does not have on makeup, there is no difference, or very little difference, So for me, it was like, okay, I see it as an enhancement, And then I remember certain shoots she would have where she would look like a whole different person. And I was like, you motherfuckers is incredible. This makeup artists, you know what I mean? But even that being said, on the pictures, it was flawless.
Mm-hmm.
But when you see it in person, you can see the makeup. Like, it's not like this shit is like she would walk up to you in person. You'd be like, ooh, you look just flawlessly beautiful naturally. No, you're going to be like, God damn, you got on hella makeup. Like, you could see it. So when people tell me that they can't tell the difference, I'm like, bro, if you can't tell the difference, you're just not paying attention. Like, you are either just super lazy with your looking, or you actually do know, but you just didn't care. You know what I mean? Like, you can't tell me that this is sliding by your face. You can't tell me in person that you can't tell the difference. So, yeah, that just be my... What was you saying?
No, I totally agree with what you're saying. I basically what you're trying to say is that you still should be able to flex without makeup, basically.
Right. Right.
And makeup should
The best...
if anything, makeup should be a bonus or an enhancement, not something that makes it.
Right.
Yeah, basically. Mm-hmm.
I think like the most... I think I might have said this on... Did we talk about the word adorable, Kev, on your live?
I remember that, man.
Yeah. Hey, listen.
Boy.
That is the most... When I tell you, when you look at your woman and the word that come to your mind is adorable, that's when you know that's some natural ass beauty.
Okay.
Like, it could be just out the shower, nothing, or just watching TV, hair fucked up in a bun or something. Just, you know what I mean? Just regular cleaning the house, whatever. And then you just look at her and be like, God damn, she is adorable. Aww. That is when you know. That's when you know that she the shit. That's when you know that's your one. If you ain't never said that to your partner, then maybe, you know what I mean? Maybe that ain't the one for you. Like, that's it's one of those things. And that would go for women too. Like, if you ain't never looked at your dude and been like, some shit that don't matter, like, that don't apply, like cute. Like, if you ain't ever looked at a dude and be like, he just so cute right now. Mm-hmm. When he can be buff and all kind of masculine and all that shit, but in your mind, if it come out like, I don't know why, I just want to grab him like a teddy bear, that's probably the dude for you. You get what I'm saying? Like, because it makes you step out of the norms of what everybody says you should think. At least in my mind, that's what would, tell me, like, that's the one. Make me say some shit like adorable. Yeah, you the one.
Oh my.
Well, don't go look at my profile then.
See? Hey, you know what's crazy? If somebody look at the profile and be like, oh my gosh, she's adorable. You might have a stalker on your hands. I'm just telling you.
Let me see real quick. Shouldn't have said
that. He said, he's like, hold on, let me check it. Mm-hmm. What's up, Kev? She adorable?
You ain't.
Tell me the truth. Can you see my double chin?
Oh, you trying to hide it? Don't be trying to hide that, man. Better.
No
you
way.
better embrace it. We just talking about that earlier. Embrace that double chin. Don't hide it. Let me see if you got one.
Oh my Lord.
Hey, see, but look, we online now to where you can't hide because you can just turn the camera on.
Right,
See,
right,
now it's different. Now it ain't no getting away.
right.
Now we'd be like, oh no, you gotta put that camera on. What's happening? Let me see. What's happening? No, I can't put my camera on. I'm in the bed. I know. Well, let me look that
Oh,
camera
there's
on. Let me
no
see what's happening.
phone.
That's the only excuse. You can't really you can't argue that one.
Okay, I see you. I see you.
Anything else gotta put the
You're
camera
handsome.
on.
What?
Oh damn. See, there you go.
He said
You got a
what?
That's the
starter.
opposite effect, right? Instead of saying adorable, you're a handsome young lady.
I've never
Oh
heard a
my
woman be
God.
called handsome.
That's what it seems like when
Such
you when a woman call a man adorable. It seems like you just saying that's what to me, right? That's why I say it. It just seems like some words just mixed for only required for
right.
certain people.
It's the opposite.
Or a pretty man, what
Hmm.
the heck?
Right. But I guess it's crazy because like women call men gorgeous and all other shit like that when they talk to each other. You know what I mean? Like
You're
they might not say it to
fancy.
us. Yeah,
Hmm.
they might not say it to us, but I think they don't y'all say that type of shit when y'all
Yeah.
amongst yourselves?
Hmm.
No.
Adorable. We
I
say that
think
like to
honestly,
babies.
hey, I think women talk worse than us amongst themselves about us.
It's very
Like,
possible. I can't
yeah,
say.
like we talk about that locker room talk, but we don't really be talking reckless like y'all think.
Oh, I
Some
don't know
men
about
do.
it.
Some men do. I ain't gonna lie. But most of us, we don't really be, we have limits. Like, I'm not gonna sit up here and talk to Kev about what I did in the bedroom. You know what I mean? Like, we ain't gonna go that far.
And
We might talk about like,
but
hey,
a real woman won't talk about what she did in the bedroom either, though.
I mean, I know that, but I'm just saying, like,
Not the real
I've
woman
I've
thing.
I've
What's a fake woman then
I've
do?
fucked around and
A
you know,
fake
right?
woman, a
I've
fake
heard
woman.
women in little bathrooms having conversations, and then the shit they be coming out with their mouth. I'll be like, ooh,
Boy.
ooh, y'all
Blew that back
reckless.
out. It was from
Ooh.
Jerome.
But not just that, and they just say it with a straight face, like it wasn't no shit. Like
Like
they
it's
didn't even
nothing,
have
right?
no like it was just a day. It was just another Tuesday, and I was like, ooh. But yeah, you know, men. And you know what? I'll say this: the same men who have problems talking to women have problems talking to other men too. Let me just say that. So
Okay.
like the men who got mouthpiece or who talk shit every day, they probably talk shit with their boys too. You know what I mean? Like it's just what they do. But
I guess
like,
I guess I'm just old
yeah,
fashioned. I was, I was taught, basically, when it comes down to sexual, you don't express those kind of things because a lot of things can play against you, So why even, those are things that you keep to yourself. So I think like,
right,
even like, I remember being in my young days and I remember, sometimes, um, you know, even talking about certain kind of sexual stuff, like over the phone, I used to get very shy and very embarrassed. Like, I'd rather not talk about it, stuff like that. So I don't know. I guess I'm only saying that because I don't see the point of women talking about, their sexual, stuff. So,
right. I was always like, my dad was this fucking international player ass dude. Like he was always had to be smooth in the way you talk. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like, I think he kind of,
welcoming.
but he gave me up. Like I had a mouthpiece from when I was in high school because I was always talking to him and my uncles. They would always be like, no, this is how you talk. This is what you say. This is how you do it. And you always have to be suave and have charisma and, you know what I mean? Have manners and chivalry and all this other shit. And so I grew up with that. But it was like a lot of my friends were just rogue dudes. Like they just had no tact. No, you know what I mean? And just, so when I would always like, I'm not going to say watered down, but like I was never vulgar when I talked about anything. You know, like if I cuss a lot. but I'ma still keep it in a tasteful way. It's not gonna be just vulgar, just a cuss word, just to say a cuss word. But like, so I would never talk sexually and say certain words like, I just never did that. I never called women the B word. You know what I mean? We never did that. And so my partners though, they was just B word every other word. Fuck these bitches. I'm like, oh my God, y'all crazy. But as a though, I was always the I was the translator. Like they would send me over here to talk to the group of chicks to bring them to the table, type of thing. You know what I mean?
You would,
Hey,
cause you went,
you gotta go over
cause
there
you
and
knew
talk
how
to
to
them.
come correct.
Right, right. And I'm like, oh my God. So that kind of stuck with me for most of my life. I think even Kev we make jokes about it now. He'd be like, well, look, if I can't explain it, shit, talk to cousin. He'll explain it to you. We go through it now. You know what I mean? So it's been like that forever, like since high school. But it was always because I had them OGs, telling me, this is how you need to do it. This is what you need to wear. This is how you need to,
Iron
you
sharpen
know.
iron. Hmm.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's why I say now, a lot of times we drop the ball with these younger generation because we haven't been telling them the proper way to do shit, and then we just complain when they doing stuff wrong, you know.
Right.
And so that's the reason why That's why I do my lives now. That's why, I'm like, look, I understand that as an old head, my generation dropped the ball. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go ahead and admit that. We dropped the ball. But with that, with me admitting it, it also means that, some of this younger generation has to also understand that y'all kind of lost some respect too. You know what I mean? And y'all getting disrespectful with a lot of shit just because we say certain things to you. So I think it got to be like a two-way street to where we can start to talk to these youngsters and start gaming them up. But then, it requires them to have a little bit more respect too. So it's just kind of like, that's the reason why I do lives, to kind of share the information, shit that worked for me in my life, kept me out of jail, kept me doing things. Maybe I can share that and somebody can use it.
Most definitely.
Because that's what they did for me. Yeah. But you still have people want to always buck everything out. There's always going to be somebody, oh, here we go, you simping. Or, oh, here you go. Like, shut up. I'm trying to give you game. I'm trying to tell you what's going to work for you. And you want to. So it's always one or two. But I think that's just the curse of online. No matter what you do, no matter what you say, somebody going to be offended.
I agree. And they ain't gonna make everybody happy.
That's it. That's it. Everybody can't go. If I can just get one, I'll be cool.
That's right.
Each one teach one. That's all you can ask for. But man, what you got? You got some new topics, Kev? What you doing? Are you playing a game?
Yeah, I got a whole list I just got done doing. I'm about to try to now I'm about to work on the Kevin Samuels one I'm going to do tomorrow. It's been a little bit too quiet, too long.
Yeah,
Do
Kevin.
another one tomorrow. I got some good ones, though, for the week. One of them is Why Do People Need Applause? Another one is How Much Did Your Ex Scar You? Another one is Time Has Changed. So stuff like, what is the biggest lie you were told is part of the question. Did you ever become what you first said you wanted to be as a kid? That's different little stuff on that one. Oh, and this is going to be a big one. I'm about to have to do this on the weekend. What is the problem with interracial dating?
Ooh, that is actually one of the biggest topics on TikTok.
Yep.
And
Hey, you know what you also throw in there?
honestly, those topics get real heated. I'm sorry.
I know they are.
Yeah,
I know they do.
Yeah.
They get
You
real
should put
heated.
in one of those questions, you should put, what did you do to fuck up your last relationship?
Exact. Oh boy, I got so
And
many
see,
stuff. Yeah, I feel you on
and
that.
see if they and see if they
Mm.
catch it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I bet you they're gonna say that everybody's gonna start blaming everybody else. Like every
That
time you
is.
ask that question, then you be like, "No, I asked, what do you do?"
Yep.
And even when I ask that question, you'll be surprised how many people will say, "Oh well, let me see, what did I do to mess up my relationship?" Well, I didn't recognize that they were shitty. Oh my God! Like you, even in admitting something, people cannot take accountability for shit. Like they would
They
even,
can't.
man, it's crazy.
That is going to be one
But
of. I asked a bunch of questions on this one. That's
Oh, I have a
around.
question for
I
I
got
have a
like
question for
5,
you.
6 of.
I have a question for you guys. I mean, you guys are, black men, right? So basically what I want to know is if you come across a female like, basically I'm Hispanic and black, my mother's black and my father's Hispanic. Now, do you think that I would be able to be able to relate to you on a cultural level?
probably
So hold
depends where you
on.
grew up.
That's gonna be my first question. Then, what did you do?
Give his own one. I would say the answer to that is depends on where you grew up.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because, like, I'll give you an example. I don't want to talk about the debauchery, but in my younger days, okay, I was out there. Let me just say that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had this idea in my head that I wanted to be with a different woman from every continent. That was my goal, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my first goal was every country. That's impossible. So then I had to break it down. I had to, you know what I mean? So, and it was like, for real. Like, if you was from the UK, I'm talking about you had to be from the UK, not American and, you know what I mean, just British or something. No, I'm talking about straight off UK with the accent, everything. You had to be
You wanted the
UK.
you wanted the exotic.
Yeah. I had to go all the way, right? So, so in my travels, there was different things where I would meet someone who was ethnically black, right? Or just like me, but they grew up in a different culture and we did not relate. You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because of their culture is so different. But we still can relate on certain other planes. So then when I come back to the United States, it's like, okay, you know what? I don't know if the cultural part is as important as the understanding. Because like you could be from Miami, right? You're going to have a way different situation than me from Oakland, California. So our cultures are not going to mesh. But if we have enough understanding, that opposite is probably going to make us actually have a good time. You know what I mean?
Okay. So basically,
I would say that it, go ahead.
So do you think that okay, so I understand what you're saying as far as culture, because that's actually going a little bit too deep. That's basically you're basically saying there's no way that a person could be from one side of the states and from the other side of the states, but just because they're the same race doesn't mean that they're gonna actually match. They're gonna, you know what I mean? Basically. But
Right.
what I'm trying to say is, do you consider any female that's mixed with black, do you feel like she's black or do you feel like she's mixed?
I'll say you black because I'm black and I'm mixed. So I'm black. So I mean, I'm looking at you like you black too.
Right.
Now, like that old, well, you mixed so you can use something else. No, you not. You black. God damn it. And you know what I'm saying? I'm black. And somebody tell me that I'm not, back in the
You
day, you
mix
just
with
catch
what?
these hands.
What you mix with?
I guess technically I would be considered Creole. So
Okay.
that would be French, native, and black. So
Native.
that would be
Okay,
considered
so
Creole.
I'm gonna ask the same question because I used to do I used to do a topic about that, about our nationalities and stuff, and what percentage it takes to make to be whatever you are. Are you 100%? Because I believe right about now nobody's 100% of whatever they think they are. I think we all mix low
Right,
key. I don't think none of us
right.
100%. Um, but I'm gonna ask this then. Do you? Because I heard you say you black though, but do that mean you're not? But if you was to say you was, what was the other ones you said you was mixed with?
So native.
Native,
I'm
right?
not.
So do that
So
make you not native because you claim black more?
nope. But my percentage. So because black to me is not black is nothing. Black is a classification,
Okay.
right? So that's why I say now if you tell me if you say ethnically, what am I? Like what is
Right.
your roots? What is your DNA? What is your heritage? That would be a different answer, right? I would include everything because that's what I
Everything.
am,
I
right?
got you. I got
Right. But if you're telling me what am I as far as a race, I'm black, period. Full
you.
stop.
Yeah,
Because in
got
this country, that's what it is. So because there is no where is the country of black? Where's blackanese? What's blackadish? Where is black?
you.
There is no such
Right.
thing. Right? That's just a classification that they use for taxes.
What's your
That's how that
nationality?
shit started. I'm American. You get me?
Yeah, you already
So
know.
my
But some people
nationality
gonna
is
be
American.
people be saying the wrong
Right. And
things. I'm like,
so
bro,
right. So that's
I'm
how I look at
African.
it
Like,
like
no,
that.
you was literally born. Like, no, you are not African. You was born in America.
Right.
Mhm.
Right. Now there's like I got partners that are Nigerian. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
If you talk to them, you would never know because they grew up here,
In
but they
America.
are 100%
Right.
Nigerian.
I
They
got
are
you.
African,
Yeah. That's where
but
you
they would
born
say
at.
they're
Yeah.
African American because they have citizenship here. So
I
they would
got
call
you.
themselves real African Americans, but they don't even call themselves that. They just say I'm African, I'm Nigerian, or whatever. But I mean, I think it just depends on how we want to classify ourselves. But for me, I just say no, I'm black. That's what it is, and I just look like this. Because if I knew Spanish, they would think that I'm Puerto Rican or something, which I always get taken for.
I
And that's
always get,
another,
I always get told that I look mixed. Like I don't think
yeah,
I never get told like, oh no, you look Mexican or you look just Hispanic. Like that for some reason people always can tell that I'm mixed.
It's them
right.
lips.
You think so? I
See,
thought it was my hair.
Yeah, I seen the picture. Yeah. Yep. That's what
the
it is.
longer my hair is, the more Puerto Rican I get to people. So like when I when I used to have my hair short and then just fade, I got like little waves or something. Then I'm looking like I'm just light skinned. But
And
then
then
if I let my hair grow, all of a sudden I get Puerto Rican like a motherfucker. I don't know what
and then
video.
and
What's
then
up, Poppy?
I also get told because my nose, I think I have a very pointy nose, so that throws people off too. They're like, well, I don't know, you look like you could be mixed, but your nose give off like if you are, Hispanic. I'm like, what does my nose have to
Yeah.
do with, what does my nose have to do with, But I guess your nose is.
Uh,
Yeah, it's features. That's what make our race.
Mm-hmm.
Different
right,
features and stuff. Wide nose to be more on the black. The skinnier nose be more on the YT. The full lips to
right.
be more on the black.
Mm-hmm.
And that seems to be my problem. Like I don't have a distinct black nose, right? But it's so it's like but the shape of it isn't anything else. And then my lips are not as so full, but then they're not anything else. And then so my skin color is light, but then at the same time it has what I mean? So it's like people are always thrown off. What are you? What are you talking about? I'm
Mm-hmm.
black. No, I mean, but what you mixed with? What the fuck? Why I gotta be mixed with something? I'm just saying, what are you? I'm just like, oh my God. So it just depends on where you go and then like what part of the country. And like other places, they ask you when you go traveling, they just ask you what your nationality or they'll ask you what your ethnicity is, right? They don't ask you what your race is. That's American shit from what I've experienced, which is kind
And
of
be the
weird.
nationality and ethnic. Right.
Yeah,
Most part.
they're actually that.
Mm. Yeah, I know. Growing up for me, I'm not gonna lie. At times it would be hard for me to like, I always put it like this. All my fights, not to say that I didn't get in fights with other races, but my good fights would actually be with, basically the girls that felt like
I shouldn't say that I'm black, so that because they were black, they're like, you're not black, so you shouldn't say you're black. And I'm like, I don't care what you say, and we would end up, catching hands or whatever. And it's crazy because I would always say, like, I remember telling my mom, like, how come these girls always want to fight me? Like, do they just think that I'm supposed to be like I'm like why am I always getting underestimated? And I remember my mom kind of telling me, like, well, because you have to understand, some people have set the tone for people down the line. You know what I mean? And so, sometimes you have to, basically break those kind of, break that kind of cycle.
Right. My thing was, being light skinned in the hood,
It was hard.
it's one or two things. Like either you get the benefits of the light skin, right? Usually that's with the ladies, so you're gonna get a little benefit. But you also gonna have the bad part, which is you're gonna have to throw hands damn near every day.
Right.
Because
Yeah, they think you soft.
right. And so I grew up,
Yeah,
and that's why I tell people now, like, I'm like, bro, don't get this shit twisted, man. You see this
I
suit
grew
and
up
this hat.
throwing hands, so that's what
that's
I
probably what made me so tough now, because people always be trying to test me.
I
Yeah.
grew up, and believe me, I'd be so polite
That's
and
why I
so
be hitting
nice.
on weight so much, because they used to be trying to play me for real. I'm like,
I
all
used to be,
right.
look at, I'm so nice, I'm so polite, and I'm not a petite girl. So I'm so nice, so polite, and and just because I'm so nice and polite, and I try my best not to disrespect, and you'd be amazed how that still triggers people to want to fight you. Like they
Right.
just think like, oh, she ain't about nothing. She big for nothing. Yeah, come try this. Come try it out then. You get
Right.
you get the full range. Go ahead.
I used to tell, man, and then don't
Yeah,
be
I ain't
like,
doing that with
for
people
me,
no more.
I was always around women, right? You know, my thing was I was always into James Bond and shit, and I thought, like, Hugh Hefner was the shit because he had all the women, and I was tripping. But the point was, I wanted to always be and have in the presence of women. I thought that was the way you was the man, right?
Okay.
As a youngster in high school, like that was, and I played football, so it was just that's what it was. And you would be surprised how many people took that as a weakness. Like they thought that,
You were surrounded by females that you was a bitch.
yeah, and you light skin with curly hair. Oh yeah, okay. Well, you about to catch these knuckles. We going for the shoulders, and now you about to see something. And then, to be honest, this is how I have the best friend. One of my best friends. I got two cats that I've known since high school,
Exactly.
and one of them was because of that. And he was like, bro,
Exactly.
hey, he was like, I did not expect that. And we tussled for a minute, and he was like, you know what? You got heart.
It's
And I
crazy
was
because
like,
that's
yeah.
the same thing with me. I remember being in 10th I remember being in 10th grade in North Hollywood, and she's my best friend now. And she's a black girl, whatever. But she was just like, she seen me get in a fight with some other girl, basically someone she knew too. And after the fight, whatever, she walked up to me. She was like, man, you mangled, like you really tear that shit up. And I don't know, like she just like she was like, I really think that you're different. You're different because most girls would talk and this and that. We just clicked really, really good. And
Y'all still friends?
heck yeah, she's my bet. Like I'm talking about, we lost our virginity the same month, type stuff. Yes.
But goddamn, it's just that.
On another level. See, when women connect together versus me.
Okay, but that's not me being a woman. That's me being a
I
little
know, I'm
girl.
talking to that was just some funny stuff right there. Like, wow.
You know what I mean? Because I just think that's like a little bit of
Let's lose each other's virginity.
it wasn't like it was planned, but
Did you
it
get
happens.
smashed? I get smashed.
It happens. And
Oh, that's damn,
I don't even think it was really sex. It was just like, whatever type stuff.
Okay.
different ritual. Ours was when you came out, hey, did you smash? Yeah. High fives. All right then, and that was it. It wasn't no discussion about the shit. We didn't even do all that.
You the man.
That's all it was. That's why I say I think women, y'all get into more details and talking and all that than we do in a lot of cases. We don't really. We talk about details about other shit. Like if you get two dudes talking about sports or fucking cars or whatever else they into, that shit go deep. But talking about like sex and shit, nah. We ain't about to do that.
Oh man, what the heck happened?
I don't know. But she dropped down that phone because my
Oh,
phone
just
about to shit. I might have to
uh
drop
oh,
down. What the fuck? Hold on. Yeah, it might be. It might be a wrap.
uh
Fucking with Kev and took all my whole battery up out of here.
oh.
Yeah, man. I think I got like 6%. Let me go plug this shit up. Yeah, it's about to be a wrap.
All right, I'll
For
probably
sure.
end up because I'm setting these dang on topics up right now for later, so
Yeah.
might call it myself.
Yeah, man. Well, shit, I think I normally go live tonight, but I got something to do, so I ain't gonna do it. I might
Mm-hmm.
tomorrow morning or something, or
Mm-hmm.
maybe sometime during the day. I don't know. But I see. See, I might do something for a couple hours or something. Just a little quick one, little quick hit.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But shit, it's always, man. It's been good, man.
For sure.
I'm gonna holler at you on the next time. I'm gonna try to get on that new. I'm gonna try to see what that new one do. When you bring that
Right.
one up, I'm gonna see what that goes.
Right.
Yeah,
Saturday gonna be the worst. I already know it's gonna be worse than the Kevin Samuels one.
I might look at
I'm
that
bringing
shit
the
from the cheap
racial
seats.
one up. That's gonna be nasty.
Look, I might be watching you from the cheap seats on that one. I don't know.
He said, "Boy, he has a popcorn and all that."
Look, just watch that. I don't think I'm gonna get in that one. I don't know. We'll see. Might get good though. I might want to run up in there. I don't know. But
Mm-mm.
shit, yeah, get some sleep, man. Shit, act like you're a human.
Woke up, shit. I'm about to go back to sleep too, man.
Right, I'm
Shit.
about to say, I know he done fell asleep.
No, he been sleeping.
Right,
Right?
whole
Yeah.
time.
He said, "Damn, I woke up. Y'all still here? Shit."
Man,
Mm-hmm.
I woke up, my shit was unmuted. I said, "Oh shit."
Man, we heard you snoring, farting,
Couple
all kinds of shit.
farts.
We heard it all.
I was like, God.
Anyway, I'm about to get up out of here, man.
All right, Jan. Y'all have a
Hey,
good
man,
night, man.
All
y'all
right,
brother keep
y'all.
easy, man. All right now.
And, oh, that's what we have. That's when it's subscribe. It's the sub live. Oh, you can only do sub when you do. Okay.